welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event.
We're gonna experience an insane wingfoil competition.
This one is gonna stay in my mind forever.
It's gonna be sick.
What are we going to be seeing next?
And good morning, everybody, and welcome to the DAKHLA World Cup here for day number 4 of this combined event of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour and the Qatar OHGK Kite Surf World Tour. So it's really, we have had non-stop action. Good morning, Aidan. Welcome to the booth one more time.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, we had all the kites yesterday. They managed to get through all of the men's heats and all the way through to the final. And I think we're hoping to get all the way through the Wingfoil men and women complete today.
Yeah, that is the idea. Talking to our race director there, Juan Antonio, he says he would like to push as much as possible. Forecast is not looking great for the rest of the day, so it is pedal to the metal and full steam ahead. We're going to go out to the water as West Point is fine. We've got a nice about 2 to 3 foot on the sets, and we are going to be starting off with round number 2 of the men. Let's see who's going to be playing out there. All right, so Julien Boyer is going to be going up against Austin Kalama. Really cool to see Austin Kalama here as well. He's just such a vibe guy on and off of the water. And then Julien Boyer, one of the veterans here on tour, you can see, as we are just going to go, obviously, we are going to have that overlapping system out here as well. What does that mean? Each heat, 20 minutes. When we have concluded 10 minutes of the heat, the next heat comes in. But heat A has priority during the double time, and then of course that priority moves over to heat B when heat C comes in. So it's kind of like, it's a way to be able to push a little bit more due to the fact that the conditions tried it out with the kiting yesterday, worked really well. Time for the wingers.
And there they are, straight into it. Julien Boyer on his first wave. He's riding the ROD gear, and Austin Kalama is on his Nash setup. We saw them riding in some smaller conditions the other day, so it's going to be interesting how they perform. Are we going to see some more aerial maneuvers? Are we going to see some more critical turning? What is going to happen here? But it looks like Austin might have gone through his wing, and he is riding an Armstrong wing, I think, out the back there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is that a tactic of you guys there? What's, tell me what's up there. Maybe he just decided this is the one I'm going to take.
Maybe. But there he is. He's on that second wave. And maybe it all depends on sizes. And yesterday was we went down and hit the shore break a little further down the beach, and the guys were sending it, so he may have had a little bit of a tight call with his wing. So, just going down there. We went for an aerial 360, a little bit of, I think those guys are calling that the ballerina 360. A little bit above the head, like a pirouette kind of thing. So, it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, obviously we have 20-minute heats. They have 8 wave attempts. Wave attempts have gone down today, and the top 2 waves are going to be the ones that count. So every 10 minutes, a new heat will enter the water. So, for example, right now we have Julien Boyer and Austin Kalama, obviously alone in the water. They're going to have priority, but when the next heat comes in, they will hold that priority for the whole time of their heat, but we are also able to mix the two together to be able to advance through a little bit faster, because as I mentioned, waves are supposed to be on the drop, wind is supposed to be on the drop, so we want to give all of the athletes the best conditions possible.
Exactly, and as you can see there, that was a good wave that Julien Boyer was on, but it was still down on the 4.37. The judges definitely going, we know what the conditions can provide today, and when those sets come through, they are really looking for some critical riding. Alvaro was talking earlier about how you want to link in, get the connectivity, the bottom turns, those top turns, the fluidity, lack of pumping between them, just really driving the waves on the sets, have the right size to ride all the way through. So it's going to be exciting to see what these guys can put down. And there's Austin Kalama 1.53, so that's going to be a throwaway score for him. Hopefully he's going to get a few more waves, and should be a good heat.
All right, so you can see once again, a couple of days ago on that inside, it really does get tricky. Obviously, they want to be able to risk it, to be able to go on the wave and get some of those turns, especially on this, kind of state of tide that we have now. But if you go too far in and drop off of that foil, you are going to be paddling out. Because you can see, look how glassy it is on that inside section. As the day progresses, normally the wind fills in a little bit more, shifts a little less offshore, and it kind of fills up on that inside.
Yeah, and the waves are still, they've got a bit more size to them, but as we know here, they're never that super powerful unless they get sort of overhead. So everyone is still on their slightly bigger foils just to allow them to glide through and stick. Some guys might have gone to a one size smaller, but I've heard a lot of guys were just going, I'm sticking with that size, and I've dialed it in for this competition, and I'm going to stick to it. So
Yeah, normally, I mean, we've been seeing, especially at this competition, like you're saying, with that flat section, around the 800s is kind of what people are using. They would normally be on 650s to 700s, but they've gone up that size because obviously here, right next to the West Point, that is the rocks, where it's right next to the hotel where we have this DAKHLA World Cup. There is a middle section that is very flat, very flat, and especially with the size, you almost have to pump your way through it. So if you're, obviously if that front wing is a little bit too on the smaller size, you either keep the power or you are just going to duck out. And you can see both of them out the back having a little look-see. It's almost as if they were surfing. Here we can have Julien Boyer out there on the RRDs. You can see the other golds.
And we can see there's a bit of space between sets. That first one was at about 18 minutes and we're about 15 minutes and we haven't really had another good set come through. So they're about 5 to 7 minutes, I'd say, between a good set. So hopefully we should be seeing one here. Some of them have been coming in infrequent and then we've had some big spaces. So the overlapping 20 minutes, giving a couple of extra minutes, but then also having that overlapping means that we should get sets. And sets are coming in of 3 or 4 sometimes, so we might actually see that all 4 guys get on a wave. The first 2 with their priority, and then the second 2 with our priority.
Yeah, we saw this, obviously, yesterday was the first time we tried this with kiting. We saw, like you're saying, sets of 5, 6 waves, and pretty much every single person was getting on there. But that priority flag that is on the point tells the athletes what heat is priority. For example, yellow flag is up now, meaning that heat number 1, so let's say the uneven heats would have the priority. If it goes to pink, it would be the even heat, so 2, 4, 6, 8, etc. So just to let them know. And here you can see Julien. That's a big wing. I'm going to say I was seeing them pumping up around 5s and 5.5s, a lot of the athletes, and yeah, I think competition savvy. We've been saying that throughout the stream, Aiden, that you might have to take a little bit of a bigger gear. You're not going to be able to get the maneuverability or be able to get as carving turns, but if you can get them, they will be scored.
Yes, they will be. Now it's going to be exciting to see who can pull out this. I think we've still got a bit of ability there for a bit more sets. Julien Boyer wasn't quite on a set wave on that one. He was really working it, really worked it in the second half, but if you do catch these can be ridden all the way down into the beach.
Yeah, and there we can see, welcome to the GWA Wingfoil World Tour down here for the DAKHLA Morocco World Cup. Everybody's setting up their wings. There we can see the guys with the new unit D-Lab there from Duotone. Tell me about this wing here, Aiden. Tell me about what is Austin riding here.
Austin is riding the XPS. So that's we just have one wing range in our range. So it is kind of an all-round, does everything, easy, a great price point as well, so you're not sort of afraid if you are going to get consequential and really push it into the swell, you're not going to be as worried about, if something goes wrong with it. And that is the big thing, as we're seeing these guys push the waves, it's going into expensive wings, it does become one of those issues of, is it my wing or should I hold on to this? How do I... I can't lose this, I can't afford that sort of thing. So this just allows it is a bit cheaper that you can be like, I can get critical in the section and not have to worry about the massive consequences that are going to come with it. It's a super stable wing, as we've seen. Cash can rip on it on the waves. Some of the guys, Chavi, doing freestyle on it. So there's some variety in what it can do, and it's just an all-round great price point wing for everyone out there.
Keeps it simple as well.
Exactly.
It does keep it simple.
But it wasn't a simple process in getting there. The guys did about 100 and something prototypes to get from our previous V2 to this one, which is a massive upgrade they made. And now looking forward to it. A lot of people have been loving these XPSs just in the ability to get up in that low end, but then also be able to ride around. And and it flags really well on the waves too. It keeps it where you want it. You can flow it behind you if you need it. So...
yeah, one of the things we've been seeing, especially in these smaller conditions of the waves, is people really have to keep an eye on making sure that wing doesn't touch the wave when they're doing the turns, because if they get slowed down, especially here on this inside section, if you're not aware of that, you're going to bog out and sink down.
Yeah, exactly. And you can kind of see with, I think Austin might have brought out a too small of a board here. Like, you look at the size difference between Julien and Austin here. And as soon as Austin goes down, he's taking a couple of minutes to get back up again each time. Whereas Julian Boyar is just like straight back up. He gets one little gust and he's off the water. So that's that same competition savvy that we were talking about with Bo the other day, that she went in her first year 35 litre and was just a little bit too small. And now being on those 50s and 58, she's like, okay, I'm not going to get caught out in the wrong situation here.
Yeah, and then we could see Axel Gerard, also one of the new generation youngsters. We can call him a veteran on tour. He's been on tour for a few years now. Getting ready to go, the AFS athlete. Call him the Axe, slicing up his competition every time he gets out there on the water. So going to be looking forward. But hey, as we can see, just coming up on that 10-minute mark, meaning that joining Julien Boyer and Austin Kalama, we're going to have Baptiste Clodek and Vinicius Martins are going to be coming out, as with that overlapping system, meaning they are also going to be out there on the wave. So as you can see, in the blue lycra is going to be Julien Boyer. In the orange lycra is going to be Austin Kalama. I can see we're going to have white out there as well, just confirming the colors here. So Vini is going to be on the white lycra, and then we are also going to have Baptiste Clodek
in the blue.
Is going to be on the blue. Way to tell the difference of Baptiste, he's going backside here.
He is.
So there we go. So with that, I think we've got everybody under control, mate.
I think it's going to be interesting to see. Baptiste has that massive windsurfing background, so it's going to be interesting to see how he performs on that. And Vinny's put a lot of effort in these waves. Now we've got a little bit more size, and both these guys, that's the thing, when it's a little bit trickier on that smaller side for someone goofy to really excel. But as we've seen, Hugo Marin is goofy, and he has won this wave before. So when it's got the right size and they can really start linking up and connecting, the judges understand that. And I think hopefully today, with how these waves are going, they should be able to wrap some really good turns in here.
Yeah, we saw in the kiting yesterday, probably that, around the quarterfinals is when the waves came to their peak. They were really being able to open out, go on the shoulder and roundhouse it all the way around, and hopefully we'll be able to start to see that here with the wing as well. So there we can see on the left hand side, heat number 2, they have just started their time, so 20-minute heats. On the right hand side, you can see more than halfway through for that heat number 1. So far in the lead, 4:37 for free, Julien Boyer. Kalama there with a 1.53, 0.57. But one of the things we have seen at this event, there's been many buzzer beaters. It does come down to, you can get a wave in the final second. You get that 10-point ride and you're through to the next round.
100%. And these guys can definitely throw it down if they get the right wave. So it's going to be interesting. There, Vinny, a little bogged down there, but Julian's out on a good one behind there. So he's in heat 1, Vinny's in heat 2, just getting his first sort of waves and getting a wave under his belt, being like, okay, especially in this 10-minute priority, just like getting a wave or two is nice to just know that you've got some score under your belt and you're not...
especially with, sets are far and few between. Obviously with those 20-minute heats, probably got, I think it's fair to say you got enough time for maybe 3 sets. Yeah. Just kind of be average. So you want to... you really do want to pick off these good ones. You can see here on screen.
That was a good wave from Vinny. He went all the way into the inside there, so he's going to be excited with that, and I think so will Julian.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a good score for them. So Julian going to be solidifying his lead, and then Vinny's going to be kind of taking the advantage over there from Baptiste. And here we can see a little bit of a replay. Cruising.
Yeah, he's really is getting those turns. He's got to come, I think for that higher score, he's going to have to come a little bit closer to that pocket.
Yeah.
Well, you can see sort of Julian's riding right on that edge there. That's gonna really be the judging between your sort of 4 and 5s to your sort of 7 and 8s, and we'll see in some of those riders, those that can stay in that pocket and really work it, the judges are going to reward, because this face is holding pretty nicely. The thing is, you do have to be aware of those sections that could close you out.
Yeah, and especially, with the tide as it is now, beautiful round the house there from Baptiste.
Especially backside. This is a tricky wave to ride here, so he's going to really seeing him work it. He's going to have to show that he can come back to that. There we go. Nice.
That's nice. And also, not staying too far out on the shoulder, going back to the power section, but still being able to, because this is the section where it gets fast. as that sandbanks we've seen throughout, obviously when we were here 2 days ago, it was kind of 2 hours later, so to speak, where this was happening.
Yeah.
And you can see this middle section really does get fast. 360 onto the wave. Yes, he does. First aerial moves we've seen here today.
Nice. So I think that's going to give him a pretty good score. So we have Julian Boyer got a 6.73 on that wave before. That was what he was wanting. That's going to be a keeper there. And then the second score, he's just going to see what he can do. We haven't seen him much from Austin recently, but we'll see what happens in this next he's got a 4.73, but I think he's going to have to do something to really step it up. Julian got a really good set on that last one, and there's Julian on another set wave.
Yeah, he just really is picking off the good ones. Starts a little bit further to the middle of the bay and then just opens up and goes around. Really laid back, easy style here, the Frenchman. Your RRD athletes, one of the twins.
Exactly, and those boys have been on the podium a few times in these wave events
Multiple
over the
times.
years, so they know how to ride these waves. They've got really good style, a lot of surf, subfoil background. So it's exciting to see, and just sitting under that lip. Oh, he goes down there. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he just breached a foil.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the overall rankings now, this year we can see Julien Boyer is 9th so far, so 9th overall, so top 10 in the world.
Nice.
And then Vinny just a little bit further out of that, so 17th, which with how the rankings are, that's just, he got kicked out one heat before Julian over there, because let's not forget the first event was over there in Cape Verde, where we had right-hander, a lot hollower, a lot bigger, but hey, we've got some nice waves here today, and it looks like I was talking to a few of these riders, they were definitely excited and fun to be able to get out there on some rollers, but Vinny surfing this one all the way now.
I think this is going to be a good score for him. I think this could be in the 5s, maybe a 6, but I think in the 5s is what I'm sort of seeing from that. There was definitely some freestyle maneuvers. He was sitting in the pocket much better than he sat on any other wave. Really coming back, and I think maybe that Julian sitting down there on the wave forced him to come into that pocket a little bit more, which it definitely had its advantages for him there. But I think that'll give him a good score, and we're looking forward to seeing what he can drop, because that was right from the point inside into the bay. The judges love long rides here.
And there we can see Chucho Nunot getting ready to get himself out there. Conditions looking good. We are starting off strong. This is exactly what we wanted, to be able to get some action out here. Just coming up on 3 minutes to go for that heat number 1. And Josie Ashton joining me here, Aidan Nicholas, for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour event down here in Dakhla, Morocco. As we've been saying throughout the stream, drop a comment out there if you want to know about gear, if you want to know about locations, what the Breakfast of Champions is, you name it, throw it down there and we will try and get those answers to you. You can see that yellow flag in the sky, meaning that top heat, so that uneven heat, so 1, 3, 5, 7 has the priority. So that means Julien Boyer and Austin Kalama have the priority on any of the set waves coming in.
Not against each other, that's the furthest out there, so the priority of those ones is you've either got Austin or Julian. If they are on the outside, whoever's the furthest out catches the wave first, they have priority. Then if they both turn on the same wave at the same time, it's the closest to the point. There goes Austin, nice little, it just slipped off the top there. That was a critical section, so the judges would have rewarded that well, but he just sat a little bit too high there and slipped off the top. Look at that.
Yeah, just ever so slightly. I really do like the style of this young rider, but yeah, it's tough deals out there. And let's not forget round number 2. This is an elimination round, so obviously whoever loses this heat is unfortunately not going to be competing anymore. But hey, as we always say, it's not over until the buzzer. We can see the Moroccan flag flying high down here, and Dakhla finally providing some swell.
Exactly. So there we saw Vinny came in with a 4.53 there. So we're going to see the judges are probably wanting, if I want to be a little bit more critical on that wave, he is going to have to get a little bit more critical on those peaks, especially where he's doing those airs. He did some airs, but they weren't quite as critical as he could be. And then really wrapping. And you notice those top guys draw underneath that white water and then come back out again.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of big thing I think Vinny's going to want to have to do to get that next score bracket that he's looking for.
All right, so here we can see just coming up on the final 40 minutes of action. 40 minutes, 40 seconds, I do apologize. As we have a full day of action out here today. As we are getting ready to rumble, as it looking like, unless anything changes, it is going to be Julien Boyer who's going to be taking the win of this first heat with an 11.16. Surfing really well out there.
That's a good score. He's definitely going to have a look at this and see what he was doing and what the judges are going to want for that next round. Because I'm not sure who exactly he's going to go up against if he wins this. If we just look at that.
We have it over here. So if Julien wins, so that would be first of heat 9. He will be going up against his brother. Oh, Mum. Put away the china. The boys are coming out to play.
That's going to be a tricky one. It's one of those things sometimes that you come up against your teammate or your brother or your friend at some point. So I think that's going to be a good battle, and they're going to be excited whoever goes through in that one. But there we go. We're joining us now as those guys finish. We come in with a new heat of Heat 3. These guys don't have priority. Heat 2 has the priority still, but Noe Koala and Austin Tovey from F1 with Noe and Austin Tovey riding Armstrong foils. There's Austin going on his first wave.
Austin's such a cool guy. First time I've met him over here. He's just so laid back, so easygoing. And again, great to see some of the boys from the islands and from the US coming down here. The tour getting more and more international. It's so many different countries. We have Japan here as well with Okuda. It's really cool to see.
Exactly, getting those Florida boys back in here, and he's definitely got some wave style and some freestyle style. Noe, I think, has definitely got a better wave here on that outside. And he is working that through that white water. That's what we were talking about, getting a little bit more critical. And Noe definitely did that earring over that section. So the judges are going to be excited to see that. And look at that, turning back into. That's just that little bit more critical riding that the judges are going to want to look for. And I think that's going to give him a high score right off the bat here.
Yeah, talk about keeping himself busy. He's putting it all into that. Let's not forget. So heat number 2 right now will have that priority. So Baptiste Cloadec in the lead so far as they're just renewing those scores. And here we can see Noe.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that was a beauty.
Look at that. Right into the white water. It's tricky to control your foil on the white water, so if you can show that control and really get it riding through, everyone's really going to enjoy that sort of style coming into that white water.
No, absolutely.
There comes, so Julian's coming back into the beach. He has done his heat, took out the win in that one, so he's going to be pretty excited there. It's going to be him versus Camille in the next round. But at the moment, we've got 7.5 minutes on this Heat 2, and Heat 3 will have 17.5 minutes. And we'll see those results come up soon on our screen. It's Baptiste. You can see that he is a goofy rider. He is still going to probably have to draw those a little bit. There we go, closer to the white water. Look at me. Just before I say it, he does it. There he goes. What else can he throw down this wave? Nice. Oh, just coming down at the end there. So if you can ride out on one of those with that white water hit right at the end and ride into the inside, the judges know that you've then sacrificed a little bit more to get back out again.
Yeah.
But you've ridden out of it. So if you can ride out of it, incredible. But if not, the judges understand that you've really got critical. And if he could have rode out of that, I think it would have done him well. There's Tom Aubert. Maybe somebody had a wing issue out there. I don't think he's in till a little bit later.
Nah, he's not in till
Heat 6, is it? No, yeah.
Yeah, Heat 6.
Heat 5. Heat
5, excuse me.
So
up against it. So he's just having a dip. Waking up.
Or maybe he helped give someone a new wing that we didn't see out there.
I think he's just having a little cold water slap.
Well, look at that. Noe Koala coming straight out there with an 8.23. We said that he was just using that wave from top to bottom, and he did get critical. Look at that. He whoever wins that round is going to go up against Cash Bazzola, who won the event here last year. So they're going to have to put in the pedal to the metal and show the judges what is possible, and they're really going to want to see what scores they can get, because those next guys can really put down the scores and really put in some good results. You're going to want to know what you can... Oh, is he going to come out of this, Baptiste?
There was a moment that I thought he was going to pull a John there. Go down and come... I would have given... If he had done that, I would have given him a 10. So he would be the people's champion, without a doubt.
Oh, that would have been incredible. That way he slid there, he was sitting on his wing, and it was like, oh yeah, the foil's going to engage, and he's going to just sit up off this. All
right, Vinny dropping in as well. 8.10 in the lead, up against Baptiste, very close in between those two.
With 5.5 minutes, he's going to want to get a good result. He's really just starting to warm up into this. No one's really had the... sort of few days leading up to this to dial it in and really figure out how these waves are going to perform on the size this year. So Vinny's dialing it in, and he is ripping out there, and there's Austin getting a little bit more under the lip.
Pushes it back, gets back over. I mean, also that score from Kuyala with that 8.23, I think it is. Those are the scores of the likes of Malog and Olea that we saw out there 2 days ago, exactly. Who was your top athlete. I mean, Noe, he is more known for his freestyle than he is his wave riding, but looks like he's dialed it in. Nice slide there, little snap off the top there from Austin. This is going to be a very good wave for him. Vinny made it all the way down to the end. Austin just dropping out of that one a little bit early. Obviously, see they didn't have a face, and he's decided to try and get back into position so he can have maybe one more chance at a set wave, because 4.27. But yeah, great surfing here from the American.
Yeah, that was right, wrapping it down under the pocket. I think Noe, what they're really scoring him well on is his diversity of tricks. He's doing those wrapping turns, he's getting those ears back into the white water. He's really wrapping it underneath the face, so he's putting in some numbers. And as we've seen there, the only people who have got 8-point scores, as we talked about earlier, is Noe, Cash, Marlo, and Finn Spencer. So He is definitely pushing it up, because those three there have been up there in the top in a lot of heats. So Noe, if he can pull this through, it's going to be tough, because he's going to go up against Cash in that next round, so only one of them's going to make it through to the quarters.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting to see who can pull this off.
I mean, the top riders, there's only 24 riders that can compete and get, obviously make it into this event. So it does get to a point, some people say, the first rounds are a little easier, and then it kind of gets into it. It is game on from that first green flag.
100%. And it's interesting to see who stacks up where in these heats. And the first round, it seeds you, and it might not be, getting first might not be as critical, but getting second and third can definitely, if you're versing some really good guys on that first heat, it can definitely put you into one side of the bracket or the other. And but as we're looking at this, there is getting a lot of riders, and the riders are getting very similar in ability for what they can perform, and the level's just increasing and increasing. I don't know, every heat seems like a difficult heat to me.
It does, and here we can see the athletes starting to set up their gear, getting ready as it is full-on competition mode. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to go for Baptiste. I really like the air game there of Baptiste. You saw that 360 kind of almost like pivoting on the full in the wave. Really nice to see. And now Noe is kind of mixing it up like we see the likes of Cash Mazzola. Let's not forget that at the moment, the winners of these heat will make it through to round number 3. And the winner of this heat is going to be going up against Wesley Brito in the next round. So winner of heat number 2 will be going up against Wesley Brito, and of heat number 3 will be going up against Finn Spencer, who on that first day of competition had the best combination wave score and the best wave.
That is going to be exciting to see who goes up against Finn. And it's interesting, Wesley, as we talked about Goofy versus regular riders, he won that first heat on that small day all the way through. So, and we know he can definitely perform. Noe and Wesley battled it out last year, and Wesley took it out.
Yep.
But Noe went far through, and Wesley was the Wave World Champion last year. So it's a tough heat, and there we go. We see Leon there on the beach. He's getting ready for his heat, having a look at what the guys' scores are getting and what's actually giving them the results today. So that he can work out and have a little bit of a competition strategy there with his dad. Oh, Noe with a 360.
Beautiful. Can he get back on?
Slipped off the back.
I love the thing I'm liking what I can see here with Noe is he's playing, but he's trying. He's intelligently using beautiful slide there off the top. Now using the old windsurf style to get some speed, gets the air. He's trying all different sorts of things to see if that is going to give him the top scores. 8+ ride. It looks like he has dialed in what the judges want to see.
Exactly. He's putting that mixture of freestyle with surfing, with just playfulness. And I think that's what we see in those top riders. We see in Marlo, Cash, and Finn, you just see the way that they just play on the wave. It's not like they're there to be aggressive or surf. But going back to the judges are liking that explorative sort of style of, hey, I'm going to try this, I'm going to do this maneuver, I'm going to do that. And it looks more fun to watch, and it is more fun to ride that way, and it is pretty cool to see. Oh, Vinny,
can he put it together?
Oh, yes. Oh.
He just, catching out the corner of my eye, he was ever so slightly ahead of Baptiste. So we don't know if that result is official yet, but it was definitely going to be close in between them. But, talk about on the buzzer.
Exactly. Oh, there we go. Chucho versus Axel. This is going to be a good one. Chucho, he's been staying with me we were staying at West Point here, and he has just created a new board collab with his own custom board.
Nice.
With a brand. So he is out there riding that today, and he is riding the F1 foil and wing setup otherwise.
Very talented young man, Chucho, and always good to see him out here. Again, also one of the guys that has more of a freestyle background but has stepped up his game on the waves, because, if you want to be the best wingfoiler in the world, you got to know how to freestyle, you got to know how to big air, you got to know how to wave ride.
Exactly. You got to know how to do a little bit of everything. And Austin's going to have a little bit to pull out here. He's no way. It looks like they're dropping a score there, so maybe he's got a better score coming.
Yep.
But Austin is going to have to put
6.4 there for that last score from Noah. So 14.63. Let's have a look and compare that to the scores of the other day, Aiden, to see where they're at. I'm seeing 16 from Malo, 13's Benoit Carpentier, 16 from Cash. Yeah, and we got 16s from Finn. So 15 to 16 is kind of where you want to be at for that type riders. 14.63.
That's a pretty high score.
He's there. He's there.
That's going to be going pretty far through the bracket. Oh, 360 back onto that face. No,
he's trying it.
He is just giving it everything and just trying to see what those scores as well. Like, he's going to probably go past this afterwards and analyze his heat that he just did.
Yeah,
and see when he competes with the next guys, how is he going to go and what was giving him the scores he needed and what wasn't. So then you can be like, okay, that gave me a really good wave. One, was it long? Okay, was I critical? What maneuvers did I throw? Okay, what was this difference between his 8.23 and his 6.40?
Yeah, what did I do different? What did I do wrong? What did I do well? And in the end, that's one of the beauties with the live scoring that we have here, is that you can analyze and kind of go, okay, yeah, that worked, that didn't, that could work, maybe that will work better. Nope, we're not going to do that again. Yeah. It kind of really does make a difference. And hey, here we see Axel Gerard, hailing in from France, one of the youngsters on tour.
And then at the same time, it's having as much fun as possible. And that's what you see those guys doing. Is
the most important.
You look and analyze it, but then it's like, oh, I don't need to push that maneuver. It's just that's what did well. Like, more in terms of the length of the ride or the set waves that you're looking for, or how they sort of looked out the back for how they actually rode all the way through, and to be like, oh, that's the wave I'm looking for next time. But when I get on the wave, I'm just going to have the most fun I can.
Yeah, and also, I'm a big fan of body language. You can see when you look at Noe, he's front foot heavy, he's driving, he's engaged, he wants it, he's hungry. Sometimes there's a fine line between the laid back cruisy style to kind of being a little bit on the not wanting it so much. Noe, you can see him. Oh, if he had landed that
was a really nice air, really critical, really sort of laid back. He came really springed out of it.
Right in the pocket as well.
But you can tell from his lower style, his lay down, sort of knees really bent, really aggressive. It's pretty exciting to see. There we go. We're coming back to that. look how compressed he is, and the way he lays down that wing on those bottom turns.
Yeah, and here just
There he
this
saw
way,
that.
boom.
Boom. Oh.
That would have been, I mean, that was pure surfing right there. That was pure surfing.
And it was over the whitewater section. He probably would have come down the other side into the clean water as well, which is even more impressive. That air was a pretty big air across that lip.
Going to be interesting to see how that one scores from Noe, because he did have a couple of good turns before, didn't land it, but I reckon, I don't think it's going to improve on his 6.40, but if he had landed it, we could have been potentially seeing one of the highest scores of the day.
And there we see Austin. He put a 5.40 and a 5.07, which in a lot of heats, that's been a pretty good score.
Absolutely.
But when you start versing against some of these top riders, it becomes pretty tricky to sort of break through, and you've really got to put down some excellent scores. And I think that's exactly what he's going to need now to get through this. There we go, Austin. Oh, no.
All right, so here we can see the last wave there of Axel Gerard.
Nice.
Getting low.
Yeah, and you see that coming under that white water.
Not even full control of the fall. Not even, he has not had to pump once in those 3 turns. Axel Gerard, that is going to be a very good score for him. He has not had to pump a single moment on those 4 or 5 turns, just linking it all the way down. And we're going to wait for that score to come in. But, so Noe, his score did not improve. We got 10.47 for Austin, 14.96 for Noe Kuyala, 4.25 for Chucho Nunot. Has just turned into a 10.10. And waiting for the score there, that last wave of Axel. That was Chucho style.
You can see how Axel, as he comes down on that bottom turn, he's really wrapping it through that white water. And the judges are really rewarding that. Like, you watch how they fade. They just slip just underneath it to come, oh, nice Chucho.
Does he get it? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Can he push it over? Swing it? He does, so he makes this.
So I don't know how that's going to score, as that could have been a little cleaner and could have used the wave, but there he goes. He's back into it again, so this might give him the score. It's going to be tricky to see. I'm going to be interested to see what the judge will reward that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close, and we're seeing a 6.73 being dropped there for Kiyala. As that last wave, like we said, big score. If he had landed that air, that could have been 8.
Yeah.
And Chucho here, he did need to use the wing to get himself back on the wave. So like you're saying there, he didn't. It is going to obviously deduct some numbers. But this young man here, opening the shoulders, you can see really throwing that arm back. And obviously Axel has the background. One of my favourite moves of this guy, the tack frontside freeze. It's incredible, the new generations of athletes. Some of the freestyle stuff they do is just out of this world.
It's incredible what these guys can throw down. And there we go. Austin put down a 5.83 on that wave, which got him up to 11.23, but he's still going to need a solid wave in this last minute. So it's going to be a 9-point ride in 2 minutes. You don't really have much time. Maybe if you're lucky, you might get 2 waves, but if you want to get really critical and aggressive, it's probably going to be 1 excellent wave, which that's going to be tough.
Yeah, that's going to be in harsh deals. I mean, Noe threw that 8-point right off of the bat.
Just that's not going to be quite big enough to get those.
He needed a set wave for sure if he wanted to have the chance there.
He is surfing well, and that 11-point, that's a pretty high score for a lot of people in this.
That would be, you would be fine going through, but he's just Noe Kuyala, which I am very impressed with. This is the best surfing I've ever seen from him.
And there we go. Noe Kuyala pulls that up to a 15.3. So for Austin here, he's going to have to put a 9.5.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen anyone throw that score yet. So if he does, he's going to have to bust out moves none of us have seen and
claim it. And absolutely. Then you can see Otis getting ready, and some of the athletes just having a look, seeing how it is. There we can see on the phone, checking the scores. Obviously his teammate Noe Kuyala out there, so same gear, same stuff, knows that it can do it. Can Otis push it as well?
Exactly. It also gives you an indication of what you should ride, seeing what these guys ride. There he goes. Is he going to go for that 3? No, he's going to go for a nice little carve. Back to the face. Oh, 360
nice
there.
here. Such a shame. Oh, that foil. Oh. Always when these guys come off the foil, all I can think is the foil going through the wing. You can see as it just, marginally misses there. Chucho, okay. Having to go off of the wave a little bit because it looked like Noah was just right in his path. But Chucho at the moment in the lead so far. Here we see Austin. Little grab air on the bottom side. And there's the buzzer.
Here's the buzzer. I got to say, I think Noah has got that one. Unfortunately, this is going to be the end of the road for Austin, but he did have an incredible session out there, and well done, Austin. We look forward to hearing about how it was riding out there, and we'll catch you guys soon. So now we have Chucho and Axel, and who is the next round going after Chucho?
So we are going to have out there on the water is going to be Tom Albert versus Hugo Maring. Here we are. Those are the two athletes getting ready to go. And just having a look at the scores there before. Noe Kuyala, he had an 8.23, a 6.07, a 6.40, and a 7.07. Very consistent on high scores there for Noe. So definitely he's looking like he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in this competition. And then before, let's have a little look-see as we refresh this.
He put in a few wave count too there. It was about 9 waves out of the 12, which is good to see that you've got 12 waves max here. I think it's 8 in your first half, and then you've got 12 in total. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, so they've changed this. 2 waves still count. If there are overlaps, they have 10 waves. If there are no overlaps, they have 12 waves. So the guys will have 12 waves on the overlaps. It's when it singles out. So it's when it's man versus man. They're going to go down on that. So information just changed for us. So here we can see Fukuda, your Japanese
it's pretty cool to see
athlete getting ready as well.
People coming in from different parts of the world.
Cool.
As the sport grows and we start to see these athletes coming in from Japan and all over, it's pretty
exciting. The rising sun, mate. The rising sun. Yeah, it has a very big... a very powerful SUP athlete. Guys. Estudio. You guys have to... Okay. All right, so we can see that pink flag up, so meaning that the priority is going to be with heat number 4. Chuchuno Axel Gerard, 7 and 7.
Wow. And then 7.23 and 6.73. That is, the scores are getting pushed up this morning. We're starting to see everyone getting a little bit more critical, and the judges being like, wow, the level is getting higher and more close and competitive. And to push into those 8s, as Noe did, you're going to have to do something that surprises the judges and really goes, wow, get a good set wave, perform perfectly from top to bottom, and show them what's possible. Those 7s, though, those boys are getting there. There's some incredible wave riding there. And I look forward to seeing what they can put down in this next sort of 2.5 minutes of this heat to see if Chucho can overtake Noe or is actually going to throw down something. I saw him in the days leading up to here practicing some backflips.
Yeah, I saw him practicing those as well. And kind of, also I saw Noe trying to kind of like a BMX flare where they'd literally go off, kind of backflip 180 and land back on the wave.
Wow.
So we've seen that in kiting as they kind of do like a transition turn into the wave. So we've seen Noe already going for those 360s, but yeah, the youngsters, they're coming with power. I mean, any given day, a 7 and a 6, you are in easy grounds to be going through it, and this is only round number 2.
Yeah.
Tom here, very nice laid back style. He was actually one of the first athletes to be out there on the water this morning. He's keen.
He wanted to make sure the conditions were right. He had all the gear right, all dialed in. And you see those top athletes, they just get out there and just check after it, make sure that the spot hasn't changed, the sandbanks are different, the size is a little bit different today, so it's not going to be like riding the other day. And how are they going to ride it? And there we go, Axel Gerard coming through with another one. Look at it there, wow. Is this going to be the 7-point ride? I don't think so with how this face is lining up. But I think that he will... Oh, nice. A little 360. Super clean there. It's walling up at the end. Chucho's going high at the top. He got some air game there. There we go. Under the lip. Nice. That was critical. That is going to be what the judges are looking for. But can he ride out of this? If he can get in front of that face again, I think this could be a pretty good wave for him. If it's going to wall up. If not, if he's done with it, we'll see in just a second. Yeah, he is calling that. He is done. So will that improve his score? I am not too sure. With 50 seconds on the clock, he's going to be looking out for a set out the back and hopefully able to get one more good score. There we have Zany paddling out. I think he is going to be coming up in heat 6 of this round 2. No, he is heat 7. In heat 6, we have Leon and Capuno, and they're going to be coming up shortly. So, is there anything coming in this last 20 seconds of this heat 4? There we go. We have Hugo Marin on a wave. Nice and critical. See, sort of grabbing down to that rail. That's a big thing you can do on that heel side turns, is really reach down and makes the flow of that turn. He is sitting that wing nicely. You can see as he comes down there, he lifts that backhand up so it sits above the wave face and kind of gets that wind that's coming up the face and blows underneath the wing and keeping it super steady. It's a real tricky thing to judge where you should keep your wing on that heel side maneuvers, but I think I really like how Hugo's holding that. Oh, nice little drone view of us here. So we're sitting up at that point. As you can see, those guys are riding up. There's a yellow buoy just on our left side behind this. We have Leon and Capuno in the next heat, but back to this point, up on the left there, we have the buoy that's the top of the wave, and then they run all the way through, down through that bay. So that's a pretty cool view of the point that we're working with. There we go. Hugo Maroon riding that all the way into the inside. Look how critical he's getting there. Nice. He isn't, you can see on that heel side, it's hard to be really crouched and compressed as we see with the regular riders. But the way he's flowing through and turning on that is a pretty stylish riding style.
On the electronics.
There we go. We have Tom Aubert on a nice wave there. Really, you can see that small nuance of him pumping it as he's going. I think he may have gone on a little bit too small of a foil here. But that's the judgment he made when the set goes like this. Look at that. That is beautiful. That is a nice set wave. Oh, that is very unfortunate because that could have been a great score for him to lay down. We've started that second clock. You can't see on the screen here, but we have started with Leon and Capuno. So they are out there. They've got about 17 minutes for those joining us now. We are running overlapping heats. First 10 minutes, those guys have priority. The second 10 minutes of your heat, you have priority. But you have overlapping on both your first and your second half of your heat. So for your first, there's 20 minutes from minute 20 down to minute 10. You don't have priority versus the other heat from minute 10 down to minute 0, and you do have priority. And there are flags on the point that are going to tell you who is in priority and who is not. But there we see Capuno. He is looking for a wave out the back there, riding a GoFoil board and foil setup with F1 wing. We can see their scores have just started to come up on the board. Tom Aubert is sitting there with a 5.03. The judges really liked that wave he was on, but he could have capitalized on that. I think he could have got into the 6s or 7s with a nice one there. Whoa, Capuno. Oh, just going down, but that was a nice aerial maneuver there in a critical section, which, as we say, that has consequences, and that's when the riders go down. There we go. Tom Aubert getting another good set wave, wrapping it under the face. Nice. Nice. Right there, you can see that second section. That's what we're talking about here. There is times when this wave just sections in multiple places, and you've got to use the opportunity. It can sometimes fade if it's not quite big enough, but otherwise it can break, and you've got 2 sections to run around. So doing an aerial maneuver in that spot that he did there was a critical timing. So 11.57 is the total for Hugo Marin, and 10.30 for Tom Aubert. They're going to be looking to capitalize on this. They're going to wanting to be back into those 7s that those boys were throwing earlier. And Hugo won this event 2 years or 3 years ago now. We had a gap year for a year, but 3 years ago, Hugo won this. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can put down. Nice face there. It's about head high there, right in that critical pocket. So that's allowing him to really work with it. He's going out there wide, back underneath it. Nice. That's what the judges are going to be looking for, that slip just under that white water and then coming back out again. Hey, we are going on standby on the live stream. We are just trying to resolve a technical issue and we will be back with you guys shortly.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I'm going to laugh for the lack of crying. The roof of our studio suddenly started to drop water all the way around. Hey. Oh, this day just gets better and better. Just had a random person move in and take our camera completely away. So, we got to laugh, but we do apologize, guys. The roof of our studio suddenly started to drip water all over the equipment, so we had to run out before getting chicken fries. And thankfully now we are back. Duct tape, I recommend everybody to have in your bag. We are now in round number 3, heat number 1, as we have the Bouillet brothers put away the China Mum, and then finishing off round number 2, heat number 8. I mean, that's the first sunny location, hole in the roof, mate.
And a sunny location that drips water.
Yeah.
A little bit of condensation here and a little bit of evaporation from the water, and
didn't see that one coming.
No, I didn't see that one either. But now we're back in here, and we're back for the end of round 2, the start of round 3. These guys have 15 seconds on the clock. It looks like Liam Carell has got a pretty good score here. It's going to take a decent one from Clement to knock him out there, but he still has the ability with 3 seconds to go. Can he get into this wave? 1-0. They are out on the clock there.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see and wait for those scores to be confirmed. But again, Liam looking very nice. As we were mentioning a little earlier in the stream, 14, 15, 16s is kind of the numbers that the top guys are making it. And those are the scores to be beaten. We saw Noé Kuyala before with some very nice riding. There we can see, I think that was Liam, even though his heat is over. So Camille Bouillet, Julien Bouillet, and there we can see Vinicius Martins is going to be making his way back out. So just waiting for confirmations here. Yep. Alright, so 10 more minutes for the Bouillet brothers. There we can see Vinny on his way out as well.
He's going to be up against Wesley Brito in that next heat, which that's going to be a pretty exciting heat to see. Wesley Brito was the wave champion from last year, and then we've got the two Boyard brothers at the moment, and they both got some ripping waves in that last little set that came through, and it's going to be interesting to see who can pull ahead here. Julian and Camille have been on the tour since it started, and it's pretty exciting to see these guys keep here over the years as these young guns are coming up, but these older guys are going, no, we're still in the ballpark here, don't count us out yet. And they've got 8.5 minutes left on the clock, which means Vinny will be going in for their heat because it's overlapping now, so they will be in the water and about to start their heat. They'll have 18 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, as that is that heat number 2, round number 3, elimination round. After this round number 3, we're going to be having a 25-minute break before we go into round number 4, the quarterfinals here. So at the moment, we already have getting ready to rumble Finn Spencer, Noé Kuyala, Casper Zola, Chucha Nunot, Benoit Carpentier, Jeffrey Spencer, Ollie Buckingham, and Malo Genole. So those are the athletes that are going to be fighting it out here in round number 3.
Nice. This is a good wave. Getting it outside the point. If you can let go of that wing and start ripping outside there, and if that carries all the way through to the inside, and you throw some critical turns as you go through that, the judges are really going to reward that. So on our screen, that first one, we have Camille on the first wave, and Julian on that second wave. Wrapping it under. Face is holding. It's not as big as I think you would have hoped for it through this section, but it does get a little bit smaller through here. It should hopefully fade and then build again for that second section. So we're going to see what these boys can pull out. Julian on the wave behind is getting a nice one too, right into that white water. Oh, nice. That control that he came out with there, that was pretty impressive.
Laid back style here from Julian. You can see Camille a little bit more, heavier on the turns, but Julian really throwing nice air there from Cami. Oh, answers back.
it's those sections, the same sort of points are hitting them with the airs, where the maneuvers can be thrown. Oh, there we go. Camille as well again. So there they go, back to back, all the way through to the inside. They're just coming past us in the commentating booth. And they're keeping carrying that on. Is he going to throw something on the inside? I think these boys are going to want to ride it right into the beach, almost up the sand, to show the judges that this is where it can be taken if we ride these waves all the way through. Look at there. He pretty much was on the beach and having a Red Bull with everyone else up there.
Yeah, just chilling, getting his wings, mate. Get in his wings, because we know Red Bull does give you wings. And Vinicius Martins here. I haven't seen Wesley yet.
I haven't either.
And here we can see the beautiful location that we have down here. These boys coming out to play, Wesley Bricio and Vinicius Martins, as we have here the West Point Hotel. All of those bungalows right next to the waves. You can see the swell from the shower and the beautiful lullaby of the sound of the ocean to get the snoozers in.
There are worse places to be, and this is an incredible spot we have here. There we go. There's Wesley. He was out there. He was just hiding from us.
Use patience. One of the most powerful athletes on tour. You can see him out there with the unit D-Lab. The Black Mamba.
He really is. You can see on that hillside, he is making it a smaller wave here that he's got, but he really was wrapping that under, getting under the white water, and showing the control that he has. He's a big guy too, so Wesley is most likely riding bigger foils, the same as what the guys were riding the other day, the 800, I'd assume.
Yeah, I think he's out there on that 850 card D-Lab, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least that was on his board there yesterday. Oh, nice. Roundhouse. And like you're saying, Aiden, you know, really having to pump because he's one of the heavier riders, but managing to keep it together back up. So hopefully he's going to be going all the way along. No, going to decide against this. I mean, let's not forget that tide is starting to get to a point where they're going to have to be looking for those maneuvers. And on the Bouillier brothers, we got an 8.93, 8.0, 49403, 217583. So very, very similar in between those two. 4 minutes to go. I wonder how the parents are. They're probably going, you know, the magical question, which son do you love more?
Oh, as a parent, I can imagine that's no easy feat, but it looks like some scores are dropping for both of them here, pretty even again, so it's going to be interesting to see. One of them is really going to have to show them something different and something unique to pull ahead of the other. As we talk about, whenever scores are really close, it's hard for the judges to distinguish between who the best rider is on that day. So if you are really wanting to push ahead, you have to do something that no one has seen and they're going to be surprised by and actually really blow their minds. And that's going to help change your score and be like, wow, that's what he can put down.
I mean, we saw that with Noah trying those 360s onto the wave, you know, mixing it up and kind of mixing the freestyle out there. But of course, you know, the Bouillier brothers, if I was out there with my brother, I'd say, okay, whoever goes through pays the bar tab. that would be a very good reason. But yeah, here we can see Cammy perusing and perusing.
Nice. He's going to want another good wave. Because after those both two waves, the first two waves they got there, it was pretty close in interaction to 4.9 to 5.83. I think Camille's going to want his backup score at least up to that 6s so that he can actually really show everyone what he can do and get through to this next round. It's going to be a little bit of push against Julian. Oh, he goes down there.
Oh, yeah. You can see Cammy out there on the Everwing Gold with the Alula. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's on the Beluga, looking like the LTD. And the last time, yep, so he would be around 45 litres.
So we got some scores dropping from those boys off that last wave. They caught all the way into the beach. Camille with a 6.37. That's going to be what he wanted. And Julian, we're waiting for that score to drop, that second score. What is it going to be?
I don't know. I mean, Cammy, he did kind of fall off the wave at the end, but had some very nice turns. The guys, they are, you know, very, very close between the two of them. And as I mentioned before, you can see the RD athletes normally ride the 45 litre, but we've seen some of the athletes go a little bit more here to be able to get through. But yeah, 45, 55, 65 seems to be the average for all of them. And then of course out there on the Blaze, But here, Wesley Brito just cruising along. Waves are looking nice, Aiden.
They are. There's definitely a lot more consistent sets coming through, a bit more than I expected when looking out earlier this morning. It sort of looked a little bit spaced out, but as we're progressing through the day, and I think that tide's changing, I think it's allowing a few more sets. There are still those flat spots, so you really have to get a good set wave for it to link all the way through, but you can see when it hits that next bank, it lines up again. And the judges are understanding that there is that flat spot in between. You might have to use the wing to connect that, but then, okay, drop that wing and let's show how you can rip in the second half of the wave.
Nice roundhouse there. So you can see Julian working this one all the way to the end. He knows he's on that final minute. Julian so far slightly ahead.
Yeah.
Sliding out of the top, 6.40, 5.83.
He's got 40 seconds on the clock. Maybe he can get out the back there for another set wave if there is something coming, or even half ride it. Wesley, that was getting critical. Was he going to go for like a sort of a layback sort of 3 off that one? I'm not too sure there.
He was definitely pushing, but yeah, unfortunately he went down there. I mean, he's in the lead. He has a 6.82 out there as we are 20 seconds to closing out this heat. And then coming up next, we will be seeing Finn Spencer, Noe Kuyala. This is a heat I am very excited to be coming out on the water. Finn Spencer, day number 1, ruled. He was getting the top scores together with Cash Rizzola, and then today, I say the athlete that stands out the most has been Kuyala.
Yeah, exactly. Noe has been ripping, so it is going to be a tough choice between those two, and I think it's going to be a good battle.
There we are, those two boys getting ready. Finn Spencer, Noe Kuyala. And here we can see the beautiful West Point Hotel as we are here getting ready. As I said before, you got all of the bungalows right against the water. You can pretty much smell the ocean from your bed. And it's just such a cool location to be. Great food, great vibe, great temperature, great waves, great winds. It's a winner.
That's an all-round winner for me, especially close to Europe as well.
It is.
So if you're living up in Europe, it's just an easy flight down, search up when the waves are coming in, and then make that last-minute trip. Come down here. Check it out.
And also, about 15 minutes down the road, you have the DAKHLA Lagoon as well. So great for freestyle, great for general free riding. 300-ish days of wind a year, and like you say, direct flights. There's actually a direct flight from Paris that comes straight to DAKHLA, because if not, you have to go through Casablanca. But yeah, I mean, for example, I came from Madrid, jumped on a 7 o'clock flight, was here by 12:30 in the evening, and you're riding the next morning. Don't get better.
That's pretty special. And look, that was a last minute change in that heat there. Camille came out with a 5.73 to overtake Julian to get a 12.6 total. So Camille is going to be going through. So you can see there that you can't let your guard down until the buzzer comes. It's important here, especially in these wave competitions.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday as well on the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. We saw with one of the heats between Sebastian Rubedo and Pedro Matos, two of the best surfers that we have. Pedro Matos won, making himself go into the finals by 0.04 of a point. That is what I call hairline differences. But best athletes in the world, every decimal counts.
Exactly. Every little extra bit you can add to it is going to impress the judges, and that can add to your score. And overall, when it's 2 combined scores, each point makes a difference.
Yeah, I always do. I always do love when you're competing, especially in waves. There's also that woe factor. One of the beauties of the wave riding is that if you are on the swell before the buzzer, that wave will count. So the heat can be over, but you can have athletes still riding out there, and kind of that excitement level starts to boil up, because it's like, oh wait, this is a good one. He could do this. She could do this. What's going to happen? And then you get that change of the final moments. I think it's really special, and we've seen that multiple times here today. Now, Kuyala, as we said before, looking like the best athlete out there this morning, but Finn was the best athlete on the first day. Let's see how he does. Smooth.
There we go. Noah's taking that all the way in. He got a good score a score right from the start. That's not going to be what I'm assuming that they're going to want to keep here. in this heat, from seeing the past few days, they both had the 16 or the 15 to 16 scores. So you're probably going to be wanting to get those 7s and those 8s. That's pretty much what your keepers are. You're going to look at these 4s. Yeah, they're going to be good places scores in case a set doesn't come through, but realistically, these guys are going to want to be looking for those 7s and those 8s.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in that previous heat of Noe, he had an 8.23 for that first wave. It's always good to get a good wave to start off, but it gives you a confident boost. And at the moment, it looks like Finn 1.77, Noe 4.5, but we know those are going to be switching up as they've both had a wave out there. Here we can see Vinicius Martins as they are on the second half of their heat. Vinny, just getting caught out.
Yeah, and a little bit of a lull here. Nothing like those faces we just saw for the Camille brothers at the start of their heat, but hopefully with another 6 minutes to go in this heat, I think we should have another set come through, and the boys should roll through on that, and that'll be interesting to see what they can put out.
Yeah, Wesley in a bit of a sticky situation as well. He hasn't been too comfortable out there. I mean, wind is on the lighter side, waves are on the smaller side. You know, being one of the bigger riders, it's really when the size starts to get into the waters where this guy excels. So powerful. But hey, we saw him in the final moments in that round number 1 take the win. It ain't over until it's over. Here, Wesley Brito just about to drop in.
Exactly. Look at that. That nice. I do love when you are riding Goofy on a right hand point break, that you can just grab that rail. That is a very stylish move.
Yeah, opening up, opens the shoulders. Where the head goes, the body will follow, just looking over. Beautiful surfing here from the Cape Verdean.
Nice.
This is where it starts to, run down that sandbar, and you really have to speed along if you want to get past this section. He goes for the 3. Does he get it? Oh, such a shame.
Not quite sticking it. That would have been definitely getting it up into that excellent score range, because that was a critical section there. That's what we're talking about. Throwing those maneuvers right there. Look, he's coming right over the white water. He's just a little bit unfortunate on how he stomped that landing, but
and the wing was just getting caught there as well. But that's what I mean. In the end, that's what the judges want, is that critical point. And Wesley, he knows he's got to push it. I mean, what has he got? He's got a 3.4 and a 3.5, so about 3.5. So he would need around a 6-ish without getting the old calculator out for him to be able to go into first position with Vinny.
He might have been able to get that. That first half of that wave was really good. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges are going to reward that incomplete maneuver.
Agreed. And here we can see Noe speeding up from the point. Okay, going windsurf style here.
Nice.
Okay, now letting go and going on the way. He already has a few turns. Beautiful power surfing here from the young Corsican athletes. Does the 360 into the foam ball. Oh, hits the old tightrope.
He's already got a 6.23 and a 4.5. That's a good score to start with. Putting some pressure on Finn right from the bat. But it's going to be... Where are we looking at here? Wesley. These guys have 3 minutes, and what did he get there? He got a 4.10, so he is going to need another good score, and he's probably going to have to land one of those maneuvers. Oh, going down again, that's not what he's going to want. You kind of lose sort of 45 seconds to a minute no matter how you place it with going down. Yeah,
you can see here. I mean, if you're going to fall off, it's better to fall off at the top of the competition area, because then you are back in position quicker, and especially with 2.5 minutes to go, he can do the old wind dance and wave dance, and hopefully another set will come through. But yeah, it is starting to get pressure there for Wesley.
The only tricky part at that top, if you're too far off the point, is you are in that wind shadow.
Yeah, very true.
So you've it's that first sort of third you don't want to come down in, and then it's like okay from there, and then closer to there, then you can get up easily. But if you are close to where those flags sit on the point, there is a wind shadow there, as those buildings are rather high and that cliff is rather high. It sort of runs over the top of it.
Yeah, and you can see Vinny is definitely right back in position. And here
he's going to be creeping up, and that's what we do a lot on the wingfoiling, is you get on a wave and you sit quite wide and you creep right up to the point to see, like, okay, you don't have to use as much windward gain, but as soon as you have a little bit of wave energy underneath you, you can creep so much higher up into the wind.
All right, Vinny. So Vinny's on the wave. So I think you're right, Wesley. He is down.
So yeah, it can cost you a bit, and that's where he's in that wind shadow right now.
And Vinny, who he's up against, is on a very nice wave. Already a couple stylish roundhouse all the way along. This is where it's that middle section. You want to stay close to that foam ball. And then now is when they're going to point forward, because it's when it starts to run down that little beach break here.
Yeah, it should stand up again, and hopefully he can. I think he's going to have to throw a freestyle maneuver in here as well. Oh, you can see there he's twisting for that 3.
Does he get
nice.
it? Does he get it? Yes,
that was very clean. That sort of quick touchdown and back up on foil. That was very clean, right on the edge of the wave, so that was perfect.
Yeah, very nice there from Vinny. I mean, not in the critical section of the wave, so it's going to add scores, but, you know, if the one from Wesley was landed, it would have been very well scored. And the one we saw from Noe in that first seat was right, pretty much, but still, that is going to, I reckon, that could be the nail in the coffin.
Exactly, that could have settled a score, even if it just gives him another high 4. It'll be enough for Wesley to have to put down a high score in this 34 seconds left. That's running pretty low on time. We haven't seen Finn out here throw any waves yet, so I'm waiting for a good interaction between these two riders.
Yeah, and here, Noe. Yeah, no, both of the boys are kind of be a bit chilled. Does he continue? He's really trying. He hits it in the right place.
He is.
He has yet to land it. If he gets one of those airs, it's going to really push his score up, because we've seen him get into the 8s without it. 360 kind of just going back.
He is using up a lot of his wave count right now. We still have 11 minutes on this count, and that's 6 waves.
Yeah, so he's already used half of his wave count. So He's got to be careful. I mean, Finn being a lot more conservative, but I think also, you know, when you're up against riders like Finn or like Noe, you know that you have to get those set waves. Here we can see Kasper Zola is going to be coming out into the water together with Chucho. And there we can see the beautiful drone image here of the West Point Hotel. This right-hand point break, breaking all the way from in front of the bungalows and then wraps around the point. This is the beautiful place that we have here for the DAKHLA Morocco World Cup. All right, Wesley is on his way out unless anything has changed, which we will wait for validation to come in. But no, it isn't. Validation is in. So Vinicius Martin has taken out Wesley Brito, moving through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations to him. Great riding.
He's going to be excited with that. That's going to definitely put him up on the overall leaderboard for the yearly total. And I'm looking forward to seeing how far Vinny can go. He's up against Camille Boyar in the next heat. This is going to pull him up the rankings a bit.
Yeah, because I mean, Wesley Brito was 9th overall. Vinny was 17th overall. So definitely, as you're saying there, that's going to be a switch up. So definitely going to be coming up on the old leaderboard here on the overall ranking. I'm going to say he's probably going to be able to make his way through into the top 10 on tour going into that final event over there in the DAKHLA.
There we go. Now Finn's getting his first wave. First proper wave. We've seen a 0.5 and a 1.77, so maybe there was a crash on that, or maybe he just wasn't stoked with how it was forming up. But this is the
in-outs.
This is the style we're expecting to see from Finn. Really compressed, really just wrapping those turns from bottom to rail at the top.
Roundhouse, very nice. Oh, lets it loose. Beautiful surfing here from the Canadian.
Bam. Wow. Good air just underneath the lip into the pocket, and it looks like that wave is going to be standing up in front of him there, so he was definitely cautious on, is it going to roll too fast? But there we go, wrapping it back under the face. You can see it looks pretty small at the moment, but as that next section hits the sandbar, it's going to stand up again and give him a good wave all the way through. All
the way along, and he's going all the way out onto the shoulder, coming back. Judges are going to be loving this. Does he get it?
No.
He's going for that backside free, but just not quite getting the land in there, but still all the way out to the shoulder. Opens that, cars back. Here we can see that air mid-face. Great wave there from Spencer.
He's going to be excited with that. Happy to get a score under his belt and see how it pushes through into the into the rest of this heat. He's got 6.5 minutes, so he's going to need a few more of those to really stack up a score. There's Chucho. They have 16 minutes, and he's up against Cash Bazzola, who was last year's champion.
Yeah, tell me, obviously, Aiden, you spend a lot of time with Cash. Tell me a little bit about him, because we can see he's such a character on and off the water, but the thing that really amazes me with him is he's always thinking out of the box.
He is, and he's literally just here to have fun. Like, I don't know if you guys heard about the Cape Verde where he chucked off the wing and went to get barreled, and how that story came about is Finn and him had a bet of whoever made it to the finals had to try getting barreled at the final. And it's that kind of characteristic that these guys have on tour that is like, hey, if you make it here, why didn't you try doing this?
Yeah.
And, 7.57 for Finn, so that was a high score. That's what he's going to be looking for. Got Cash, a little slide in there. Not as much control as he would have hoped for in there, but that was a tricky landing as he came down slightly sideways.
So what's Cash using out there? Oh, the ballerina.
Just so smooth there. He's on the MA 800. I'm pretty sure he's on a Dart 140 tail just to loosen it up a bit. Mm-hmm. He rides a 795 mast, a little bit shorter, but that's what he rides on general. Unless it's big waves, as we saw in South Africa, he was riding the 865. Mm-hmm. And then I think he's on a 4 meter there.
I think I saw a 4.
So, and then he rides a 40 liter FG board. So just a wing board, and he is out there ripping.
Yeah, here we can
Noah
see him
there
just
as well. That was
slashing.
That was a nice maneuver from Noah, just sort of off the lip.
I will say, Noah, he looks very complete, very comfortable out here.
Yeah.
You see him out there on the rocket as well. New wakeboard there from F1. And he just, you can see he has the flow. He's chilling around, really linking it together and hitting the wave in the critical part pretty much every single time. Wow, so far Finn, he's in the lead, but Finn having that 6.23 and now going on another set wave. Now Finn is going to be starting to do some damage.
Finn just threw a 360 out the back there, just outside the point, showing right from the top that he can throw something. And you can just see, I think Finn just really carries his speed nicely through this. It doesn't ever look like he's slowing down. It's like, okay, I'm wrapping that up, I'm bringing it into the pocket, come back down, bring it under the white water.
I love how he does the roundhouses and back to the white water and, kind of like slaps the foil out. I mean, it's so hard because, it literally is letting the foil loose and then, engaging back into the white water. But yeah, Finn with yet another good ride all the way down the sandbar, as this is going to be putting him through into first position for sure.
Yeah, I think he's going to be excited with how that went, and we'll see another good score from him. I think it might be in the 6s, so that will put some pressure on Noah. Noah seeing that he's got that, and Noah sitting down in the water a little bit. It puts a little bit of pressure on you with 3 minutes to go, going, I've got to get a good set wave. I've got to get a good set wave.
Yeah. I mean, but then, competition is not just the talent or your physical talent or what you're doing on the water. It's also the mental talent as well, to be able to, there's athletes that have that pit bull mentality where it's like they go onto the water and it's like, I'm going to win this.
Yeah.
And then you can also see, some psychological athletes that, depending on how they are on the beach before, you could almost tell if they're going to do well or not. Mm-hmm. It is such a mind game out there. But yeah, at the moment, leaders of these heats, we have Cash Bazzola there in first position with a 7.30 for that nice wave of his. Currently is Noe Kuyana with a 10.73, but waiting for a couple of scores. There we go. Just going to be dropping in. So 7.57 there for Finn on that first big one, and now around a 5 to 6 is going to be dropping for that next one.
Yeah, and Noe had that 7 on that last wave that's about to drop there, so he got a 6.23 in that wave before with a 7.03, so that's going to put him in a good stead. So 2 minutes on the clock. Finn's really going to want to look for a good wave from top to bottom, because it has Noe leading at the moment there. So let's see. what Finn can pull out. 2 minutes in the clock. He's going to want a set wave, and he's going to want to be critical right from the top to the bottom. He's going to want another one of those 7.57s to really push through.
Yeah, we are currently heat number 4 and heat number 3 of round number 3 out there. 8 heats here in this round number 3. The winners will be making their way through to the quarterfinals. And then we are going to be having a 25-minute break at the end of this round. Idea is to push all the way through the Wingfoil today and then maybe switch it over to our sister tour of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour, the kite surfing discipline of the women. Crowning champion yesterday, James Caruth, 2 for 2. He has won the last 2 events, and he is definitely has one goal and one goal only to become world champion once again. But here now on the water, here we can see Chucho. Nice!
Nice, Chucho. That's where he's going to want to be landing. He will feel good after that, and now he's going to want to get the flow of the rest of the wave. Unfortunately, it looks like that was really a one-hit wonder on that one. The wave isn't standing up as high as you'd hope. I think in those size, the judges are really taking account of how big of a set wave you are getting. It is standing up a little bit. Or Finn's out on another one. He doesn't have much time on the clock, so this is going to be an important wave for him.
Oh, nice. Open face carve. There you go. I love those roundhouses. Can he get it? Yes, he does. Airs as well. This could be a deal breaker.
It is close here between Noe and Finn.
Yeah, 20 seconds. I wonder if Noe was in position. Oh,
little ball down.
Noe is on a wave as well, so it is going to come down to the wire.
So Finn is on a 5.5. He's going to have to improve on. Noe, a nice round 360 there.
Yeah, just to start.
Oh, there we go. And the clock is finished, so whatever this wave gets, whatever Noe can throw through here, that was actually very clean. So is Noe going to improve on his 6.23, or is Finn going to improve on his 5.5? Noah's riding that all the way into the beach. The judges are going to love that. That was a long ride. Unfortunately, not. His last move wasn't complete, but the judges are going to assess the rest of that wave, and I think they're going to give him a pretty good score for that one. He has overall, I think he's rode that wave really well, and we're going to start with our next heat, Heat 5 overlapping. They're going to come in now, so Benoit Carpenter and Tom Aubert. It's going to be interesting to see what is happening here, and is it going to be Finn or Noe? We are still waiting for confirmation on that result, but here we are at that west point. You can see the wave coming all the way in. Beautiful spot
here. It just
here.
rolls down, and as we've been really fortunate because the forecast was not amazing, and we can see just starting to roll these right hand point breaks, and the tide is very high now. I just saw a splash across the water here, so tide is up, which is good, because one of the things that was making us having to stop with the wingfoiling was the depth. We've seen actually quite a few athletes going out on shorter masts, which I never thought would have been a thing to avoid.
Yep.
Some of the old the old rocks or the sandbars that's happening down here. So Cash Pizzola 7.30, Chucho 3.77, but I know scores are being updated for those two. And waiting for both Finn and Noe to see their numbers coming through, but it's going to be close. But if you had to, who would you say? I think maybe that last wave of Noe might have edged him past, but it's going to be a close one. You kind of need to see everything to be able to see what's happening. But here,
he did ride that all the way through. So that is going to be a close one. It's going to be interesting to see. We're still waiting for that last score to drop from Noe. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, still waiting
for the last results to come in.
Yeah, to be confirmed here. Benoit Carpentier, Tom Aubert, Benoit. He has been a world champion wave SUP athlete. Very powerful longball style, this man.
Who do we have? Do we have Leon out here as well, or is he's not for the next round, isn't he?
Yeah, he is in the next round.
So he is out there a little bit, just sneaking on a wave on the inside there.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful because if he interferes with the heat, he will be disqualified.
Yeah.
We saw it, we saw it on the kiting yesterday, where unfortunately Ali Bikali went out with the wrong lycra color, and judges did not score him. Alright. Oh, stylish. Tom Bear. Away. Oh, nice. Little re-entry there from Cash. As the guys are starting to go in 360. Makes that look so easy.
He doesn't. He comes straight back up on foil. It's like the board only touches on the back corner. Oh, look at that. Just that little hack. It's his surfing. I don't know if you've seen him watch him shortboard surf as well. Like, it's incredible on the style, and he takes so much of that. Cash has only been doing wind sports for the last 5 years. It's not been his entire... Didn't grow up since a young kid doing it, and he, he's still a young kid, but in the overall sense of... Some of these guys started windsurfing and that since they were 7 or 8 with their parents and family, and they come from that background. Cash comes from more of a surfing background. You can really see that experimental, that sort of that Maui fun. I don't know if you've been over there, but those boys just love to have fun at Hokipa and Lanes. They go out there. He trains with Finn all the time, and it's interesting to see how those boys in consequential waves are just doing exactly the same thing. So when it comes to these waves where they don't have as much consequence on the inside, they just go, oh, I can throw that. Yeah, I can. Oh, no problem. That lip looks perfect for this. And yeah, makes everything feel a lot more relaxing after those. Oh, that was a big air for
Chucho. Can he make that work? It's one of the best airs we've seen so far.
It was. Right into the white water. Using that section and then getting back ahead of it again. This is going to be a score he's going to want.
Flipping that wing around.
This
nice.
Is a good oh, look at that.
Double or nothing.
This is, Chucho's riding really nicely. He's put a lot of work into his wave riding recently, and you can see that coming out.
And still waiting for results to come in, but Chucho, Cash is going to have to get a groove on her.
He's putting some pressure on, and that wave held through for a long way.
Yeah,
so
he wave selection, obviously, when conditions are marginal, is key. And here we can see Benoit Carpentier coming all the way down the line. He's just going to be appearing in front of our live stream booth very shortly, as we're waiting to see if those results are coming in. It's taking a little bit of a while. I think there were some close ones out there.
we got Tom O'Bear out there playing in a nice face, but a bit of the white water from a previous set wave. It's also interesting to see how that surfing sort of style, how when they do come down on the wave, they start to just ride it like a surfboard. Even they forget the foil's even there underneath them. They sort of come down on it and they keep that front foot pressure and it drives through, and then they just bring it up comfortably. Yeah. It's not like, whoa, I'm sitting here. It's like, yep, cool. Bring it back up. And that's pretty cool to see. Especially the level. I think the level's got so much higher and everyone's got so much closer, especially in these smaller conditions. It's exciting to see. Progression of the sport.
Alright, so it seems like they're just waiting for some of the scores to be coming through so we can find out who was it. Was it Cash Brazola or Chucho Nunot, and was it Finn Spencer or Noe Kuyala who will be moving their way into the quarterfinal heat number 2? Day number 4 down here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco, the second of the wave discipline, as we were over there in Cape Verde. And here we can see the beautiful location of the West Point Hotel with that nice peeling right hand point break here in the Atlantic. You can see all the bungalows that are right next to the water.
pretty nice to be able to just stay there, eat your breakfast, come walk down, check out the break. Even go out for an early morning session before breakfast starts, and then come back down and set up for the day.
Yeah, surfing in the morning, kiting, winging, windsurfing in the afternoon, and then crack a couple cold ones in the evening. Don't get much better.
It is lovely. It definitely does get a little bit lighter in the morning, so it is perfect for that surfing environment. As we saw, I think it was Finn Spencer was out on a shortboard earlier this morning.
Yes.
Just having a little rip around and taking that opportunity when the swell's a little bit bigger and they've got before their heats to warm up, feel how the waves are riding. And Chucho.
Chucho is pushing it on the airs.
He knows that he's going up against Cash and he really has to show what his level is, and he is delivering. He is pushing that limit. If he had landed that, I think that would have been a very high score for him. That was a massive air out of the lip.
No, really good. So it does look like there's a little system error right now, so we're trying to get those scores in. As it stands, it would be Noe who would be making his way through. But I'm just waiting for confirmations on this because he has a 7.57 and a 6.13, but waiting for a final wave confirmation. .65 versus a 13.40, 9.13. Cash is on.
We must have missed that with the camera there, but that was a 9.13. He has set the bar high. Chucho is going to have to get some of those ears to really respond to that. And as you can see, Cash just mixing it up. That's the variety that the judges are looking for. A lot of these guys, yes, they're turning from top to bottom, but you get Cash with a lay-down jibe, you get a big turn, you get a hack re-entry, a little bit of an air, a 360 ballerina, just a lot of variety from the top to the bottom. There he is, his layback sort of style. There's that aggressive one, and then there he just sort of went full straight body, leant back in it, kind of like how a longboarder does it. And look at him there, he's coming back on the inside. Oh, little hack. No, that's going to be the end of that wave for him. But
yeah, and I could hear, obviously, because we don't have that timer up there either, so I could hear the timer going off, so I'm going to say that was the end of Cash and Chucho's heats. Benoit, Carpentier, and Tom Aubert are going to have about 10 minutes left, so Jeffrey, Spencer, and Leon are going to be coming out to play, because we can see Benoit still surfing, so yeah, that is going to be right. So it is going to be Jeffrey and Leon coming out. Hopefully those scores will be resolved very shortly. It looks like there's an internet problem. And here, just some drone footage as these two mans come out there. Leon Shell, Jeffrey Spencer. Jeffrey a little bit more of a laid back carving style compared to Finn.
yeah,
Wouldn't you say?
I'd say Finn's a little bit more aggressive in his turning. Jeffrey tends to be a little bit more, as you say, laid back, a little bit more flowy through that, but they both have their own styles and they're both incredible to watch. Finn's just a little bit shorter as well, so just I think he gets that little bit lower, gets that aggression and a little bit less weight too, so you can ride smaller foils and move them a little bit quicker. But they both ride incredibly, and they've both been in the innovative circle of this wingfoiling right from the start.
Yeah, you can see Jeffrey on this first wave. That's just cruising back and forth. Leon also one of the up and coming rippers. So over 17 minutes there for Jeffrey and Leon. Under 10 minutes for Benoit, who has an 11.94. And Tom Aubert, I know he's had some scores, but we're just waiting to see what happens.
As we talked about earlier, Benoit really has that lay down style. You see him on Cape Verde where he on the first year, I'm pretty sure he got second to Wesley think it was, or maybe even beat Wesley at Cape Verde in that first year.
I think you're right. Yeah.
He
Using the old memory banks here.
Yeah, but he had that massive sort of sup background style where he really knows how to work it in the pocket. And you sort of see from those surfers, from those sup guys, they really know where that pocket sits and they know how to keep coming back to it.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the wing guys that are getting into it. That's sort of their biggest mystery is don't want to get rolled too hard in that white water so they don't push it as critically as they could into that white water. But it is really important to show the judges that, hey, no, I'm comfortable sitting under here and I can rip these turns exactly where you want to see me doing it.
Yeah, and also, being used to throwing a bigger board around or being used to throwing more than just a surfboard around. You can see with that Benoit, he's used to having a paddle in his hand. He's used to having, let's say, a 7-foot board under him. So he really is able to push it and kind of get into those critical, positions like we saw back there in Cape Verde. But still waiting for these results to come in.
And something to replace in an appropriate way. Whereas this paddle, he's always having to think about how am I going to place this so it makes my turn look good. Just like this with the wing, it's like, how can I make these big open turns and still make it look good? There we go, Leon on the inside. Leon yesterday came down to this beach break. We were riding a little bit down there and he was ripping.
Oh, he rips.
I saw him catch one all the way in and next second he is tucking in and the whole thing is clamping down on him. I was like, rah. The criticalness of these young riders and the consequences we talked about staying near that pocket, they have no fear of it.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you want to be able to get those top scores, you need to stand out.
Exactly.
And, all of the athletes are tremendously talented. And if you are going to get to those, top parts of the heats, where, the winner of this heat is going to be going through to the quarterfinals. As so far official in the quarterfinals, we have Camille and Vinicius Martin, and then waiting for some scores. Who's it going to be? Noé Cuyana, Finn Spencer, Cash Bazzola, or Chucho Nunes? And we can see Benoit Carpentier dropping in on yet another wave. He's keeping himself busy.
He is. You can just see, we talked about that placement of that wing. He just keeps it in the right spot. Oh, there we go. Nice
Beautiful
little air in the critical and landing in the white water, but not having to use that wing to get around the pocket.
Yeah.
So not so deep that he can't actually ride out of it. It's like, hey, I'm still in this. They give me one little pump and I'll be back into that wave.
Here we can see Benoit.
Nice.
Okay, letting the fin loose at the top, staying at the top now, probably maybe a roundhouse all the way around. There you go, back to the foam wall. Flowy, very flowy. This is going to be a good wave for him.
It is going to be a good wave. Look at that turn there, right underneath the lip. So yeah, it's been interesting to see. You can see how they put a little bit more volume in the nose of their boards, and it's interesting how different boards and different brands have gone for how can we make the board narrow at the tail where you tend to hit, so it comes in a little bit, but then still compact the volume in. Sometimes it's in the thickness of the board. And Leon with a nice little 360 back onto that face. I think that's going to be a good wave for him. He's going to go down that line.
Yeah, here we can see Tom Albert as well out the back.
The white water.
Beautiful.
So that's going to add to the scores these guys are looking for. And we are waiting still to have some scores come up and see what has happened.
All right, so it looks like, it is official. Finn Spencer edging out Noé Cuyana. So Finn Spencer with a 13.70. Waiting for scores from Cash Bazzola and Chucho Nunes was also as close, because that last wave there from Chucho was very nice, but Cash was at about 14 plus. So waiting for that one to be official. But yeah, that's a good win there for Finn, as Noé was riding very well.
Yeah, it's exciting to see these guys just keep pushing the limit, and Finn going through. That's a tough one. That was going to be a tough heat. We knew from the start there. Watching Noé from the morning. Noé had also had a warm-up heat, or not a warm-up, but like an actual heat that he competed in, and it allowed him to just understand where the waves were, and it was super tight there. The sets weren't as consistent in that heat, but those boys made the most of it, and it was exciting to see Looking forward to those lineups next of going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the quarterfinals, so it is going to be Finn up against either Cash or Chucho. So that is going to be a battle of the titans, I can tell you that, whoever it's coming through. But hey, quarterfinals, it's what it's all about. This is when the paths start to come on and we can start to see the layouts as we are here for your 4th day of competition for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. As we have heat number 5 and heat number 6 out there on the water with this overlapping system, which allows us to advance through a little bit quicker due to the fact that today is looking like one of the last days of good conditions we're going to have.
So yeah, we're trying to battle through all of the heats today, get all the way through to the finals in both the men and the women. We start with the women's rounds after round 4 of the men. We're back into the semi-finals, and then it sort of oscillates between the two all the way through to the final. So it gives a little bit more break time, especially when you get into those last rounds, so you're not in back-to-back heats.
Yeah, and the idea is from semi-finals onwards will only be man versus man or woman versus woman. So that way, they can really concentrate just on 2 athletes out there. Because obviously, for all of us, for the cameraman, for the judges, for the crew, 4 athletes out at once is hard. It's great with this priority system, so the heat that starts out there has priority over the heat that is finishing out there. So then that way, they can concentrate on the 2 riders. There's a yellow flag meaning the uneven heats have the priority, and then you have a pink flag meaning the even heats have the priority for them to be able to know if there is a set for coming through. One has to back off and the other one could go full speed ahead.
And it's good to do this format. I think we crack through a few more heats a lot quicker here, giving us a little bit more time if the conditions change or anything gets too shallow or anything like that. We just have the ability, as we know, as it gets later on in the day, it does get shallower, and that can become an issue. If that does become an issue, then at least we've got as many heats through, and we're only into the last rounds if possible.
Alright, so looking like just waiting for some scores to be dropped there, that heat in between Benoit Carpentier and Tom Aubert. But it looks like Benoit is going to be the one taking that. We're waiting for official confirmation. Look how close this heat in between Jeffrey and Leon. 8.95, 8.27.
They've both got 2 sort of 3.0s. That's definitely a throwaway score. Leon has a 4.7. I think he can definitely improve on that with his riding. It's going to be tight. But those 3.6 and that 3.57, the boys are both going to want to know they can improve on those sort of scores.
And here, Tom Aubert, it looks like he has taken off on that wave before the end of the buzzer. So this could be a change in the score if it did happen, but we'll have to find that out when the scores come through. But so far, less than 10 minutes to go here of heat number 6 of round number 3. And then also coming out in the water, we're going to have Zanigai and Humuda Houdin. I do apologize. Zanigai and Otis Buckingham are going to be coming out. Otis, I'm very looking forward to seeing him rip out there.
I am as well. Otis was ripping on the first day. And Zanigai, he is an Armstrong rider, and I know him, and he is ripping as well. So it's going to be an interesting lineup as well. As we said, all of these guys, as we get further and further through these rounds, it just gets tighter and tighter. But the waves are pushing through today. There are some fun ones. There we go. That's Otis on that there. Is that now? And we've started that heat. Yes, we have. 8 minutes overlapping. It's that next heat is joined in as well.
And as you can see, as that tide is coming on the push, waves going all the way down. Otis Buckingham, Zanigai from Cape Verde, your Armstrong athletes. As pushing through, you can see sets are starting to line up across the point. As we are on the second to last heat here of this round number 3, then we're going to have a 25-minute break, and then it is quarter-final time.
Oh, I can't wait. There we go.
Oh,
Zanny
nice.
right behind the point.
All
that
the
was
way
where
from the
Marlowe
top.
came from the other day and
Yep.
got a really good score from that, being aggressive.
And just see Cash just popping his head in the booth. All right, so we're just coming on under 7 minutes to go. So Jeffrey Spencer, Leon Sherrill, Otis Buckingham, and Zanny Guy out there on the water. So in 6.5 minutes time, we are going to be seeing Malo Genole and Liam Corrali is going to be coming out. Malo Genole, top athlete of that day, number 1, as he was getting a 16.80. Cash Bazzolo is going to be joining us here in the booth with a 16.66. As we are getting ready to rumble out here. Round number 3. Winners will make their way through to the quarterfinals. As here we can see Otis flying down the line. And Malo will be coming out onto the water in just 5 minutes. Going to be interesting to see Malo out in these conditions as well. Because, you know, we saw he had the best overall score that day, number 1, together with Cash, and Cash is actually going to be joining us here in the booth as soon as Malo comes out on the water. So I expect some banter. I think
so. Those two are very close and good friends, and always have a joke. And I think that's the cool part about this is everyone's just super. You compete, you go hard, but we're all good mates, and they're all out here having fun.
All right, so Zanny here on the bottom. So Zanny obviously coming from Cape Verde, one of your riders. This guy has a smile 24/7.
He does. He's out. He's always stoked. It's so cool to see. Oh, that was we have.
That is going to be Leon. Leon and Otis, Jeffrey and Zanny out there at the moment as we are getting very close. As you can see there. Yep. So there's Malo making his way out the back. He's got about, I think it was about 3 minutes to go. See if we can get those scores and timer on screen. It almost looks like the wind has dropped a little bit over here on the inside.
Yeah, a little bit of a wind chill. I think with that higher push in the tide, we do have a bigger set, so that has pushed us out a little bit overall, but they are still, it is still a little bit light on that inside. We've got a couple minutes left of that heat, I think, with Leon, and then we should be Malo, should be up, but Otis and Zany Guy are still out there, and it'll be good. Cash will be joining us soon, and he trains with Otis out there, and team rider is Zany, so he's going to be able to provide some insight on those two riding and ripping for the second half of their heat.
All right, there you go. So 3 minutes. So have a look at the scores here, Aiden. We've got 7.27. Otis in the lead. Jeffrey 9.45.
That is some Zane. He's going to be wanting to put down some good scores. But there he goes, out on that point again. He's done that twice now. He's catching it from way out the back. The judges, if he goes all the way through on that, the judges are really going to like that. I think if you look at our next time, we have that overview with the camera, you can start seeing that top section and that second section where it runs through quickly for a bit and then joins again. That is worth noting about how these athletes have to make it through that section and get to the new point of the breaking wave.
Yeah, and here we can see as just really that inside. I think it looks like the wind's turned ever so slightly offshore again.
Otis is stuck a little bit in the light wind shadow there.
Yes.
That's where it comes down to that. Is the wing size big enough? Is the board size big enough? Like, you start to question your decision. Did I take the right stuff out? He has got a good score here, a 7.23. But Zany with his 5.27 and 2.93. The 2.93 and the 0.83, I think both those boys have the ability to drop those scores easily. So we're going to see in the second half what scores they can put down. 1:40 on the clock for Leon and Jeffrey. This is a tight heat still. We've got a score coming in, it looks like, from Leon. What did he put down, and is it going to be enough to take the lead ahead of Jeffrey? There we go. That last wave put Leon slightly ahead of Jeffrey. Jeffrey's going to need a buzzer beater in the last minute of this heat. Leon's got a 4.7 and a 5.0. Jeffrey's got a 5.35 and a 4.1. So he needs a 5-point ride to really sort of capitalize on this. He's got, it could even be a mid-fours, but I think he's going to want a 5-point ride in case Leon also gets a wave.
Yeah, let's not forget that Otis and Zanny are out there as well, but it is Jeffrey and Leon who have priority on the set because they're the heat that was in there before. But yeah, Leon is in position, 30 seconds to go. If a wave comes his way, he could have an opportunity, like you're saying. He's going to want to defend because it is so close.
Yeah, I can't see them out there either.
No.
Where is Jeffrey? He's got 12 seconds on the clock. He's going to want to get something.
All right, Otis, what's he doing? Okay, is he having a little seaweed check there? Is he going? He's going to have to drop in on this. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
all right, all the way from the top of the point to defend his current lead.
So yeah, the buzzer win. Unless we miss that wave on the inside, I think that scores. We're going to have to wait for confirmation from the judges, but that would have Leon ahead of Jeffrey.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, obviously. There's that big wind shadow here in the middle, Aiden.
Yeah, right there you're talking about. So you've got to, once you come back into the inside again, you get the wind come back up again, but in that middle spot, there is definitely a hole.
Yeah. All right, so as we are just getting ready to go, here we can see Malo Genole, Liam Carrano are going to be coming out here on the water for the final heat of round number 3. And then we will be going into a 25-minute break.
We're going to pass it over to Cash, and this is going to be something he knows because he spends time with Liam a lot, and he knows Marlo, and he knows Otis, and Zany guys as teammates, so he's going to have some great insights in this, and he will be joining you guys for this next 20-minute heat.
Exactly.
Here we go.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Joining me here in the booth, just coming in from the islands. Welcome, Cash. Hope you're having a good time out there. Looks like you are.
Thanks. Yeah, it's good to be here, and we're finally got some waves, so we're stoked.
Yeah, it is looking really good because there's definitely about, what is it, like shoulder high, you can see pushing all the way down the line. We saw from the drone as well that, that right hand point break is looking amazing.
Yeah, I think it's probably about shoulder high on me. I'm a little bit shorter, so maybe chest to waist high on most people, but yeah, we're super stoked to get some waves, and it's high tide right now, so it is a little bit slower than usual, but we're Wingfoil making it do, and I think the high tide is probably where it's at right now for the Wingfoil.
Yeah, one of the things we're seeing a lot, there's quite a few different styles out there. We've seen Otis, we've seen Liam, also we've seen that, the Spencer brothers and Finn, because of course, looks like we've got a pretty big quarterfinal coming up very shortly, mate. The battle of the Titans. Yeah,
it always sucks going against a fellow Mauian or a friend, but it's competition, so it is what it is, and it's really cool to see. Everyone on tour has got their own style, but even just coming from Cape Verde, everyone has improved so much, and the level is just so much higher than it was even just a year ago.
Yeah, no, it's incredible to see where you guys and girls are taking the sport. Obviously, equipment as well, and to be able to progress. And one of the things we're really noticing here is you guys have maybe even dropped a size on the foils. You're going faster than you were before, but also is turns are getting more critical. You really are able to get those open arcs, and one of the guys that was one of the top riders out there at day number 1, Malo Genole.
Yeah, I mean, Malo is an incredible rider. Any wave or any really sport or object you put him on, I guess you could say, he can rip, and it's really cool to see him improve and really push the sport as even outside the contest, but in the contest as well.
I mean, Cash, talk to me a little bit about it. I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff of you at the ground in very big ways. We saw that video over there in Jeffreys Bay, and then just recently out there in Jaws, doing things on falls that not a lot of people have seen. How does it? Where is the difference when coming to a location like this is a little bit smaller? Because one of the things we always see with you, you're always smiling, you're always having a good time out there, and I think that is so important.
Yeah, for me, having fun is my main objective, and big waves is kind of part of that. I love to surf big waves and small waves, and kind of whatever the conditions have at hand, I want to make the best of them. And lately it's been big waves, but when you come to a contest like this, you're not always going to get overhead waves, so you kind of got to make do with what you got, and that's what we're doing today, really.
And obviously, like you say, a lot of the Maui boys coming down. It must be cool to have more and more of them on tour as well. And, also we've seen people coming in here from Japan, people coming in here from the US, all over Europe. Cape Verde with Zanny. It's really cool to see all of these different cultures coming off underneath one roof.
Yeah, it's super cool to see just people from all over the world. You make friends across the world, really, and it's even better. I mean, this contest, we have so many of my buddies from Maui, and it's cool to finally have a crew here on tour and speak English and and hang out together. But yeah, it's super cool that you got people from Japan, like you said, and France, and really across the world. So you really meet a whole assortment of different people, and it's a unique thing for sure.
Yeah, it's really cool to see as well, because we just saw Noe Kuyala, who was doing so well, but that really tough heat in between Finn and himself, only literally 0.4 of a difference in between them. Guys that were very, very freestyle orientated, also now knowing that they have to get better in the waves and putting in the hours, and vice versa. It's great to see the diversity that's out there, and then like with athletes like yourself, mixing that up on the wave, and we're starting to see the aerial maneuvers, we're starting to see new things appear, because the sport is so young, it can be taken all over the place.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see guys like Noe and Malo really going between both disciplines and really excelling in both. Noah got really unlucky with that round 3 pick with Finn, and I think it was with Finn, right?
Yeah, it was with Finn.
Yeah, and I mean, Finn just squeaked it out on him, and Noah's improved since the last comp tremendously, and it's really cool to see. But back to going back between both disciplines is really impressive. I mean, Malo's a really good example. out the back here. But he can do basically anything, like we said earlier. It's really cool to see.
Tell me a little bit about the wave, Cash. Obviously, you've been out there multiple times. You know, you took the win over here last year. One of the things we're seeing is that all of the athletes are now going right up the top corner. They're not staying so far down. Why is that?
Yeah, you know, earlier this morning it was a lot lower tide, and the tide just came up, so a lot of the waves are pushing closer to the rocks. You know, with the bigger swell, it's harder to tell, but since we have a smaller swell here, it's really, you can see it pretty obviously, like everything's pushing closer to the rocks, and you're starting to see a lot of the riders even disappear behind the rock almost, because there's kind of a good section up there. It's a little bit shallower. There's a good section, but you know, the judges can't see that, so you really want to keep that in mind where the judge's eyesight is, and you got to take into account that you don't want to throw a big maneuver behind the rocks, because, you know, it's not going to get scored.
Nobody's going to see it. No, for sure. And then also, we're seeing that the higher scorer waves are the ones where you are linking those, let's say, 3 sections through all the way from the top. Then it kind of really flattens out there on the middle, and then as soon as it hits that sandbar, the wave seems to be speeding up.
Yeah, this inside section, especially when the tide drops a bit. I mean, even at high tide, you can kind of see it, but it gets really evident at low tide. It just starts freight training on the inside. And, you know, the foil, it's not too big of a deal, but even on the foil, it can get really fast. I mean, we were surfing out later yesterday evening at lower tide, and, yeah, those inside sections were running quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, one of the beauties about this space, you know, we saw Aiden talking about it before, is that, you know, you pretty much go for paddle surf in the morning, go winging or kiting in the afternoon, and enjoy the sunset for another session in the evening. DAKHLA, definitely a beautiful location to come to.
It's an interesting place for sure, and you're super lucky to have an event here, and it's great to be back here for another year. But that was really sick. Is that Zani?
Yeah, that looked like Zani. So this wave is obviously going to count, because that was just inside the buzzy, your teammate heading out Cape Verde.
Yeah, Zani's absolutely ripping. He's new to the team, and I met him in Cape Verde at the last event, actually, and he's just been ripping. Let's see what he can do on this wave here.
Because obviously Zani is up there against Otis. Otis had slight advantage, so Zani going to need to throw a bomb down if he wants to be able to continue on to the quarterfinals. Nice roundhouse there.
That was super sick. And you can see this inside section here. It does start to run a bit as it gets a little shallower. Gets around it, which was super good.
Well, we actually saw some of the kiters yesterday getting a little shampoo, getting a little cover up. Is that something you got to be aiming for in the afternoon, if I know you well?
Yeah, you know, I mean, if the opportunity presents itself, you never know. But it is quite hard with the foil, especially when it's such a fast barrel. You know, there's a lot of drag. Usually to get in the barrel on these small waves, you kind of got to come off foil almost, and then it just gets too fast for that board to just be planing on the water. But, you know, maybe you'll see a head dip or a shampoo later in the day when the tide drops a bit.
Yeah, you can see Leon just getting a nice wave. He's currently in the lead. 6.25 and a 4.23. 8.5 minutes to go on the buzzer until we go to that 25 minutes. Joining us here in the booth right now, Cash Pizzola from Maui, your Armstrong athlete, who is currently already through to the quarterfinals, and he's going to be going up against his good friend Finn Spencer. Finn and you spend a lot of time together.
Yeah, we spend some hours in the water, on and off the water a bit, actually, back home, doing really everything: surfing, winging, downwinding. So yeah, we know each other quite well. Luckily enough, we're not staying in the same house this year, so I think after this heat, there's going to be some sore looks. But yeah, it is a bummer to go against a friend, but it is competition, and it is what it is.
Yeah, here we can see Malo, that inside section we've been saying throughout the morning. There's a stream is, if you get caught out on the inside there, you have to be really careful, because you can maybe not make it back out. There's a huge wind shadow. Yeah,
the point here has a pretty nuts wind shadow, and you really got to take that into consideration, especially when throwing down maneuvers and kicking out of waves. You got to make sure you're in the right spot. Even sometimes you fall and you just start paddling, because you know you're in that wind shadow, and you got to get out for, you know, the last 7 minutes of your heat. You want to be on foil, you don't want to be sinking around. But yeah, it seems like the wind's been changing in direction a little bit. I mean, earlier in the day it was super offshore, and the inside in that back section was super windy, and the outside didn't have much. And I think it's kind of clocking a bit here, and and getting a little bit lighter on the inside and starting to pick up a little bit outside. But Malo there, I think, is more on the inside, actually.
Yeah, we can see Liam keeping himself busy at the moment as he has that 6.25, waiting for another score to drop. He has the better wave in the heat. Malo just doubling it up, keeping it consistent. But nice turns here from Liam. Airing off, managed to pull that one together. Can he carry on? No, it just goes a little bit off and goes off the back of that wave.
Yeah, that was a super good wave. He needed that last hit, I think, for it to be an excellent range score. But even without that last one, it seemed pretty good to me.
Right, so we do have results coming in with that last heat. It is going to be Otis Buckingham who has made it through to the quarterfinals. So we are going to have Camille Bouillet, Vinicius Martin, Benoit Carpentier, Leon Schiel, and then we are still waiting for that result to go through, but it would be Otis and Finn Spencer already in the quarters. So going to have to wait and see what it is going to happen as we're coming into the final 6 minutes of this heat. All right, Malo is back up. As we can see, he is out there, your gong athlete, as he's getting ready to rumble. I can see the roof is starting to leak water again. Somebody get me an umbrella, please. I would never expect this in a non-raining country, Cash.
I know. Where's this water coming from?
It's condensation, so yeah. Fortunately, we have a 25-minute break coming up right after this heat, so we'll be able to get the old duct tape. 101 of traveling. Duct tape and a spare toothbrush. If you have those two things, you're good to go.
I think duct tape's a good one.
Yeah, duct tape is definitely a good one. 5 minutes. So, Cash, anyone's saying you've been getting into wind sports for probably about the last 5 or 6 years. What would you, on the wingfoiling side, what would you recommend to be able to get into that sport? We have a lot of people asking here on the stream, that looks really cool. I got a friend who does it, I know these guys that have a school. What would you recommend? Like we always say, try and go to a licensed school, get that first couple of days to be on, let's say the proper equipment to be able to always have fun, and then just go for it.
Yeah, I think going to a school like that is amazing. We back home we didn't have that luxury, but if you can, that's definitely the way to go, because what happens is you buy a setup for beginning and you excel in the sport so quick that you're off that gear in less than a month really, and then you bought your whole wingfoil setup that now is kind of too big or too slow and you want to scale up. So going to a school like that where they have the right gear to learn on is really key, and then you can kind of get the fundamentals down and then get a setup that you can really start to improve on.
And end up doing turns like this one from Malo here right now. Oh! Don't know what happened there.
I don't know, but he was cruising. He must have just breached a wingtip or something. There is, here in DAKHLA too, you have a little bit of seaweed every now and then. There's a few boils up at the top that, the seaweed will attach to your front foil or your tail wing and really suck the whole setup down. So that's always a factor too. I didn't see much of it today, but that was unlike Malo for sure.
Yeah, Malo in a little bit of a sticky situation so far. He is trailing by just over 3 points. So he is really going to need something special if he wants to be taking out Liam so far. Liam with 2 solid 6s, putting in the groundwork early on. Your current number 1, handling like no tomorrow to try and get himself back into position.
Yeah, this is an interesting heat for sure, because Malo won Cape Verde, and it really just shows, and especially a competition, even surfing competitions, that really anything can happen, and it's anyone's game really. Just sometimes it's wave selection, sometimes it just doesn't go your way, but I have faith. I think Malo can pull it together here. He's got 2 minutes. Liam definitely staying busy though.
Yeah, he knows he has a slight lead and wants to get as much as possible. Beautiful air. Oh, that was smooth.
He's absolutely milking this wave. Oh, hit the white water. Yeah, you can just see how far those waves are pushing close to the rocks there with the high tide. That's super close to the point. I wonder if that's going to up his...
I think it will. I think it could. I actually do think it could, because he has managed to go all the way down. I mean, doing an absolute amazing job here, Liam. Malo is back up. 90 seconds on the old ticker. Let's see if he can have a set coming his way, because he is in a sticky situation. I know there is one wave still to be scored for him, so I am waiting for that to come in, and I have a feeling that scores will be updated. But yeah, definitely, I mean, Liam with those 2 sixes, solid numbers for this heat.
He's definitely putting the pressure on, and I think in the water, it's hard to tell what you have, but usually you have a general idea of kind of how you're doing. And it is interesting now because we're doing the overlapping heats. I don't know if we've done that yet
First time.
First time, yeah. So I think it's a new thing for all the competitors. Definitely a new thing for me. I've never done it in any water sport, so it was a fun new one to check off the list for sure.
All right, so Malo, it is official. He's in second position with that 9.60. So Malo, he needs a whole Mary. He really does need a set wave if he wants to have an opportunity, because he's gonna be needing around the high 7s to 8s. He's all the way out the point. 30 seconds to go in this heat, and he has gone all the way up like we saw him doing. All right, so Malo, as we're getting ready, turning around. 15 seconds on the clock. I reckon Liam's got this, Cash. I reckon Liam could have this in the bag unless Malo turns and gets another wave. No, there's the buzzer. So waiting for official scores to drop, as we will be getting that info to you very shortly. But it could be one of the first big upsets of the competition, with Malo Genole as it stands in second position, and Liam Corrali taking the win. So now we're going to be going on a 25-minute break. Cash, thank you very much for joining us here in the booth, mate. Great to have you, and the best of luck in that quarterfinal.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing on. Camille Bouillet versus Vinicius Martin. Your quarterfinals here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. Camille Bouillet, Vinicius Martins, Finn Spencer, Casper Zola, Benoit Compertier, Leon Schell, and Otis Buckingham and Leon Corrali are going to be your 4 quarterfinal rounds. As it is a go, go, go green light again. As we are going to be starting off. Conditions at the moment, that tide is now starting to go out as we are past the high tide. So you're going to have Cammy is out there on the Evo Gold, the RD athlete in the blue lycra. Vinicius Martins is out there on the orange lycra with the Neil Pride.
Select scoring on the 11th court.
20-minute heats. Top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. And as we can see out there, continuing to push along. As this tide is kind of changing, Aiden, a little bit of a lull so far. I haven't seen some sets in about half an hour.
Yeah, but the boys were saying as they're walking down here, they said it was looking a little better. They said it was a little bit tricky out there in that last round. They really had to work it, and they couldn't, even though it is a bit bigger today, they couldn't just sit back and relax. They really had to push through these waves and make every section work all the way through. Camille took out his brother in the last heat, and Vinny took out the world champion from last year, Wesley Brito. So this should be a good heat. Both of these boys are on form. We have some great quarterfinals here in this round, and can't wait to see who comes out on top and who's through to our semi-finals.
Yeah, and we also had the first big upset on that last heat, where Malo Genole, the current tour leader, was taken out by Leon Corrali. Well deserved. That is a big win for him, and I know a few riders that are going to be smiling.
Oh yeah, and this is his first event on tour as well. So this is going to be, Liam has put his mark down at like, this is the level I'm at. I feel anyone that's going up against Liam in the rest of these rounds better watch out, because he had a great one in that last heat, and we can now see that he can upset even the best riders in the world. So
yeah, nice and consistent as well. We can see him throughout those turns. Here, Vinny, just getting ready. As let's not forget, they have 20 minutes of action. Top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. And the wind, I am going to say the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. As soon as I start to hear it whistling through the booth here, it's always a good sign.
it is a good sign, and it did that yesterday afternoon as well. That afternoon it just heats it up a little bit more, and I feel like it accelerates it, gives it a little bit of extra sea breeze effect in here as the desert heats up. And there we go, Vinny on a good one on the outside. Really dropping him below that lip. He is going to want to get a little bit more critical, but he's waiting for that wave to give him a little braking face to stay in that pocket. But in the meantime, he is making light work of this. Nice air. That was very clean, Vinny. Nice work. There we go. I think it's also we're seeing with some of those younger riders, they're really getting in, almost like their wings dragging on the water and leaning down on top of it, even not when they're doing a lay down, but just when they're doing a toe side turn, they're almost that front hand and that wing is getting dragged across the water and then coming up. Oh, Vinny with a 3.
Nice!
That is going to be
Solid.
a good score for him. He's going to be excited for that. He rode out of it. Not the cleanest of 3s at the end there, but with that air he did at the start, the few turns he's been riding, I think that's going to be a score he's going to keep.
I mean, it's not how you get it in the net. As long as it hits in the net, it's still a score. So
exactly.
That is going to be a good wave there for Vinny. 6.37 though. Cammy, who just overtook his brother on that final moments of that last heat. As you can see, athletes are out on 4 and 4.5 meter wings. And there you can see the Evo Gold there. The RD athlete, Camille Bouillet. Also out there from what looks like the Beluga. And that would be the Blaze. Most of the athletes out in between the 7s to 800 foils. Especially, let's say, the average weighted athlete around 70 kilos on the 70 to 80 kilos on the bigger guys. And then there are a lot of youngsters here that maybe will barely make 50.
Exactly, and they can push those smaller foils. Doesn't mean that they can talk through as much, so riding a smaller foil for them is the appropriate choice.
Exactly.
We have got 14 and a half minutes on the clock here. We are still running overlapping heats in this round.
Correct.
This is the last round of overlapping heats before we just go to singles when we start getting into the finals. And the next heat we have up is Cash and Finn. Whew.
The battle of the boys, the battle of the bros as well. These two hanging out. I mean, you know them personally very well. And Cash, we had him here in the booth, and he says, yeah, it's never cool to go up in a heat against your friend, but yeah, friends on and off the water, but when it's competition times, I'm just going to rip you apart.
And it's just going to be one of those fun ones. I can imagine between the two of these, their style of riding is so fun and flowy and that kind of thing. So it's going to be exciting to see what each of those riders can put down and what scores they bring in. But we know that it's going to be fun to watch, and we know that there's probably going to be some excitement. If these set waves play ball, then it'll be all on.
Yeah, obviously we're at that point of the tide. You know, low tide, is at 7:20 in the afternoon. So in about 5 hours, we can see we've already gone past, so the water is going to start to flow out. This wave has been working really well on the high to mid tide. As soon as it starts getting past that midpoint, apart from the fact of the shallowness, obviously for the wingfoilers, it does start to not link together so much. But then we saw late in the afternoon yesterday with the kiting, it really did start to hollow out. So the idea is to push like no tomorrow, hence why we're doing the overlapping all the way through the quarterfinals as well. Semis and finals will be man versus man, woman versus woman. And then, if there's still time and there's conditions still out there, we'll be switching it over to Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour of the women's kite surf. So, full day of action. If you are just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I'm Josie Ashler, and joining me here, Aidan Nicholas, as we are going to be here on the stream for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Currently on the water, round number 4. Heat number 1, quarter final number 1, Camille Bouillet, 6.37. Vinicius Martins 0.67, but we're still waiting for that last score, which is, I'm going to call high fives, sixes, something like that.
He had a pretty good wave. As we said, it could have been a little bit cleaner on that last 3 landing, but he rode it all the way through to the inside, so that's in that 5, 6 sort of range there. He's just going to want to improve on that and really put some pressure on Camille. 12 minutes to go. They've got no one to compete with in terms of priority, wind shadows, anything like that. So now's your time to really sort of capitalize on that and see what waves you can catch and hope that a set wave comes in. And both the boys haven't caught many waves. They've still got massive amount on their wave count, so I don't think they've got any problem in taking anything that looks really good to them. Just got to keep an eye on to make sure you don't miss a set as you come through.
All right, Vinny starting to make his way down.
There still is a big difference in those lay-down jibes you see from, nice air across there. That's going to be good for him. Just going back to those lay-down jibes that he did right at the top. Got bogged down. There is a big difference you're starting to see. There's one where you can just move the wing and just roll it over. And there's the other one when that guys actually get super critical and lay it right down. The wing pretty much on the water, them leaning over the top of it, and then come back up again. And I sort of see some of the guys are laying it down, but there is that style difference that they can do there.
Yeah, no, you really do. Well, while we're waiting for the athletes to make their way back out to the point, let's grab this short commercial break. right, and welcome back, everybody. So now I'm going to be coming out onto the water. Aiden, breathe in, breathe out. Cash Mazzola going up against Finn Spencer. I mean, you know, we were just talking about this. This one day will be a grand final. This could be one of the heaviest hitter heats we have had so far.
Yeah.
Let's see who's going to be coming out on top, because let's not forget, there can only be one winner, and it will be making it through to the semi-finals.
Oh, and I love the style of both of these riders. They both bring their own ability to it, and it's pretty interesting to watch, and I can't wait to see what these two bring in the next 20 minutes of riding. But as we say, these guys could both be a final. And look, Cash is making it such light work in small waves, putting down a score right away. See, a little bit more aggression in that laydown, as you can kind of see. He's not really leaning into it, but there's not much to lean into, and so is Finn. Look behind him. It's like, yeah, you want to do it? I can do this too.
Can you tell these guys ride together a lot? Can you tell? So there you have Finn Spencer, your duotone athlete out here with the unit D-Lab, and then we can see Cash Mazzola over there with the Armstrong gear, your Armstrong rider. One of the biggest heats we've had so far, and let's not forget also that upset in the heat before. The current leader of the tour, Mano Genole, going out a lot earlier than expected, has left the door open for overall leader after this event.
It sure has. So it's going to be interesting to see who can pull ahead here, and who's going to take this out. Vinny and Camille, it's a 9.37 versus 11.20. They've got 7 minutes left on the clock. Vinny is looking at, that looks like another sort of set wave that he's lining up on. So maybe if he gets this clean through, he could have a good one right to the inside.
Yeah, let's not forget, just looking at the overall ranking here, Aiden. Finn 4th, Cash 2nd. Obviously, being kicked out in the quarterfinals, there is 1-2 heat possibilities to advance. So that's a lot of point differences. For example, you know, either Finn or Cash went on to win the event, which obviously all of us know they have big possibilities of doing so. So very important moment for both of these guys, because it could set them up to be in a very good position to fight for that overall World Championship title.
Exactly. And with Nathan Van Verven not being here at this event, it kind of opens the gap, and it means 2nd and 3rd sit on the same side of the ladder, and 1st and 4th sit on the same side of the ladder. But because Nathan's not here, Finn is technically the 3rd ranked rider here at this event, so him and Cash sit on the same side of the ladder, and they would have to go up against each other at some time. And here it is.
Here it is. So at the moment, just coming up under 6 minutes to go. Vinicius Martin 9.37, Camille Boyer with an 11.20. Here we can see
Cash right on the outside there.
He loves that foil whip, doesn't he?
Oh, he just does. It's the control, though. It's just like, he does it, and it's always looks so in control, so stable. There's no like, oh, I'm just throwing this and I might lose control occasionally. No. I've got this all. Oh, there we go. What is he going to set up for? He looks like he's setting up for something. Big wraparound carve right back into the white water.
Nice.
Deep. Look at that. And there we go. That was a great section to do it on, because it faded there. 360. Clean into there. He is not giving up. Look at that first interaction between Finn and Cash, a 6.60 and a 6.90. Can he step it up? I think he is stepping this up a little bit more than his first wave. He is going, I'm going to have to dig in deep here, and he knows that Finn can put down an incredible score. And as he said, competing against a best friend is a hard one, but these boys are just going to have fun, and whoever ends up on top, they're still going to be stoked.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we were talking to him here in the booth earlier. He was saying there'll probably be a mini sour moment, whoever loses, but in the end, if you're going to lose, better to lose for a friend.
Exactly. At least you can stoke for the other person.
Yeah, Cash definitely a beautiful roundhouse air into the foam ball. I mean, so much control, because landing in a foam bowl, that's turbulence.
Oh yeah,
101. So
and you're landing on an angle and everything. Just the way he controls that and makes it look so natural is, yeah, that is a talent for sure. And I can't wait to see what he continues to put down as this rest of this. We've got 14 minutes left, and straight off the bat, those boys were bam straight into it.
Yeah, and here we have Camille just under 4 minutes. He is in the driving seat. No, he isn't. Sorry, 0.17 of a point.
Wow, Vinny has come ahead here. 11.37. Just a little sneak ahead. We have 3 minutes 20 on the clock left. And there we go, Cash in 8.27. So definitely the judges saw that as a higher scoring wave, super critical re-entry. He didn't use the wing to get back out of that, so they were going to reward that high. Yeah. So there we go, straight. We got 13 minutes on the clock, and that he's sitting at 15.17.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him get plus 16 points there on that first day, but locking in an 8-point ride early on in the heat is going to give you a confident boost. But still, backup scores is pretty much the same for both of them. So Finn, we've seen him get those kind of numbers. Both of them know that anything... Oh! Did he clip that wing?
Yeah, Camille Boyer just looked like he got that wing stuck under his board. It looked like it wasn't quite close enough to his foil, but it is just as he hit that. Yeah, it just came underneath him there. That was close, though.
Great construction. Came out in one piece. Nice work, RRD. Yeah, Camille. Yeah, he almost using it as a mattress there, but unfortunately coming down. But Camille... in its second position so far, there is 0.017.
He was going to go for what Baptiste tried earlier in the heat, where he landed on his wing and then almost rode out of it.
Yeah, that would have been amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, I would literally get out of the booth and just put up the 10.0, just to be able to pull the old John out the bag. But yeah, no, here we are. Vinny, nice, stylish, linking it together. He is in the lead. So Vinny's surfing so well.
He is. I've spoken to him a bit recently, and he's put a lot of time into his surf foiling. And then it is mixing up, as we see there now. His turns are really critical, but that variety that the judges are looking for, the mixture of both that turning plus that aerial game, that's what's going to get you the scores. If you kind of look how Finn and Cash ride, is they don't really do two of the same turns in a row. They might do two big wrapping turns, but it's like, okay, air back into the pocket, air out of the pocket. 360. It's just like changing it up. That was unfortunate for Vinny just going down there. Oh, Finn with a big air into the foam ball there, coming around this section. Will it keep going all the way into the inside, or is he going to call this a wave? He comes past Vinny here,
gives him a wink, gives him a smile.
No, I think he's going to have to call that. That wave is just reeling a little too fast, and he's a little too far behind that last section.
Oh, he wants it.
But
okay.
No.
Yeah. Calling that all the way down there.
So
not going to be the 8-point he's looking for, but maybe
could be a backup.
Could be a backup. He has that 6.27. So looking to improve. Sorry, 6.60. So going to be in that vicinity, I reckon. Maybe slightly improvement. Maybe hit a 7. I don't know. We kind of missed that first turn, so we'll leave that up to the panel of judges.
Yeah, first
set down the law.
Here we go. 30 seconds left on the clock for Camille. He is going to be searching for something there. He is going to want that next wave behind him. I think looks like the set that I'd go for with 20 seconds left on the clock. You can't have too much left to spare.
Here we go.
Cash saw that too and knew that he was going to jump back a wave so that he could still get the priority, because they're not on priority here. But there we go. Camille, can he work this all the way into the inside? That slide was nice there. There we go. A little bit of windsurf side. Right on the outside. Okay, now he's coming in. What can he do?
Yeah, you can see all the way down. He needs to improve on that 4.83.
Oh, and Vinny dropped a 5.8. So he has improved his score to a 12.17, which means Camille is going to have to put a good one. Whoa, that was massive from Cash.
And a beautiful wave there from Cash all the way down.
And he's still riding it all the way into the inside. He did not give up on that, and he's showing the judges that I can ride this from point to the inside, which is about a 300-meter ride, and get super critical. So he is going to improve on that backup score. And, yeah, we're still waiting for the results from Vinny and Camille from that first heat of round 4. It was pretty tight in the end. Camille got that last wave. Did he improve on it? We'll have to wait and see. But Cash there, I think he improved his back up there, which is going to put the pressure on Finn for this next part of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 10 minutes to go. Let's not forget, coming back out is going to be Benoit Carpentier, Leon Schill from the UK. France versus the UK. Benoit Carpentier, very powerful surfer. SUP background, and there we can see Leon, the young ripper.
Yeah. He spends a lot of time in the waves. Speaking to him and his dad, they go up to Ireland a lot, spend a lot of time out winging in those waves, and then go to Mauritius a little bit and get out there. So Leon has put a lot of time recently into this wave stuff, and I'm excited to see what he can put down with Benoit having a style of the sort of traditional sup, powerful riding. They're mixed with Leon, and they're going to have 17 minutes on the clock now. So it's going to be interesting to see what these boys can put down. We haven't seen any interactions yet, but I'm excited to see. And there we go, Vinny coming up the beach. We still haven't got a score yet finalised from those guys, so we'll let you guys know as soon as that score comes in.
I mean, Vinny had the upper hand. He did have the upper hand, and it looks like that last wave was a nice score. So waiting for confirmation on that, but it does look like... I'm going to go out on a limb here. It does look like Vinny might have scored himself a place in the semi-finals.
Which he is going to be excited for after getting knocked out in an earlier round in Cape Verde to come through in the small playful surf. He is going to be very excited about that if he comes through on there. So we're just still waiting for those results to get finalised, and once they do, we will let you know.
Yeah, Camille here. Also waiting as he's not quite sure. I'm going to say by body language, he doesn't look too stoked.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they didn't have many waves in there, many set waves come through that they really capitalised on that heat. And I think from his knowledge, like not being uncertain, when you get a few set waves, you kind of go, okay, I had some good wave riding.
I'm there.
Exactly. But if you never got really any sets, you yourself are not confident in your own riding. When you're not confident in your own riding, you really can't know if the score is going to be good. And there's Leon coming right up from the top there. He's sneaking in on that one. Going to get a score in with 16 minutes, so first wave interaction there.
Close to the rocks. Nice. Stylish already here from the youngster. So, Leon.
It can really stand up there, but it can be hard to read if those ones are going to pull all the way through. But it looks like Leon's chose a good one here, and it might fade off for a little bit, but I think that next section is building up, so he's going to creep into that, and we'll see what happens.
Does he stay on it? Yes, he does. Great riding.
That was impressive. So
Finn behind him as well.
Exactly. Oh, Finn, there we go. Little air with a little bit of a tweak and a grab.
All right, so 8.27. Finn. Oh, that was a beauty. That was a good air.
Those kind of airs where you start on the white water, you come over and you land in the smoothness of the other side. That's as critical as you can get, and the judges are going to reward that much higher than just hitting an air mid-face. Yeah,
because we've seen these backside and frontside frees on the waves. We're seeing that. We want to see it being done on the face. Noé Kuyalo, unfortunately, not continuing on, getting kicked out. He was doing that very nicely, hitting it in the pocket. Finn there, that second air, a lot bigger. Could be close to that 8-point average that he was looking for. Because, of course, Cash getting an 8.27 here. Carpentier dropping in. Let's see if we get those scores updated. But, yeah, it is going to be close, to say the least.
So I had a little chat with Leon earlier. He's out on a 650 skate.
Yep.
85 centimeter mast and a 141 stabilizer.
141.
So that 1 centimeter maybe makes a difference.
Hey.
There we go.
I'm holding my breath here. I am holding my breath here after that. I'm gonna
look at the score that he's dropped here. Finn is going to have to cash them with a 9.63.
That was that last wave just as we started.
That we saw there. Like, that was a great one all the way from the outside, inside. And look at the variety as we're talking about. Like, there is those turns, but they're right back into the white water. And there we go. Finn is going to have to put it down now. Cash probably doesn't know that he's put those high scores down. He'll just go. With Finn, you just can't let up. You can't be like, oh yeah, I've got it, because he could put down anything. Whoa!
Beauty.
There we go. That was just under the lip, right back up, kind of like a floater in a surfing sort of world. He is riding exceptionally at the moment, and will that improve on his 8.27? I'm not too sure, but
9.63.
9.63. That is there is a definitely keeper. That's the best score we've had so far in this competition.
Yeah, that is an absolute blazer of a ride. So yeah, hopefully, okay, we do have results coming in. So Vinny, continuing on. Bora, Brazil,
Oh.
Brazil.
He is going to be stoked
Totes.
with that one.
Well deserved. Well
Exactly.
deserved. Great riding from Cammy, great riding from him. But yeah, just that slight advantage is nice and flowy. We said it from the beginning. Yeah, congratulations, Vinicius Martin, semi-finals.
He's going to be stoked with that. Putting the time and effort in is really going to be. He's getting rewarded for it, and I can't wait to see what he pulls out of the bag in the semi-final and who he versus.
All right, so I mean, look! Oh, look what I can see on the scoreboard there. 10.0.
Whoa.
So it looks like there has been a review of the score there from Cash. Oh, huge air from there from Benoit, but 10.0 ride. Cash Bezzola absolutely killing it.
There we go, showing the judges. I think that was that floater we saw at the end there, and all those maneuvers that he did from the top to the bottom. Very innovative, and something we don't really see from a lot of other riders. And the judges are going to really reward that when you are doing unique characteristics. But a 19.63, we are going to have to see what Finn is going to have a massive response here. Like, that is comboed at the moment.
With 1 minute on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not possible.
Nah.
It isn't possible. One minute in, you're not going to get two waves.
If he got it now, maybe he could get back out for another set wave if he got super lucky. But yeah, that was an incredible score, and he was ripping on that. And as I said, that variety that came through there is yeah, incredible.
So obviously there was a review of that score. I'm just going to inform it.
That was a new score, wasn't it?
Yeah. And there you go, 10.0 there for Cash. So unbelievable. So Cash Bezzola, 10.0, 9.63. I mean, that is as close
as a perfect score. Yeah. But you could see just the variety he was throwing. That was like nothing else we've seen all day, pretty much.
No, that's not. So Cash definitely. He is going to be very happy with him because he said himself, going up against Finn, they are definitely two of the heavy hitters and the usual suspects when it comes to top positions on the podium. And yeah, no, really, really good riding there from him. And that is going to be official.
Congratulations, Cash. That was a great heat, and we look forward to seeing you in the semi-finals. Now we got our Leon against Benoit, and we're going to have an overlapping heat that's going to come in of Heat 4, which is Otis Buckingham and Liam Corral. There we go, Cash just sitting down, look, just making it look easy, showing the rest of us that, don't worry, these waves you can just sit down and chill on. Look at that out there, Joe.
That is the definition of cruising in. That is the definition of cruising in. So great riding there. Cash Bezzola. Showing how it's done.
Exactly. As we said, that boy's just out there to have fun. Ripping comes naturally, and the fun is what it's all about. Otis Buckingham against Liam Corral, two Maui boys. So in those heats, Heat 2 and Heat 4 were stacked with. We had 4 Maui contestants in that quarterfinals.
And we already have one in the semi-finals with that confirmation of Cash, and in between. We will see Benoit and Leon All right, so there it is. Vinicius Martin, Cash Bezzola, semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 is going to be dropping very, very shortly. As there we can see Otis is back out. And let's not forget Liam, that man there on the right, who has taken out Malo Genole.
Just watched out of the corner of my eye as one of those boys came into the inside a little bit hot-aired and just smacked into that sandbar, going flying off the front of their foil. So
ploughing the field, mate.
Yeah.
Ploughing the field.
Nothing like keeping a little bit of excitement sitting here in the booth looking out. There we go, Cash coming in from his heater, 19.63. Yeah, we want to thank all you guys for tuning in. It's great to have a chat with everyone, and if you've got any questions, fire them through. We've got we're coming into our semi-finals and our finals, and we're going to be asking more questions from the athletes and getting a bit more information. So if there's anything you want to find out, please fire it through, and we will ask the athletes and get them to have a little chat on what is happening out there, and give you guys a bit more information at home.
Yeah, we can see, just waiting. Let's have a little look what's happening out here. As, I mean, there we can see, we've just seen a replay out here. Cash Bezzola absolutely rolling the conditions. And now that is going to be out on the water, as we are going to have Otis Buckingham and Liam Corrali.
There's Liam there, just he's on the F1 setup. I had a little chat to him earlier. He's on the 750 skate. He is on the 4.5 meter wing strike, whereas I think Leon's on the 4.5 meter swing.
Yeah,
so it's
the wave dedicated wing.
Exactly,
yeah.
So slightly different variations, but I think it's what you get used to. A lot of these guys just know how they sit, how they position when you dial in a wing. And then Liam is on the same thing, 750 skate, 141 tail wing, as we spoke about earlier, and the 85 centimeter mast. They're both riding those 85 centimeter mast here.
Yeah,
so
classic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And whereas Otis, he's out there on a 77 centimeter mast, so he's actually the shortest mast out of there. He's on a 58 centimeter fuse. So in Armstrong, we tend to ride 60 fuses, so he's slightly shorter than that. He is also riding a 145 tail and a 700 front wing. But in terms of boards, interesting here, you can see Leon, he is riding a 42 litre board, so he's on the smaller side.
One of the smallest. I mean, saw that with Cammy out there on the 45s.
Yeah, whereas Otis here, he's on a 55 litre board, and we have Liam is on a 50 litre as well. So those boys are on a little bit, they're still small guys, but they're on a little bit more volume just to get them up easier.
And also, if you get caught out on that inside, those extra leaders, you're really going to be grateful for those to come. Coming up next, after this round number 4 of the quarterfinals, we're going to have the women coming out into the water of the semi-finals. But yeah, I mean,
it's going to be exciting. These girls have been ripping. I remember watching on this first day we came down here, we went down to a different break, slightly down, and those girls were really ripping in that larger size we had down there. And we have Francesca against Bowen in that first heat, which is going to be very exciting. I think both of those have the talent to go all the way through. So
very much so.
Who is going to pull it through?
We will soon find out.
We'll soon find out.
Alright, so yeah, there you can see the swing, the wave dedicated kite, and also out there on the rocket. So you can see on the rocket board there from F1.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the F1 HQ will be watching these guys. So Chloe and everybody, how are you doing? We were hanging out over there in France. And we can see, got to be happy with this youngster. I mean, putting it down.
They still haven't, the scores are still 5.9 and 3.5. Like, Leon is definitely going to want to improve on that 3.5. With 4 minutes on the clock, Benoit has one good wave, and it could change this whole game up. It's not set in stone yet. But I think That's not probably going to improve on his 3.5. He's going to want a set wave, get real critical. The judges have now seen what's possible on these waves. When you watch with what Cash and how they were riding, it was very particular. So it's going to be like, okay, we've seen what's possible. Now that's the level of standard, and it's going to be scaled down from there, sort of thing. So
absolutely. Because our head judge, I just asked him, what was his view of that 10.0, and this is word for word. Perfect wave, showing all the possible repertoire a wingfoiler can do in a wave. Very committed in the turns, combining full rotation, foam climbs, roundhouse straight into the foam ball. What else can you ask for? That says it all.
So there we go. In these conditions, that's what the judges are looking for, and keep in mind you're going through to those next rounds that the judges are looking for those combinations. There we go. That was great from Benoit. That's what we're talking about. 3 minutes on the clock. Oh,
goes down. He doesn't need a huge score because, 9.4 are easy money for any of these guys on a combination. Exactly. But yeah, here we can see already Otis, 11.12, upper hand in the driving seat so far. Nice cutback.
That little hit back into that foam ball. They're going to want to look for those bigger set waves.
Yeah.
And it's going to get interesting here as it is. It just flattened. It's just kind of dropped a little bit in this last sort of 10 minutes, I'd say. How are we doing in tide?
We're making our way. Low tide is at 7 o'clock. It's now just coming up on 3, so little bit less than halfway there. I'd say we probably got a solid 2 hours, 2.5 hours before it starts becoming an issue. So I'm going to just do a count out here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 heats for the men. On the women's side, we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's going to be 8 times 20, 160. So it's going to be tight. Yeah, it's going to be tight to get in to be able to finish off with the tide. But I know, hopefully we'll be able to push through.
Hopefully with this bigger size, maybe they can play. They won't be able to play as critical, and the critical aspect will make a much bigger difference. Whoa,
big
look at that.
air.
Leon, that's the score he's going to want.
Entry and exit speed as well. He started off.
Wow.
Big roundhouse cup. I love how they flicked the towel there on the foam ball. We saw Cash doing that kind of all-in up onto the foam ball. And yeah, Finn, they really just loosen out. But yeah, look at that.
That was
grabbing
a big
beauty.
Right in a spot that was getting pretty critical, so the judges are going to reward that. I think it could improve on his 3.50 score that he's currently got. So Benoit is going to be probably looking for something. He came down in that last wave. We still haven't seen that score come in. I think that would probably be in that 3-4 range as well. But they both know that they want to improve on this and see what's possible.
All right, so there we can see that is going to be getting herself out into the water. Francesca also one of the best big air kiteboarders in the world. She came second over there in Gran Canaria not so long ago, throwing some absolutely ridiculous kite board offs, 45 plus knots. So when it comes to extreme riding, she is not concerned. The 20 knots that we got here is a walk in the park for her.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how critical these girls go and where they ride in the style. They were really wrapping those turns earlier, and hopefully we get some good set waves to really see their ability and see what they can push through.
All right, so we do have, that's a late update. We do know that they're through. So they're really going all the way up.
So what is Benoit's last score? We're still waiting for that to drop.
Yeah, we're waiting for, I'm just talking to the scoring guys. They are waiting for the score there from Benoit or Leon, because the winner will be making it through to the quarterfinal in between Otis and Liam, who have about 6 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. 9 minutes.
That was what I was talking about, that when they drop that wing down into that pocket and really sit over it, and Otis going down there, that's not quite what he's going to want, but it's pretty close between these two boys. These two boys ride all the time together. Those four ride all the time together, let alone Finn.
Yeah.
Finn, Cash, Otis, Liam. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can pull out of this. And wow.
All right, so that would be the semi-final, which is coming up in between Vinny and Cash. But coming up is going to be the semi-final of the women. So semi-final of the women, Francesca Maiani and Bowen van der Linden will be coming up next. Is it going to be Benoit or is it going to be Leon? It was very close.
It was.
It was very close.
I'm looking forward to seeing what their result is and seeing who makes it through to that next round.
It's going to be Leon. Leon has taken the win.
Wow.
Leon has taken the win against Benoit Carpentier. So as he has 12.50 versus a 9.90. So Leoncio is in to the semi-finals. Congratulations to him. And now here we have Otis Buckingham and Liam Corrali.
It's going to be the young guys with Vinny raising the average age of these of this group. But
I didn't want to say that because it would feel like shooting myself in the foot. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to have to get the bubbly and not the champagne because the average age. I mean, that's insane. It just shows how much of a bright future this sport has.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see it in a few years. And these young guys coming here, Liam knocking out Marlowe.
Wow,
that last round. That was massive.
Big.
This is his first ever event.
Yeah,
in a wave event, and it's amazing that sort of little bit of pressure if Marlowe came down in the first couple of waves there, and so it's going to be interesting to see how these boys is Otis going to take out Liam and then change it up again. It's it's going to be pretty exciting to see this last couple of minutes before we go through. There we have Benoit just coming up the beach.
That's some good skills. That I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that done. That's
I think
nice
it's those
skills.
sub guys where they sit the boards on their head because they're sort of
just chill.
Yeah.
Aiden, is it me or is the wind dropped? It is getting glassy out the front here.
It is getting a little lighter. Let's hope that isn't going to make an issue for us. But we can see Otis a little bit stuck in a hole there. He is off that point though, so.
Yeah, I'm sticking my head out of the window here, mate, and it is glassing out all the way up the point.
It's amazing how the slight different direction can have a big effect on the wind we have here, and if it really wraps in. It usually stays pretty windy out the outside of this whole break as it runs down the coast, but it can wrap around the point and slow down and lighten up a little bit. So we have 6 minutes, 10 on the clock, 12.65 for Otis Buckingham and Liam Corral on 10.73. So if he has one good score, he's going to need a 6.95 to come ahead of Otis. I think he does have it. Oh, there we go. The girls are getting ready.
Hello. There we can see Isabel Mariase Elena, your current world number one. Yep. She took the win over there in Cape Verde. I've just asked our race director, who's actually up on the point. I've asked him, it seem like the wind is dropping off over there as well? And he says, yes, wind is definitely dropping, and it is very light up on here on the point as well. So we might be seeing a cancellation in the near future.
It is getting lower tide here, so they are getting pushed a little bit further off the thing, and that is the good advantage. The one advantage here of low tide is it does push out a bit, and that wind sort of shadow that you got right on the inside disappears a little bit. So as you get further out, it gets pretty interesting.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, Liam, he's hunting.
Yeah,
he is circling like a shark, and there's blood in the water. Taking out the world number one, surfing so wow. He got 2 6s in that previous heat, and this is looking like, I like how he just lays back, calm, cool, and collected, smooth operator.
He is. Wow, nice. We're going to be looking for nice little wrap around there. Look at that. As we said, that just that wing in that pocket that you just wrap around the wing and then bring it in front of you. It's pretty exciting to see.
That was a beautiful turn, a nice air. This is racking up to being a very good wave here for Liam. Can he ride this one all the way down? Now, this is where they're in that lull situation. As you can see, doubling it up as both of them are on the wave.
As we look there, he's wanting to get a 6.95 or even higher to put the pressure on Otis. It's going to be tricky on this inside. Otis is ripping out the back there. I don't know if you see that. That's sort of like 2 hits into the foam. There we go. Oh, and another hit.
Nice. That was a beauty. Oh, Liam wrapping it all the way around. Does he land it? Yes, he does.
Oh, Otis on the outside was just going crazy there. Look at, I don't know if you saw that, just 2 foam climbs and then one big hack over the whitewater section. He is putting it down. This is going to be a lineup for the judges to go who in this confrontation is going to sit ahead. But I'm happy to be commentating and not judging at this point.
That was going to be very, very close.
Look at this. Wow.
That's a beauty. Yeah. I mean, that's dangerously going to be one of the best airs we've seen all day.
Yeah. We're going to see what that score gives him, but I think that is going to put the pressure really on Liam in this last little section.
All right, so Otis and Liam for the final heats. Who is it going to be? 3 minutes to go. So far, Otis, 585, 680. Liam, 503, 570. I reckon both of them could improve on those scores.
Oh, yeah, I think so, definitely. So we got 3 minutes, under 3 minutes left on the clock in this last of this round. And these boys are going to be putting it down, pushing out everything they can get. Because this is going to mean a difference between 5th sort of equal placing or a top 4 overall. We're a little bit in a lull here. We've got 2 minutes to go.
Alright, so they're just playing around with the idea we might be going on to the men in the end instead of the women, so I'm confirming that.
Wow, these boys, here we go, last minute, and the interactions haven't stopped. Liam is on a nice one, really wrapping those turns. You can see the power he's getting. Boom. He's just not quite walking up those faces as hard as Otis does. There we go, he dropped a... There we go, that interaction before, a 7.50 and a 7.10. Liam is still going to have to get another good score there. Can he get it? It's going to be a little tricky, but I think he definitely has the potential. We are... this interaction. Here we go, Otis coming in. Otis wrapping it underneath that little lip there. What was he going to throw in this last section of the wave? Is he going to set up for a 360? Yes, he does. Not quite
just
complete,
off the back.
But well done for throwing it and pushing it out there. 16 seconds on the clock. That is probably going to be the end of it for these guys unless we can get something from Liam coming in. 6 seconds, and that's pretty much going to call it. On there, that's Otis done, and Liam is not on a wave, so we are finished for that heat.
Yeah, that's going to be finished, but we're still waiting for scores to come in. As I can see, the judges reviewing one of the numbers as we continue on. So let's see the highlights of that heat and have a short commercial break.
Hey, I'm Boeen van der Linden and you're watching the GWA Wingfoil Wave World Cup in DAKHLA, powered by Armstrong.
Alright, and welcome back. Francesca Miami, Bowen van der Linden getting ready for semi-final number 1. Both of these athletes, very talented riders. Bo, she's been a multiple-time world champion. She's been putting in a lot of time on the waves and on the downwinding. Francesca Miami, first time we're seeing her out here in the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. A very talented big air kite surfer. Semi-final, wingfoiling seems to be her thing as well.
We can't wait to see what she can put down, and it's going to be a tight battle between Bowen. There we go. They got 15 minutes 40 on the clock. There are some good waves coming through. So what can these girls pick out, and who is going to come out on top and be through to the final? Of the DAKHLA GWA event in Morocco.
Just a couple of random people opening the door again. You gotta love this.
You do. At least they gave us a little bit of fresh air as that.
They
came
did.
Through.
Oh,
It's a little bit. It gets a little bit warm in this box as it gets later afternoon.
You know, you can come to DAKHLA and just take off a couple of kilos, add a couple of colds, and but yeah, nice to have the booth, mate. I've done this in a tent. This is pristine. This is. Nah, it's the setup here this year really good. Just hopefully we'll be able to get better and better and enjoying the stream down here once again. Our live stream here for DAKHLA powered by Armstrong. So a big thanks, shout out to them, and obviously Aiden, you being here in the booth with me all day, enjoying some of the wingfoiling action.
It's been good to have a chat with you, Joe, and watch this wingfoiling live. Have a little chat about it as we go along. But as I find it interesting, I wonder if that overlapping heat just kind of motivates people to take a few more waves. You see everyone being a little bit more particular when you're one-on-one. You just kind of like, oh, no, it's not perfect. Whereas when you got 4 people in there, you're like, whoa, that's an empty wave. I'm taking it.
I'm on that.
But there we go. Bo dropping in. Let's see. What is this first score going to be? Nice riding. That looks like it could be a good one.
Yeah, it's open to look at that. It's going down the sandbar there. This is a very well-selected wave here from our Dutch athlete, Bowen van der Linden, the 24/7 smile. This girl is nothing but light. And airs.
I watched her yesterday throw a full 360 clean straight onto foil. There was no board touching at all.
I mean, she has been a surf freestyle world champion when it comes to spatial awareness.
There we go, sitting under that pocket, really drawing those turns under that lip.
Look at that flowing through as well. Francesca at the bottom, a bit more speed.
Yeah, she is sitting She's got to come back. Oh, no, that face is going to stand up for Francesca. There she goes, wrapping it back towards that pocket under that lip. This is going to be a good first interaction. The judges are going to have... Oh, Francesca gets a little caught up there, so didn't ride it as long.
Yeah, you can see that wing just slightly going under.
Bo with
Does
a
she get it?
Oh,
Off the
just
back.
slips off.
It's a finisher. It's a finisher.
Yeah. But there we go. That's a score. It's getting a little shallow there. She's going to swim out to where it gets a bit deeper. But I think that's a great score for an initial interaction. Look at that. There we go.
Yeah, first.
360 or a little bit nose heavy on that.
Yeah, I mean, Bo, she's used to doing the acrobatics. You know, we've seen her. She's got the backflip. She's got the frontside freeze. Even seen her attempting frontside sevens as well. And one of the top surf freestyle athletes we have out here on tour, and one of the most complete athletes we have out here on tour. And yeah, really cool to see her excelling in the waves as well. She's really been putting in the homework over the last season or two when it comes to the surfing.
Yeah, she has. She, you can tell in that style of that surfing there. It's really starting to get flowy, getting under that lip, coming back out again. She's really going to put some pressure on Francesca. I was looking forward to this matchup to see who is going to perform best. But yeah, those are two scores. They must have had two scores pretty early on the round. Maybe we're still waiting for... that's pretty quick up for the scores. So we'll see if that is the scores from that last wave or that was an earlier wave in this heat. But there we go. It looks a little bit lighter too. There you can see. This is where it's definitely going to become important that you're on that bigger board with more volume. Even there, Bo, digging the nose a little bit. I think if she did have a little bit more volume there, it might just pop up to the surface a little bit quicker on those threes. But it is tricky because then when you go a little bit bigger board, are your rails going to tap? And so we have a couple of questions like, do you ride a mid-length in these conditions or they still ride wing boards? And I think there's a great, oh, there we go, 7.33 for that one.
Beauty.
There, 13.60 combo. That's going to be a good one. That 7.33 is probably going to be pretty stable in there. She's probably wanting to see what she can improve in the last 11 minutes on that 6.27.
What size is that? 5.0?
I think, 5.0, and I think Bo's on a 4.6 or even a 4.0. She said that the volume of the board's important, but the wing size, you either are going to get the gust or you're not
going to get this.
So, there's no point in riding too much bigger wing than you really have to out here. It's all about having that volume in their board to get you up and earlier.
Yeah, be able to float out. So here you can see athletes are getting ready for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour as we are here for the DAKHLA World Cup. And it's
just waiting for that gust.
Shifted again, huh?
Yeah.
You can see, I mean, Bo is considerably far out. And right now they are fishing for tuna.
Exactly, but all it takes is one gust and they will be back up and riding again. So we can't count them out on this. And we both know, Bo and Francesca are both very talented athletes. So sitting in this water like this wind does shift here and you just got to be careful not to get too caught out. In this situation, but it can happen to anyone, and this is why it's important, the gear choice we spoke about. And so going back to mid-lengths have become this thing we've started to see in the last year. They've come out with a whole lot of different brands sort of bringing in thinner, longer boards that get up a little bit earlier, a little bit more planing speed, but we're now wondering and getting some questions, why don't we see the athletes riding these in the critical waves?
It is, yeah. I mean, we saw the lethal there, which from Gong also with Mallow, the first time we've seen him kind of, that fully wave dedicated board. And, obviously you are seriously into the downwinding aspect as well, where you're able to have that maneuverability. I think it's, it's definitely a direction that I reckon is going to start to appear.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the bigger thing here is the freestyle maneuvers, as we talk about. If you are just riding waves, ripping back and forth, just carving, the mid-lengths work perfectly, but not having that square surface area as big. Maybe their length and their volume is the same, but the surface area when you land, if it's a little bit longer and thinner, the nose can sometimes bog a little bit.
Buoyancy as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So whereas when you've got the more square board, it sort of just taps and it can bounce back off again. Although it will release earlier on a mid-length, a lot of people are going to ride those wing boards, and that's what we're seeing here, a wing or surf style board, all in that sort of even for their weight, all between 40 up to 70 litres depending on which rider and who is going here. So
it's kind of like the differences if you imagine you have a bathtub full of water and you try and slap that water with your palm in the hand, it's very hard for it to go into the water. But if you karate chop that water, it goes straight through, and it kind of, you can see the difference. But you can move your hand through the water nicely if it's on its side. But if it's completely flat, it doesn't have as much maneuverability. So
and not as quick as accelerating through.
Exactly.
So that's going to be the big thing here. And there we have Nia and Elena are going to be up here. I think Nia's in the duotone, Elena's on the Cabrina setup.
Correct.
So that's going to be Nia there looking full. She's just going to be waiting. We're not in overlapping heats anymore. So we do have just one heat on at a time, but those guys want to get out there early. They want to get the training in and be ready for when their heat starts. You don't want to be sitting in the water trying to get up when your heat is ready to go. I think Nia's out on the Skystyle SLS, or
maybe even the Skybrid. But yeah, I think
no, I think
more going to be more the Skystyle. Obviously, she's going to be on one of the smaller boards, 4-1 or the 4-3. Let's have a little look at the leaderage on some of these boards. We've seen most of the girls. So 35. I'm going to say the 4-3, 45 liters. I reckon that would be.
The 4-3 or maybe the 4-5 if she's really pushing it, if it's a little bit lighter out there.
Yeah, we've seen some of the guys out on 55s, 45s. I think you said one of Otis or one of these boys were out on 42 litres. Who was it?
Leon was on a 42, but that's a pretty small board. And if you're used to windy spots or getting up really, that's your constant board you get up on, that's not too bad. But most of them, even we saw Otis, he's a small guy, but he was still riding a 55 litre, and that allowed him to get up. It also allows him, when he gets more critical, the board rides off the swell a little bit more. It doesn't get bogged down, especially if it's not as powerful. It's just going to drive through and accelerate back up.
Once again, if you have any questions about gear, make sure to throw it down here on the comments, as we can talk to you about any of the riders. If you want to know what they're on, what they're doing, how they're doing it, and with what they are doing it, make sure to throw it down here. We can see some of the guys, talking about that first big upset of Malo getting kicked out by Liam. And yeah, I mean, Raimondo, Raymond Whitbert, absolutely. I think conditions were hard. I never like to say that an athlete got lucky against another, because in the end it is the best athlete out there in the same conditions at the moment. For sure, Malo Ganole, it was pretty much probably the favourite to win the event, especially after Cape Verde and that first day. But hey, anything can happen. Anybody has a good day, anybody has a bad day, and that's why it is a tour. There's events where you can discard or not. You can obviously one of the conversations that comes out, the regular fiddle against the goofy, so it's fair for each side. But yeah, in the end, congratulations to Liam to taking out, first time on tour, taking out the number one. He's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, that was a big battle right there, and it is interesting. It's amazing how these riders can just make the most out of every condition. That's sort of kind of what we're seeing, and we still have that's.
Alright, so 4.5 minutes to go. Let's see if our cameraman can find any of the athletes out there, because there's nobody in position, Aiden.
There is. As we said, they got a little bit light there, so I'm going to have just a quick check here
literally
for 1 second and just see if that...
Yeah, looking out, I can almost see the athletes a little bit further on the left here. So we're looking for Bo and for Francesca. So they are way outside. So I would not be surprised if an AP flag comes up in the sky. The question was that before the first half of a heat? Normally, if half of the heat time-wise was good and they can continue on, or they had a certain amount of waves, the heat stays on. I'm just going to turn on my talkie here for a second, so I'll be back in about 10 seconds. All right, so just information coming in here. It is definitely light out there. Sports crew having a look to see if conditions are suitable. At the moment, we continue on. All right, so 90 seconds. As I'm waiting for information to come in from the sports crew.
They got some good waves. They got some good waves in that first half.
Did.
So
they did. I mean, 13.6, 10.0, those are good scores.
That's a good overall score, and that shows there was some interactions. Unfortunately, they did both get bogged down at that same time, so I don't think it's like one had an advantage over the other. But yeah, they would have been great to see that full time go through and then being able to ride in that.
Yeah, I must say, one of the things I am curious about is that even though, yes, they are not flying, we have, Elena is in the middle of the competition area.
Yeah.
Which is kind of confusing us here. Obviously,
Elena and Nia are both up there flying in that area.
So that is, interesting, because we're trying to find out to see if this heat will continue on, but it does look like it is, as we are just 30 seconds out. So far, it will be Bowen van der Linde making her way into the final, and there we can see Elena all the way out the back. Francesca Maiani trying to get back up, but haven't been able to fly. I mean, it is borderline.
It is tough out there. And that's what we talked about, bigger gear, bigger boards, bigger wings, but they are on a 5 meter wing, so that's a pretty decent size here. But those bigger boards, I think it'd be interesting to see what board size that Francesca went out on. With her being on a bigger wing, you would have thought, but maybe it is sometimes just that lucky gust. But there is the end of this heat. So there we go.
Yeah, that's
20 minutes.
20 minutes for that next heat, mate. And those are the two athletes, Elena and Nia. Let's grab the highlights of that last heat and have a short commercial break. Semi-final number 2 coming up.
Hey, I'm Bowen van der Linde and you're watching the GWA Wingfoil Wave World Cup in DAKHLA, powered by Armstrong.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
Alright, so coming in at semi-final number 2, Elena Moreno, Nia Suarez. Elena Moreno, the current leader of the tour, Nia Suarez, third position so far. So this is a very important heat for both of them. Suarez dropping in on the wave right now, if I'm not mistaken. But it looks like there are more people out there in the water as the men will be coming up next. Conditions are definitely hard out there. Semi-final number 1 and number 2 of the men will be coming up next. So it is going to be Vinicius Martins, Casper Zola, Leon Schill and Otis Buckingham. It's going to be Nia Suarez in the orange, who is on screen right now, and Elena Moreno in the blue lycra with the red cabrina. As you can see, conditions very light here on the inside. Just waiting for some numbers to come up. As quite similar in between them, as we're waiting for scores. 15, just under 16 minutes. Looking like a high 5 and a low 6 for Nia. Waiting for confirmation on that. Nia here you can see pushing along. She is out there on the new duotone unit D-Lab. And you can see there what we think is the 45 litre Sky Style SLS. Probably the 4.3, which is the 45 litre, maybe even the 4.5, which would be, so excuse me, the 4.5, the 45 litre. So I'm going to say 4.5. Waiting for that info to come in. But the 4.5 has 45 litre, 4.7 has 55 litre. Most of the athletes in between 45 to 55, some of them even out there on 60s. Because obviously conditions are quite light. We saw before Francesca Maiani was out on a 5 metre, Bo was out on a 4.6. There we can see Elena, your Cabrina athlete. And if I can see from here, looking like she's on the, I think that's going to be the Mantis. As she gets a little bit closer, I reckon that is going to be the Mantis. So 5.30 Elena Moreno, 6.53 there for Nia Suarez, even though the scores just disappear suddenly. And there they come back. Playing with me. Elena Moreno here in the blue. Your current overall leader, taking the win over there in Cape Verde. Talk about putting it all on the line. She had one of the worst wipeouts we have ever seen, and then just brushed it off, went back out and won the contest. A very talented big wave rider. Heading in from Fuerteventura in the Canarian Islands. And now flowing through. Nice. Carving open face here. Keeping it. Wants to keep that speed here for this fast section as it goes down the sandbar. Very nice here from Elena. Pumps it so she stays down. A little bit of a whip there. Elena all the way along. This is a great wave from the Spaniard. And really nice all the way along. Elena Moreno from top to bottom. This is going to be a very good score. Ooh. And just gets closed out at the very end of that. But that is going to definitely put her into the lead. Nia Suarez at the top. Let's not forget 20-minute heats. 20-minute heats. Top two waves count. 10 wave each, as there is no overlapping now. Alright, Elena. She is padding out. Nia on another wave all the way up the top as well. Backside here for Nia. One of the most dominant wingfoilers on the planet. Hailing out of my hometown of Tarifa. Nuestra niña. And floating and flowing all the way along Suarez. And not as long as a wave as we saw there from Elena. They're going to be interesting to see the scores. I see a nice score coming in for Elena. And just really opening up the shoulders here for Nia. Great surfing here from the young Spaniard. After this semi-final number 2 of the women, we will change over to semi-final number 1 of the men. As we're just coming past 3:30 in the afternoon here on this beautiful 4th day of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. This twin event together with our sister tour of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. Crown champion James Carew on the kite surf discipline. 2 for 2. Took the win in Sil, taking the win in Dakhla. He is on a roll. And Elena, 6.83, so a beautiful wave there for her. And Nia just floating around at the back. It is so light. It really is very light on the inside here. Elena pretty much having to paddle out. And just floating her way out to see if she can get that gust. So far, It really is tough conditions out there. You can see Nia, multiple time world champion. Okay, so yeah, there it is. It is official. It looks like it is going to be cancelled. So there, the cancellation flag in the sky, as conditions are not suitable yet. As that AP goes up, meaning we are going to go on to standby. So unfortunately, wind conditions are not quite there, and competition is on standby. We will be back as soon as the wind comes back in. Welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event.
We're gonna experience an insane wingfoil competition.
This one is gonna stay in my mind forever.
It's gonna be sick.
What are we gonna be seeing next?
Hey, I'm Marine van der Linde and you're watching the GWA Wingfoil Wave World Cup in DAKHLA, powered by Armstrong.
faire gagner le sport.
Hey, I'm Casper Zola, and you're watching the GWA Wave World Cup in DAKHLA, presented by Armstrong.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Semi-final number 1 out there. Vinicius Martin is going up against Cash Bizzola, hailing out of Maui. Maui versus Brazil. I am very impressed with Vinny throughout this event. Cash obviously was one of the favourites coming in, but Vinny, beautiful surfing the whole competition.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited to see what Cash can do. There he goes. Straight 19 minutes, a minute in, and he's on into his first wave. Some aggression and style right there from the start. He is going to try putting down some scores and being like, this is how we're playing the final, and see if Vinny can respond.
Yeah, we saw him get a 10-point ride over there in his last heat, and totaling out at a 19.63. So almost picture perfect there for Cash Bizzola in that last heat. And now both of these guys engaging. Look at that, synchronized surfing.
Vinny right there, like that, riding under that lip was beautiful. Oh, Cash with that 3, an air over the section.
Oh, big landing.
Wow. Wow,
nice from Vinny.
These boys are coming out firing, both of them. Let's, there we go. What is Vinny going to throw? I think he's going to have to throw some aerial maneuvers just to show some variety here. But that carving, Vinny going down.
He got caught up there.
Yeah, he slid that foil out, and it just got a little bit too far out from underneath him, and that's all good, but he is going to have a decent score there to start with. Cash putting down a pretty high score to start with as well. So we are going to see what we're going to get from this and what scores are going to be put down in the start of the semi-final number 1.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing semi-final number 1, semi-final number 2 of the men. Then we're going to be moving back over to the women, where we're going to have a 10-minute extension for each one of those semi-finals. So Bo and Francesca 10 minutes, and then Nia and Elena another 10 minutes. So that's how it's going to do, as those conditions were a little bit on the lighter side, to say the least.
Yeah, that wind just shifted for a bit there and didn't settle, so they had some interesting spots of lighter patches that they weren't as used to.
Yeah, so here we go. All right.
Oh, whoa. Right from the bat, 9.53.
I mean, yeah, like I said, we saw that message from the judges before, that pretty much Cash is dotting all the I's and crosses all the T's when, you know, what they are looking for.
And he just comes in with so much variety right off the bat. It's, he's not just hitting that, critical riding the wave. It's like, okay, I can see an aerial section here, I can see a re-entry back into the turn, and he just doesn't stop from top to the finish. Like, there are so many exciting elements that I'd be happy to throw 2 of those elements into one of my waves, but he is putting them in from top to bottom. Just go, go, go. That is exciting. 9.53. We have 16 minutes left. Vinny is going to have to put down some good scores to compete with Cash, and we know Cash has won a few of these events and been up in the top 2, and isn't it every event he's competed in the wave stuff so far? So that's he is a pretty consistent rider no matter what the size.
Yeah, one of the things that really impresses me with Cash is his balance.
Yeah.
I mean, this kid, I reckon you could throw him upside down and he would land on his feet. You know, we just saw one of those reels he just released going down Jaws.
Yeah.
I mean, how does he stay on his board? Just, it's, you know.
At those speeds and consequences. He saw one earlier in the year where he got Finn and him, so Finn's his tow partner on that one, and towed him into those ones, and they promised on just to start with just a small one. And those first 2 were not small ones that he got towed into, and but I'm pretty excited to see those clips that have come out. And there's a few guys that have been ripping at Jaws on a foil this year, and I think this winter, if they get some more big swells, then we're going to see a few more athletes push it, a few more athletes fly around the world to chase these big wave foil spots and see what the possibility and what you can do. As you can see, even on those Jaws wave, Cash just wasn't wanting to ride down it. He was like, hey, no, I still want to find this section. I want to rip some turns.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think all of us remember that image way back in the day. They had Hamilton with the snowboard boots and connected to our hydrofoil, starting off the movement. But I mean, what hasn't that guy started?
Oh, and you look back at it now and you're like, wow, how sketchy was that? Imagine coming down in one of those waves strapped into boots. I can think about it hard enough when you crash on a wakeboard strapped into boots, let alone if you're on a foil with that inertia, because back then they weren't using carbon foils. It wasn't light. So
Yeah, the twist and the torque of that in a wave like Jaws, when you go under, would not be any fun. And Cash, straight off the bat, 9.53. He really just, he's playing out there. He does everything. He surfs it. He roundhouses it. He gets the technicality. Adds the air game. Adds a little bit of the style and the flair. This is why I reckon we can say this. He is the athlete to beat out there today.
He is. He is on form with that 19-point ride in that last round, and then looking at this sort of already sitting on a 9.53. It's he has really put the pressure on Vinny.
Yeah, because in that wave, so he had a 9.63 and a 10.0 on that previous heat.
And all of those waves in that last round that he got were just high right from the start all the way through.
Yeah, we saw. I mean, he's been in the 7s and the 8s ever since we started this competition. And like you say, one of the things with Cash is he is so consistent. So consistent. He always, when he gets... He's one of those dangerous, obviously when being one of the top athletes, he's one of those dangerous competitors that if he gets thrown a bone, he is going to take all of the meat off.
Yeah.
Alright, so 7.7, 9.53, 17.23.
And most people would be happy as that 7.7 as a primary score. But Cash is putting that down in the first half of a heat. We've still got 12 and a half minutes left to go, and he's sitting on a 17.23 already. Vinny is out there as well. He is searching for some ways. He's going to need some sets, and he's going to need to get really creative with this. You can also look through all of Cash's waves, and there are very rarely even under a 3-point wave, which is an incomplete in the first sort of section on average.
Yeah.
He is getting those high scores. He's going crazy right from the start, and he's making very few mistakes.
No, for sure. You can really see he's dialed in. I mean, he won this event last year. He knows what he has to do to be able to take that top position, and 19-point averages, that is how it's going to be doing. But I mean, Vinny also floating around. His surfing game has improved so much from the last time I've seen him, and really happy to see Vinny out there in the semi-finals. But as you say, he's going to have to start to make something special if he wants to have an opportunity here.
You can see he also comes from that sup surf background. He has that very similar style to Benoit.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That more drawn out turns, those bigger sort of lay right into it. There we go. Whoa, Cash with a 3. There we go. Try to get innovative and see what else he can throw out there, and just got a little bit hung up on that lip. It was a little bit of a smaller wave, so we had to do something exciting with to really push it. But Vinny on the inside, this is a good set wave. So you might want to get a little bit of an air or maybe a big carve back into the face, but no, he pulls out.
He had a small air midsection, but quite out on the flats, just straight line that. But still, scores on the board, 7.7 and 9.53. So obviously, Vinny is comboed out so far. You can see him out there on the Neil Pride gear.
That can be something the judges really reward, is that last little hit, that climb up and that come into that inside. Although it is getting a little bit shallower here, so I'm sure the boys have assessed that and rethought about on the inside how far am I willing to go. But look at that wingtip breach as he goes through that turn. Cash there. Oh, he went for it, but it was just a little bit too small of a face. I think a bit more power, and he would have been able to ride out of it. But
absolutely, no, it didn't. He just didn't have that face. And yeah, we are about, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. Low tide is 7:15, so we were pretty much at mid tide. So it is getting close, because we have 2 semi-finals of the men. Let's say 20 minutes of the women, so that's 40. That's 1 hour. And then we have 4 more heats, because obviously the minis in the final. So it is going to be close when it comes to the depth of the water. We're going to see if we're going to be able to finish off the wingfoil. The idea is to push through the wingfoil, as swell is not looking great for the rest of the days. And obviously we have the women's kite surf there as well. The idea was to do that this afternoon, but Wind, I'm going to say, is fluking.
It's getting a little bit light there. You can see these are the top athletes in the world, and they struggle. Like you guys at home, you may know when you go up for that session and you struggle to get up on foil, it is frustrating. But imagine that pressure. If you're in a semi-final of a World Cup event and trying to get back up onto foil, though, that's going to play into the mind game a lot. And if not, it's not going to put you off your game, but it's definitely going to get you a little bit nervous and just be like, oh, even for that next heat, a lot of mental exertion in a heat can be drawn out from just not being able to get back up on foil.
Yeah, that heart rate going up now, and you can suddenly feel that vein in your neck just going dun, 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 dun.
But at that same time, on the inside here, it is a little bit windier, so I think for Vinny really there, he is going to have to get critical right to that inside. I think he's going to have to throw some maneuvers into the whitewater and ride it right in towards pretty much the beach to show the judges that, no, I'm not here to play, I'm here to compete. And looking at that, there was a 4.63. That was he rode that wave really well, but he's going to have to step it up to really take it to the next level. And 8 minutes on the clock, 8.5. There's plenty of time still to do that, and I think he can still catch 2 solid waves and get back out there and make consequential decisions as well if he can ride it all the way through. So if he's really going to want to get this, I think he's really going to have to push, and
he's going to have to risk it. He's going to have to go for something. I mean, we've seen him doing those frees, but he's going to have to risk to hit one of those frees in the middle section of the wave, because if not, he's not going to be able to get to those scores. I mean, 17, you're looking at medium 8s.
Yeah, exactly. Or high 8s, actually. The average is 8.75, and an 8.75 will get you there, but it's that is going to be tough. Cash probably doesn't know how much of a hit he is, and he's still you can never count it out. You don't know what the next person's going to put in, and he did ride a really good wave on that first one, but he knows that second one wasn't perfect, and if he got a second one like that first wave, he'll be pretty confident in how he's riding, and the stress may not be affecting him too much now. But look at there, the girls are all getting ready. They're prepped for their next extension on their heats because it got a bit light in that sort of side, so hopefully after these men's heat we can run that and watch these girls battle it out.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the likes of Cash down and waiting to see if he can pump his way up, conditions are borderline out there.
Exactly.
And right now it is not looking too great. It's just the wind is swung around. It's not the fact of the intensity, because you can see out the back there is still those white horses. It's swung a little bit more offshore, and it's just shadowed it out.
Yeah. Really has, but the wind shadow's become a little bit bigger. It's not rushing through those gaps in the buildings anymore. So fingers crossed we get a little bit more breeze, or that breeze swings direction back again a little bit as we go later on the afternoon. We can keep finishing this entire round through here.
Oh, nice wave here for Vinny, waiting for the set. Here we go.
Nice. That's the one he's going to want now. Let's show some variety and some real power into this. Wow, that was nice, Vinny. Come on. You got this all the way through.
Yeah, going back to the foam ball, keeping that power. Oh, nice. Against the foam ball. Flattens out a little bit, but he's just going to be floating and using this. This is where he wants to stay a little bit higher up on that face.
Nice, Vinny.
Keeping the speed here, Aiden.
Yeah. Boom. There we go. A little bit of an air game. Thing is, okay, come on. What can he do in this last little section? Is he going to jump around this and get for one more section? I think it is. The wave's face is there. If he can get into this again, it's going to be an exciting wave, but no, it just reels a little bit too fast, and the wind being a little bit lighter, you can't accelerate down that face as quickly, but there it is, a little bit shallow on the inside, as we can see, so he jumps off the board and gets ready, and there we have Bowen and Francesca getting ready for their next heat.
Yeah, you can see them talking about. I mean, it's just so cool. They're going out to compete against each other. They're talking to each other, smiling at each other. This is the vibe you want to have. Of course, there's that competitive edge.
Yeah.
There has to be respect.
Yeah. What do you think? What's happening out there? Okay, sweet. There we go. Cash is paddling. He knows that the wind line's a little bit further out. Sometimes there's little gaps here that you got to sit in to get into the right heat line, and those boys are looking for it.
Yeah, he is paddling out. I mean, he's been down for a good 5 minutes as well.
He has. He does have a good score buffer. which is going to be hard. Vinny's up and riding around. Oh, Vinny's down because Vinny just dropped down on that last bit, but he was riding around for that last sort of 5 minutes looking for a wave. But yeah, it is getting a little bit light as we notice those girls drifted out quite a decent way in that last sort of semi-final of theirs when that wind just didn't fill in. It took them a little bit to get to the wind line, but it's amazing how this wind shift, just a couple of degrees, even though it doesn't decrease in strength, can affect it massively.
There we can see semi-finalists making their way out as we are currently on semi-final number 1 of the men. Coming up next will be semi-final number 2 of the men, and then the 10-minute extensions for each of the semis of the women. I'm going to stick my head out the door here, Aiden, as it is looking like...
See Vinny just getting back up on foil there, so he does have a bigger board. Cash does ride a 40 litre, so it is worth considering that that 40 litre is a little bit smaller and can sometimes get you a little bit in a spot of bother. Luckily, he's got some good scores here, so he actually isn't in too much of an issue, especially with 3 minutes 40 on the clock. Vinny is still comboed, so
yeah, Cash, he's put in the hard work early on, because I can tell you, looking out the stream booth here, it is glassy flat over on the right hand side of the competition area as that wind has shifted. As you can see, athletes having big problems of getting back up, so going to be interesting to see, because obviously coming up next we've got 2 quite light riders, Leon and Otis.
They'll probably make this work in this wind strength as well,
exactly.
So that's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, Cash and Otis as well, remember he was riding on that 55 leaderboard, so to see that sort of thing. Vinny also looks like he's riding on a pretty decent sort of 50, I'd say almost 60 leaderboard from the looks of it, which is going to allow him to get up early. That's how he got up in that tiny little gust, as Bowen said earlier when she got caught out a few years ago on a 35 litre, and now she's like, whoa, I'm back up to a 48 because that's a little bit more comfortable. I can get it up a little bit easier, and that can be the difference in these heats. Riding that little bit extra volume as Vinny's back up and riding now, but Cash is still waiting to get a gust on that 40 litre, so it's amazing how that volume can make such a big difference.
Yeah, especially the buoyancy as it is now, as you might not be as maneuverable, but you're going to sacrifice that a bit in case things like this happen, because if you're fishing for 15 minutes of your heat, you're not going to get through.
No.
You can see some of the gear down. That's going to be Elena Moreno's board. You can see the Cabrina. She is going to be getting ready to go into her semi-final extension. But coming up next, we're going to have Otis and Leon. So they're going to be getting ready to battle. And as you already said there, some of the lighter athletes, so they're probably going to make this work. But I know the sports crew has their eyes on the conditions, because when you see the likes of the top rider out there not being able to get back on his board, there's things to consider.
Yeah, and a lot of people in the early stages go, it's a slightly different perspective than this, but they go, oh, I'm going to size down on this board so early. Why do I need to put the money into it when I'm just going to size down? And it's like, actually, no, that board's going to allow you to get up in those lighter winds. Yep. That board's going to be like, it's going to save you, and you're actually going to enjoy it for longer. It's going to be a more stable platform, and that definitely helps your progression. You can see on these days, I've always said that being up on foil is much nicer than sitting around watching your friends be up on foil.
Absolutely. I mean, it's more margin of error as well.
Exactly. And if you're in a place that's always consistent wind, then yeah, you can push that limit. But if not, then it's definitely something to see. And you can see a different variation in boards here.
1 minute to go, so it is Cash. It's going to be Cash, because Vinny is comboed out. We're not going to see so it's going to be Cash Pizzotto is going to be making his way into the final here for the GWA DAKHLA World Cup.
And we know in this wave you sort of need a minute and a half to 2 minutes to be able to get 2 solid waves, because you've got to ride it from outside all the way in, and especially to get an 8.75, that's just not a short ridden wave, that's all the way through in these conditions. So that's going to be interesting to see. We can see Otis out there in the background, he's up and foiling, so there we go. 20 seconds left, and he's going to have a good one to finish with, I think. So let's see what scores he can put down, and hopefully this will
this is going to be his final ride, because being comboed he would need 2 ways. But hey, last show, as he's just going to be cruising in. And a big congratulations to Vinny, because an amazing contest there for him.
Exactly. He will be through to the small final, which they'll be battling it out for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
So that'll be exciting to see and see what he can put down there.
And just cruising all the way down the line. I love his style. He's just laid back. He's chilled. You can see he's just got that graceful. Reminds me a lot of Miso from Brazil.
Yeah.
Miso, a.k.a. Fernando Narvaez. One of the classicals. Oh, there's the girls. There's the smile. As our
They're not
beautiful
sure
ladies.
are they live or not. That's what they're wondering right now. They're like, oh, we wave, but...
Now our beautiful athletes. Smiles left, right and centre as they are getting ready. We can see there.
There we go.
We got Daniela Moreno, Isabel Trevino, Ma de Arce, Elena Moreno, Nia Suarez, and a few more. The Spanish crew just cruising down here on the beach and making sure as the women are going to be coming up next. So we got semi-final number 2 of the men and then the extension of those women's heat. But at the moment, I can only see Otis out there. I haven't seen Leon.
I think he's out the back there.
Is he? Okay.
Right off the point.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. You are right. Yeah, well
so
spotted.
those two are both up and riding, so that's a good start. Cash is coming in on a jet ski.
So Cash Mazzola is going to be our first finalist, as Vinny was comboed out in that last minute, so we know Cash Mazzola is going to be the first finalist. And then it's going to be in between Leon and Otis to see who that second finalist will be. As we will be going into sequence. But while we're waiting, let's go to a short commercial break. And welcome back, everybody. So, semi-final number 2 of the men. Leon Schill going up against Otis Buckingham. As both of these boys, I mean, young, new generation.
Exactly. And it's interesting to see these new styles, and that's what the judges have actually been liking, is that creativity these guys are bringing in from this whole new perspective. This mixture of the surfing plus the freestyle plus the... just all the different elements, bringing it together and keeping that speed and aggression. And these young guys, it's been a young man's sport in a little bit of this, but that's pretty cool for the future of the sport. We know there's plenty of guys. I know in a few spots around the world we have both a 9-year-old in one spot and another 91-year-old is the oldest winger I've heard of. So if you can do it from 9 years old to 91 years old, we've got what?
There's hope for us yet, mate. There is hope for us yet.
I'm still in the early stages of the sport, if that's the case.
Nah, it's awesome, especially, it's like in surfing when you see the veterans out there. And, I think all of us fortunate enough to be growing up in water sports, you're always taught when you're out on the break old boys, have respect, and you know they've been there before you.
Yeah. Nice, Otis. Leon's got a 5.4 on the score, which is a decent score, but I think he's going to want to up that to really put the pressure on Otis. Otis got a 5.93 in the early rounds, and I think this is looking like a pretty good wave as well. So
Boom.
He's going to have a nice, good combo just under his belt just to start it off and see what he can keep putting through.
Yeah, and you can see him being a little bit careful down there, as you know he didn't want to fall off. And you can see there, I think that's Bo, isn't it? That would be Bo, as she's going to be going back into the water.
They want to get out there early so they can get up and foiling around, as we saw before. You don't want to be leaving it to the last minute, and getting stuck in a hole is not what you want.
All right, so here, okay, yeah, there's Leon, as you said, out there on the swing. He is 5.40, so both the athletes up. I mean, with conditions like this, Aiden, I think it's worth not risking those last moves unless you really need to stay up on the forehand to be able to get back out. Because if you go down, we saw it with Cash, you might not get back up.
Yeah, I think it's you've definitely got to throw some maneuvers. You've definitely got to be critical enough. But it is one of those things that you, in the early stages, you've got to get these scores. There we go. Otis coming down, another one. Nice wave there. You've got to get the scores, and then once you've got the scores, you've just got to start improving on them. And the judges are going to understand that if you start throwing critical maneuvers in these light wind conditions, they know that there's that issue that you could come off foil, and they're going to reward that sort of risk taking that you are doing.
All right, so Liam at the top. Nice Otis. He's keeping himself busy. He really is keeping himself busy. And at the moment, he's going to have another score coming in.
A few wave exchanges. So we went through with these guys earlier, and I got the gear that they're riding. So
swing for Otis, wasn't it? The F1, the new F1 wave wing, if I'm not mistaken.
For Otis is on the KT, and Leon is on the 4.5 meter swing. You're correct there, yeah. So he might have gone up in size. I'm not too sure about that. That's what he was riding earlier in the day.
Yeah.
But actually, it looks pretty small again. So I'd say it's actually still probably the 4.5.
I mean, I reckon these kids are probably maybe 50 kilos wet. Yeah. So I think they're all right.
They can get it up and make it work. But that's a pretty good set wave there. He's going to be pretty happy with that wave that came along. And so now he's going to see what he can do with it. Otis is on the wave in front, so it's going to be a two-wave exchange.
Oh, beautiful.
You're going to be able to the judges, especially when you have these sort of waves like this, the judges can really compare who is surfing better and who is riding the wave when you've got one person in front of the other. You can really get a good confrontation. We go Leon out the back. Otis, is he going to step up for an air? Nice air over a section. That was huge. Chills it out, and there we go. Wing flip over. And that was a nice way to finish his wave.
Boom.
There we go. Leon's coming back with a response. Can he throw another aerial? Whoa.
Right in his face as well.
Whoa, he's going, hey, you think you got scores, but as soon as you coming out, that's a full psychological thing right there.
Yep.
Like, coming out as the other guy's coming in, you just go, hey, I'm going to throw a hack right in front of you and land this. The other guy's going to be like, I'm not sure what scores he's been getting, but I have to put the work in because this is not over.
Yeah, no, I think it's so cool to see the younger generations. They have that fire and they have that hunger as well. It's like it was a real answer back. It was like, I reckon he probably was winking mid-air, and just to see that exchange. Both of them want to be getting through. We've got a 5.93 and a 6.93 there for Otis. We're probably going to be seeing something similar there for Leon. So I reckon it's probably going to be about the same, and we're not even halfway through. Let's not forget 20-minute heats, and they have 10 possible waves that they can get onto. So really good to see. Top two waves are the ones that are going to count. It's semi-final here in DAKHLA.
It's exciting. Second wave of the wave tour. First wave spot was in Cape Verde, and then after this, they head to Brazil.
Yeah, he beat Akira.
So everyone's pretty excited for that, and they head off pretty soon after this one, straight into the next event.
Yeah, we'll be going there at the pretty much third week of October is when we're going to Ibidakera. So a few days home, then it's across the pond, mate. You know what that's like.
I do know what that's like. I'm across the pond at the moment. A few ponds, actually.
Few ponds. Can maybe even call them lagoons, mate.
Relative, isn't it? Size.
Oh, yeah, it's about... Yeah, we're not going to get into that again. You already did that before. So, 7.13 for Otis, 6.93. So, Otis definitely has the upper hand so far, 14.06. I reckon that's fair.
That is a good score to start with, and he definitely was throwing a little bit hard, like that.
Yeah.
That aerial maneuver he threw on that last wave and that tweak over the top of the lip, like that was very impressive and very critical. There could have been a lot go wrong there. He could have got stuck on the water. Luckily, he came out riding smooth. He rode back out again, but if he had gone down there, he could have had the same thing that Cash had, and he could have been down for the next 10 minutes. So it is definitely consequential, and it is good that he keeps pushing through.
I can see one of our head judges just about to give us a little information update right now. Wind is definitely lined up. We haven't seen either of these athletes go down yet. I'm interested to see that if they do go off of foil, if they're going to be able to stay back up. We can see the women's semi-final is just getting ready to go in, and Elena right out in front of our booth here while we're waiting for some more action to hear from our semi-final of the men is literally paddling out because there is nothing on the inside, eh?
Yeah, and I think like I've watched these boys come down once already and get up pretty smoothly, so I think it is all about the board choice, the wing size, and then getting in a lucky spot to get the right puff as well, that is for sure. But the board size and the wing to get it up is going to make a big difference on who can get up on foil and who can be riding, because if you're sitting in the water, then you aren't getting scores. But Leon's going to have to put back a pretty good score here to capitalize on this. He is going to need a 7.4 to get ahead of to get ahead of Otis, sorry. So with 10 minutes to go, that is definitely possible. We're just going to have to see Leon push it and really show the judges some variety and something different that we haven't seen before. Maybe some of those, I saw him doing some of those wing release behind his hand 360s back onto the face like Cash did one of before. And I think that might be a good maneuver that could get him a higher score. Especially seeing one of those top riders incomplete it. It definitely does a good thing when you do complete it. From the judging perspective, is it's like, whoa, okay, these top guys couldn't, and this kid could really come around and push that. That is definitely going to push up a score. But there we go, nice air section over that sort of lip that was starting to peel, but there we go. Now he's wrapping it in.
Oh, nice.
But look at that control. That's the big thing, is these boys are... there he goes, come down. So now, 8 minutes 50.
Yeah,
that was when he was down.
Nicely called there. 8 minutes 50. Let's see how long it's going to take him to get back on the floor. And let's not forget that these are two very light athletes.
Yeah. Here we go. In the meantime, Otis has another set coming out the back.
Oh, tweak. Nice. Right back up on the floor. Now we're talking. It's a better set wave as well.
That was. And it was consequential. Oh, look at that. What is this kid doing?
How could he hold on to that? So 2 airs already here for Otis. Now he wants to surf it, showing all of the different sides. Beauty like Cash into the white water.
I think this is going to be a good score. If he can get a few more turns, take this a little bit further down the point, I think he is going to have a high score, and Leon is going to have something to really answer back to.
Yeah,
wow.
now we're talking. This is what we wanted to see from Otis. This is all the way down, and look, that face is just opening up nicely for him. Time to go for another little air, but still, so far, one of the better waves now. As you said, Leon is down there. He's already been down for more than a minute.
Yep. He was paddling out. He was in the shallow spot, so he did have to paddle out to that outside to get past that, but... Whoa, we go back to Otis's wave here. Look at that. Those re-entries there. The judges love them. We love to watch them. And they're so critical. People don't realize if you're new to the sport and you're watching this for the first time, those re-entries into the white water are very critical. You notice that as soon as it gets to a bigger size, no one goes in there because there's just so much power. So even in those smaller days, the turbulence really can play with you. But these boys playing in Maui and getting used to those all the time, they go, yep, this is normal for me. This is normal.
Yeah, no, it's incredible how there's, you can, and also the angle that it lies within here. You can see the gear getting ready to go as we are for the 4th day of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in DAKHLA. Once again, a big thank you and shout out to all of our partners and sponsors for making this happen, to Driss and to Lila. Merci beaucoup. And of course, I'm thankful to Armstrong for having and helping us out here on the stream to be able to bring the action to you guys and girls back home so far. Semi-final number 2. Otis is ripping.
Yeah, Otis is ripping. And Leon getting caught on that inside. He was riding that 42. This is where Otis is riding that 55. He's got 13 more litres on there, which does make a big difference to get back up and get riding again. We are seeing that Leon is still not up, and that's been 3 minutes on the clock coming up to now. So it's amazing. You can see how when you make that mistake or don't get up on full,
consequential.
That can be your entire heat right there. Look at him sitting right there.
Yeah,
He's trying to get out, and in the back there we can see Francesca. She's trying to get a puff. Bowen's up into the break, but it is getting light here. And people, a lot of these riders go, oh, but if I get a gust, I don't have to ride that much bigger gear. But if you're not riding, you're not going to get the points at all.
If you're not moving, you ain't going to get the grooves, and we've seen that a few times. I mean, we saw Cash in that previous heat. Thankfully, he had, 17 plus. He had a 9 and he had a 7 something. So put in the groundwork early on, but he was down for pretty much half of the heat.
He was. Then it makes it really important to have those critical things where you don't crash in that first half. You've got to make sure you get some really good scores under your belt before you start getting into the points that are going to potentially mess up your overall score.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of those days that I'm never going to say play it safe, because obviously semi-finals and finals, you're up against the best of the best. You've got to push it, but maybe to dial down just one notch for those first 2 or 3 waves to get those numbers on the scorecards, and then start risking it even more. Really taking a look at the contender that you're out against to see how far you have to push that envelope.
Yeah, and that's sort of 4 minutes on the clock right there that Leon's been down for. And I was thinking when he was saying that, and I was asking the other boys what size board volumes they're riding, and he's riding a 42, and he's slightly bigger than Otis. I was going, wow, that could be detrimental if you get caught in the wrong spot. But as we can see, Otis is making that work nicely.
Yeah, rips it back. Good style, opening the hips there.
Wow.
Otis Buckingham all the way down the sandbar.
Oh, he's down as well. So now this is going to prove my theory if that 55 liter is going to make the difference.
Yep. I mean, you're looking at, what's that, 17 more liters than those we have to see. I mean, hopefully that will be able to get it. And look at that beauty, mate. Tell me about that.
That's a great setup there. I'm pretty sure that's Bowen's setup. Or maybe it's a Spear setup. She might have gone to a bigger board. They might have raced down a few of those guys. It's lucky having a bigger team here that you can just switch between different guys' boards and be like, actually, can I ride your board because I need a bit more volume today? And everyone here is like, no problem. Yeah, go for it. So, yeah, it's pretty cool to have a supportive team around you at a location like this that's so remote. We had Austin, who arrived here, and his gear only just arrived today. He's been riding my gear for the entire competition.
Did he teach the gear a few things, mate?
Yeah, he did. I'm hoping so. At least I'm hoping so.
I always say the same thing. I ride the same gear as the guys and girls out there, but it must be faulty because I can't do the same things they do. I don't know what is wrong with this stuff.
I know. Maybe they just might have put a wrong shim in for me. They're just playing games on me.
No, but it's so important to have that support as well, especially like you say, coming to remote locations. Sometimes you can't come a week before. It would be great because A, you could train, or B, you could make sure that your bag gets there. Air tags, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great thing for airports. Air tags.
If you're going to a critical location, especially in a third world country, and you're moving through, it's like, okay, how do I make sure my bag gets there?
If you suddenly see an air tag
That's where Cash was like, oh, my bag's in this airport. Or Bowen, when she was coming back from her last trip back up to Amsterdam, she was telling me that she got there, her bags didn't turn up. The morning she was about to fly down to here, she sees her bag tags have arrived at the airport. So she goes to the airport, and they were on a trolley to go to a house that wouldn't arrive to that evening, so she wouldn't have had any of that gear coming to this competition. So luckily, she knew that her bags had arrived. She turned up to the airport, and there we go. If Otis gets up on this, is he going to get up? There we go.
There's the theory.
Boom.
Proven.
If that volume makes a massive difference. Look,
Absolutely.
And that's sort of going to be a big thing for all of these guys that riding those bigger boards, you're going to be able to get up earlier.
And you can see getting romantic here on the beach, as we are just less than 2 minutes to go. So 7:13, 6:93 for Otis. Leon 5:40, 6:67, 90 seconds to go.
And it's not the way we want to see anyone lose the heat by not getting up, but it is going to be a massive learning curve. As we said, Bo learned from this a few years ago in a final, and everyone's sort of gone through these phases. And if you don't win, you usually learn something from it. And if you don't learn something from it, you need to reassess what's actually happened in that heat, and what could go better next year, what you could do to push it even harder. Is there a little bit of style difference? Or do I need a bigger volume board? Is it the wing size? And then when you are wave riding, get used to riding a range of gear. Go out on the small stuff and ride small foils, ride medium foils, big boards. I love to ride a downwind board in a small day, light wind in the surf, because I can get up with just a couple of little pumps, a little gust, and I'm back up and riding. And then even if it's consequential, that's where sort of we have the mid-length 85 and 100 litre, and I can get that up with just a couple of pumps.
And
and
100 litres, you're up and going in no time.
Exactly, but then I can still play in the waves.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be caught out with, it's too light, or I couldn't get up and I had to swim in a half a mile, or that sort of thing. But yeah, 20 seconds left on the clock, and you can see how that difference of that board made just getting up there. It's
that's a deal breaker.
Yep.
That is a deal breaker. As we can see, Chris, one of our videographer editors over here for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, as we are just about to close out that heat. So it's going to be official. It is going to be Otis Buckingham who's going to be going into the finale.
2 Maui boys in the final.
Bragging rights, to say the least. So while we're waiting for that next heat to come on, as we're going to go for the extension of the 2 women's semi-final, let's catch the highlights of that last heat. Alright, so welcome back as we are here for Francesca Maiani and Bowen van der Linden as they have 10-minute extension. Alright, so 5-minute extension on this heat. I'm going to have to stick my head out of the booth here because, yeah, Francesca is way out. Bo is in the middle, not being able to get back up on her foil. So I reckon we are going to have a cancellation coming up here because the wind on the inside just really is not working. Alright, so there we can see 5 minutes in as that time is right now. So that is Nia Swadius, who is up and running, but this is the heat of Francesca Maiani and Bowen van der Linden, who neither of them are able to get up yet. There you can see Bo all the way out the back. Not able to do it. As it looks like. Definitely conditions are not there. Alright, so we're going to go to a short commercial break. welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event.
We're gonna experience an insane wingfoil competition.
This one is gonna stay in my mind forever.
It's gonna be sick.
What are we gonna be seeing next?
And welcome back, everybody. So we continue on now with semi-final number 2 of the women, as I'm waiting for confirmations of results from that semi-final number 1. Conditions are definitely borderline out there, and I've just been informed that after this semi-final number 2, we are going to be changing over and moving to the men's final. So we will be seeing out there on the water Cash Pizzola up against Otis Buckingham. So let's go out into the action as those two athletes are here for semi-final number 2. Elena Moreno, your overall leader of the tour, versus Nia Suadias. So Nia, there you can see her out there on the Unit D Lab there from Duotone, and we are thinking either the 4.5 or the 4.7 of the SLS, the Sky Style SLS, the new board from 2025 there of Duotone. And here we can see Elena, who is out there looking like she is out there on the Mantis. And if I'm not mistaken, that looks like the Swift when it comes to her board. I'm going to put my money on the Swift. So I can't quite see it with the sun. So 10-minute extensions for them. Could be the Link as well, either the Swift or the Link. So these two athletes getting ready as they're going to have a 10-minute extension. Let's see who is going to be making it into the grand finale. Alright, so AP flag is in the sky. AP flag is in the sky, so competition is on standby. I'm trying to get information in here. As I can see, they are going around left, right, and center due to the conditions. So competition is on standby, ladies and gentlemen, in that semi-final number 2. Alright, so it looks like AP flag is in the sky, and we are going to be continuing on with semi-final number 2 of the women, Nia Suadias and Elena Moreno. As soon as we go back into sequence, conditions are tough and hard out there. As we can see, the wind is shifting. The idea is to finish off with the semi-final number 2 of the women, and then we will go into the men's final, where we will have Cash Mazzola versus Otis Buckingham. So there it is, AP flag in the sky. We will be back very shortly. Alright, so red flag in the sky as we are going to go into semi-final number 2 of the women, as we are just less than 2 minutes to start. And those two ladies, Elena Moreno, Nia Suadias, both of the Spaniards. Elena Moreno, your current overall tour leader. Nia Suadias in 3rd position, but Muna White is not here. I mean, Nia Suadias has an opportunity to go further up the ranking. Only one will be able to make it through to the grand final. As I'm waiting, you can see results. So it was Bowen van der Linden who will be waiting in that final, as we are getting ready to go. All right, so we're getting ready to go. Waiting for that green flag to hit the sky. All right, so there is Elena Moreno. Less than a minute until we start. Less than a minute. Alright, so Nia Swadias here, you can see out there on the duotone D-Lab. There's the countdown as we are going to be going for green flag, green flag. So we are a go as we have semi-final number 2 of the women. Alright, so there we go. 12.13, 12.13. It is equal up in this semi-final. So exactly the same scores. So this is about as close as it gets. So I've just been informed there's going to be a new heat order. So new heat order is going to be men's final, then women's final, then men's mini final, then women's mini final. So they're going to be throwing both of the finals out at once because, I'm going to say it, conditions are dropping, wind is dropping, waves are leaving. We want to try and get the results as soon as possible just in case the wind does decide to leave, as we are 9 minutes to go here. It's not often you see an exact same score in between two top athletes. And now let's see who is going to be able to, are they going to be able to improve on it? So we got a 6.83, 5.30, 6.535, 5.60. I mean, this is nail-biting stuff.
Sure is, Joe. And especially it's two different scores. It's not like the same score in each area. It's slightly different, but they all add up to the same total. And wow. So those last 8 minutes is really going to make it. What do they do if they get a tie?
That is a very good question because it will depend on the tie-break scenario. So gonna have to get the rule book out, but by memory, and I'm going to say this now, this is not official. It would depend on who has won against each other more during the competition or who has won each other more during the year.
Okay.
But again, that's using my memory. Would need to get the rule book out to get that details. I've already asked our head judge to get that one back to us, but we will see because like you say, if they do not improve on those scores, it would be exactly the same.
Exactly.
So that's one for the head judge to give us the info there.
Yeah, it's interesting. In sailing, they go off your best last result, or you go off your last wave that you scored, or you go off sometimes you keep stacking back and you just go, if they're the same, okay, they go back to the next result. But it is always interesting how different sports have their different tie-breaking results and how they work. But
I mean, if we go off the last best wave, the last best wave was of Elena. Was at 6.83. So I can see our head judge. Yep, so it is, if they stay the same, it will be the highest wave of the heat will take the overall win. So in this case, it would be Elena. So if they stay drawn, Elena Moreno will be making her way into the final. So there you go. The head judge just throwing us the info. And I mean, that is not an easy situation because conditions are hard, clock is ticking, and to get something more than a 6.83 or near, I mean, if Nia got a 5.61, she would win.
She would, exactly. So all of these waves are going to become critical, but looking through, it's got a little bit lower tide, trying to figure out those waves that are going to carry through. We know that on this lower tide, that middle section reels really quickly, but there are some lines coming through to the middle of the bay there. So maybe if they can get it through, they are going to have some sections they can carry right into the beach. And there's some wind in that section, so that's a bit that you can be consequential. You can do some critical maneuvers. You can be like putting it on the edge and not worry about, oh, am I going to get back up again? We saw Otis and Cash just headed out to prepare for their heat and sit at the back, and they got up pretty easily. So that's pretty good to know that that wind is filling in a little bit more, but we're going to see over this next sort of 6 minutes if one of these girls can pull ahead.
It's not going to be easy, mate, because a 5.61, Nia has got past that score once in the competition, which is in this heat with that 6.53. So obviously, you know, a 5.61 is a decent score.
Yeah.
That's not just in and out and one or two turns on the wave. That is, you know, that's one all the way down to the bottom and performing on it. So Nia has really got to make sure that she picks a set wave and hope that it comes through if she wants to be taking that, because Elena has ever so slightly done more here, and we're already halfway into this extension.
Yeah.
So you can see Nia Suarez here on your screen. We already saw Cash and Otis already out the back, getting ready to rumble. Maui boys, Clash of the Titans, Clash of the Island.
We just went past that, a little quick chat to those two, and they were going, okay, we're going to get out there early because we do not want to be stuck in case we get in a light patch here. We want to be sitting pretty much out the outside and just in the wind, back and forth, really cruisy, making no mistakes. And that then comes down to your riding, amount of time riding on the foil, because when you've got those hours and hours under your belt, those jibes, those maneuvers, are just going to make it all the way through. These boys are playing on the inside a little bit.
They are risking it.
They
are, you know, we can see out. Okay, so basically what we just said, completely forget about it. You know, Aiden's here, you know, playing the cool cruiser, saying that, you know, one of his athletes, Cash Pizzotto, is just going to, you know, he's going to be playing outside the back in the wind, and we suddenly see him coming in inside an air just in the middle of the section. So, yeah, completely disregard what we just said.
Yeah.
So both of these guys, once again, having fun, but... yeah, I mean, if you come down on the inside, it is going to be a doggy paddle all the way out. And we've got a new heat order, which is definitely going to be final of the men, final of the women. The idea is to get the winners already in the bag because, yeah, conditions are definitely going out. All right, Elena at the top. Okay, Nia dropping
Nia's
in.
on a wave. She is going to have to get a little bit more critical, but she is riding up the top of that lip. That is really nice when you sit on those turns and you just hold it like right within that last sort of inch and a half of that lip. And the judges are going to be looking at that, but she is going to have to get closer to that white water, I think, to really get an excellent score.
Yeah, I mean, 5.61 is what Nia is looking for. Oh, goes down. She does not want to go down there. No. She does not want to get off of that fall. She is off.
3 minutes, and that could cost you this entire rest of this heat.
That could be consequential right there. Didn't see the full beginning of that wave, so we're obviously going to be leaving it up to our judges panel. Nia needs a 5.61 to be able to have the win.
Yep.
Because then she would be 0.01 ahead of Elena, and that would give her her place into the final. Elena Moreno cruising out the back, almost going down there, as I'm going to be hitting the refresh bunny like the Energizer Bunny.
Whoa, so far it looks like potential of a good score coming through. We're still waiting for a few results to land, but this could be the game changer. This might mean that Elena really has to step it up, but there is a set wave that she's sitting on right now. She could battle back and just be like, ha ha ha, as we said, buzzer beater moments.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some scores here for Nia, and it's looking positive. It definitely is looking positive. So obviously that first turn was probably a bit more consequential. Okay, Elena airing into it. Yeah, I mean, you've got to risk it if you want to get into the final.
Exactly, and right from the top, that is a risky maneuver because you could cost your entire wave there, especially when you need to get a good score. Nia's back up again, so Nia didn't lose much time in getting on the down there. So that was actually really well played.
Elena here, I'm going to say surfing a little bit more critical than we saw from Nia, but it's early stages.
Yeah.
Here she's dropping that wing now. She wants to get that wing above the wave. She wants to continue down. she does. Roundhouses it into the power section. Does she keep it together? Elena down the line. This is a good wave.
That is beautiful, right under that white water there. Look at that. That's what the judges are going to be looking for. That is incredible.
And one just over, a little bit over a minute. Elena goes down. Oof. Okay, so let's recap on here. We saw the wave of Nia. It's looking like it would have been enough to go forward. Nia, she's seen what Elena has just done. She knows she's got to risk it. She knows she's got to pull it around, and that is what the young Spaniard is doing. 5.90. So Nia Suardias has now gone into the lead, but waiting for the score here from Elena. This wave not looking as good as her first one, but if she rides it all the way down, it could make it the difference. Elena, big score coming her way.
Yeah, so this Nia's really going to have to step this up. I think she's going to have to get an aerial.
She does!
3!
Throwing it down, Suardias on the last wave.
30 seconds. This is going to be exciting, Joe. We are in for it. These girls have stepped it up, and we are on. There is a score coming in from Elena. Oh, that's... Nia goes down there, but that was a decent wave all the way through to the inside there. So
gonna be really interesting, that one, because
yeah.
I'm gonna say the surfing was better from Elena from the top, but aerial maneuver, mixing up the freestyle, and good surfing there from Nia. I would not want to be a judge right now.
No, she's going to need at least a 7.7 to get that score from Nia Suardias, or 7.40 drop from Elena. So that's bringing it up for a 14.23. What are we going to see here? The results are coming in.
And there you can see Elena just waiting for Nia. This is what I love about these athletes, you know. There's mutual respect. They, you know, always looking out for each other. And Elena with that 7.40. So meaning, as it stands, it would be Elena Moreno who is making it in to the final. But there are more scores. Nia needs to improve her score by 1.81. So she would need...
She needs a 7.7.
Yeah. She would need a 7.7, and she is almost right there. So we are going to wait for that result to come in. And while we are, we're going to go to the highlights of that last semi-final. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As there we can see, it is going to be Elena Moreno making her way into the grand final. So congratulations to her. And coming up out there on the water, men's final. The men's final will be coming up. All right, so Otis getting ready to go as your top athlete. So we have Cash Bizzola and Otis backing them straight off the bow. Look at that air.
Otis, you are going hard on that one. There we go. Look at that. Oh, look at the speed he's got through there. That low tide is really sucking, so it might be a little bit shallow on that inside. But that is allowing these boys to be so much more critical and really hit those sections. Wow.
Yeah, we can see already a big score for Cash is coming in as we're waiting for that to appear. Otis also on this last wave, your men's final, as we are getting ready to go. Who is it going to be? I'm not going to say who's your money on, because we need to be as biased as we can.
Biased as we can? I could be biased if you want me to, but
I don't know.
I'm open. These two boys, I love both of their styles.
Yeah.
And I think that's the cool thing about it. I just love a good battle between two good riders. And look at that air section over that. Like,
beautiful.
There is nothing that beats watching good wingfoil riding. Like,
and also, like you're saying, to see two friends, airline Bazzola. Look at that. I mean, and they're bouncing off of each other.
Oh, they are.
You can see, like, it's like...
Look at this. This final is stepping up. The pitchiness of these waves, like... This is better than we've seen all day.
Yeah, look how you got that fall off again. He makes that look so easy, Aiden.
Yeah. Maybe he can ride my foil next time, and with him and Austin's balance, like...
Mate.
My foils will be flying after that.
It'll be like PlayStation, just, X squared double side, mate. X squared double side. So Cash Bazzola.
There he goes. He's not wanting to come down here. No, he comes down.
Okay, snap.
This could be a game changer early on in the heat, but he did have a good wave here. Look at this. Like, that's sort of critical turn.
As good as it gets. That is as good as it gets. 8.07.
The 3 right there, just on that shoulder. Oh.
Yeah, so he has an 8.07, and he's looking potentially to be having high 8s to 9. 9.73 for Cash. Already, straight off the bat, 17.80. Otis, 7.07.
And I think Otis has the full ability to respond to this.
Oh, absolutely.
And watching these two ride over the last few days, it's just been like, wow. Otis does have a lot of talent here, and this is his first year on tour, and he is ripping. I think he rode last year. He might have come down to Brazil. I think so.
Yep.
But
we'll see. I mean, to be in a final and both of the Maui boys here, it's so cool to see. I mean, island bragging rights are out here in the water.
Oh, I also think it's just, you see how talent breeds talent. Like, when you're around these guys and you're all riding together and getting so playful as young kids, they just grow off each other.
Yeah.
It's not you don't have your established style as much. You do, but you don't have that thing where, this is my way and I'm not willing to try something new. Whereas you start as a young kid, you're like, well, he did that. Why don't I do it like that?
Well, I got to go for that.
Exactly. Well, that was really nice, Otis. Sort of really just surfy style there, sort of hand laying down on the water. Yeah. This is not going to be as big of a set wave, but as we know, it can stand up here. Oh, that was beautiful.
Sliding. I mean, it's controlled chaos.
Yeah.
Like, to be able to make that look so easy and move it across, it is so much control to be able to do that.
We just had a close call there with his wing almost hitting that foil of that last bit as he came off there. So that was very fortunate. It is not something you want to have your foil going through your wing at this last minute. But the control he had there and that, I think the judges are going to reward that well. And I think I am looking forward. There's Cash up in the background. So
we've got airtime. We have airtime.
We are seeing, there he goes, going back up to the point again, so didn't lose much time. We've still got 13.5 minutes. I think Otis is going to have responded with a pretty good wave there. So that's going to be good in his books, but will he have to increase that? We'll have to wait and see to see what the score drops. We're getting a few scores in here that are looking pretty good on that, but he is going to have to put a cracker. A 9.73 is a high score. That's something you've really got to put down to get up to that level.
I mean, also, and his backup score of an 8.07, Cash hasn't really, left much margin for error.
Nah.
Like, straight off the bat, almost going down on the inside and being able to get back up. So, fortunately, back up in the point. But, 2 of those scores already straight away. I mean, that is impressive to see. I mean, absolutely throwing down both of these youngsters. But, Yeah, Cash, ever since the, day number 1, he has been on the money. We've been saying he's pretty much every single score of his has been a 7, an 8, or a 9. Consistent as well.
He very rarely makes mistakes on waves. He just he dials it up, he brings it up, he goes, oh, I can take this to the next level.
Yep.
Oh, I can take this to the next level. He just starts mellow and just progresses until he gets this exceptional wave. And yeah, he might come down right at the end, but he's just kept growing into it. And
True.
The maneuvers he threw from the start are impressive for most athletes. And then he goes and he keeps building on that as he goes down. And there's only a few riders that really go with that style of, hey, I've got nothing to lose. There he is on another wave out the back there.
Nice
Beautiful roundhouse.
All the way along. Let's see. Opening it up with this section. Gaining some speed. Air off the top. Landing right in the pocket.
And as we've been talking with the judges earlier, it's a few things that get you those high scores. It's that mixing it up in variety. It's that going and being creative like that. Whoa, he came down there. That was a critical maneuver. It is getting under that pocket, making ears, making calves, showing everyone what is possible, but then also picking those set waves and riding it from the outside all the way in. If you combine all the elements together, it's a good score. If you combine them and show the judges something new, it's going to be an excellent score.
Yeah, no, and also, like Alvaro said, there's not much more you can do on a wave. When we see with those 9.73s, I mean, that's as close to picture perfect as we've seen so far. But it's, Cash, he just mixes up the surfing, creeps low, gets the air, and then, as you say, you can already see him building throughout the wave, and when he starts to get to those hollower sections, he starts to get playful, and that's where his raw talent comes into play.
Exactly, and there's different potentials on which waves can do what.
True.
Like as you were in Cape Verde, the waves were completely bigger and more powerful, but those are those waves, and you can get 10-point rides in those conditions, but a 10-point ride in these conditions is going to look very different in a sense. It's going to require a lot more technical elements, a lot more, not as much of the big wave control and power turns, but more of the snappy, shorter, playful, flowy, keeping that speed up even though it's hard to keep the speed in those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same on surfing. You get places like pipe or tubes where it is all about getting that barrel, and if you place that right, you're going or go back to, you're going to get that 10-point ride. Where you go to places like Margaret River or Bondi, it's all about the surfing and linking it together, or Saquarema where we were last year. It's all about making the most out of the, let's say, less perfect conditions, and really dancing out there on the water.
And it's interesting to see these guys do get a range of conditions here in Maui. They get those in the summer, it's pretty much flatter. They get smaller sort of waves, some more chop, hacky sort of turns, and then in the winter they get these big, powerful waves, which tend to make them quite well-balanced, well-rounded athletes, especially in the wind sport with waves. You've really seen them excel over the last couple of years. In the sports you've seen from the windsurfing, you've had plenty of time of the guys training in Maui because of those conditions, and you're getting the same thing in winging here, and all of these guys training here. It's pretty cool to see this level come so high.
Yeah, and I mean, here, look. Oh, it's nice.
Otis, this is going to be a good wave. He's going to want to get a little bit higher.
Yeah. Oh, that came out of nowhere.
Exactly. This is what we can see with these boys. They will put anything into this bag. So the wave's only stepping up. He's just kind of get behind that pocket again.
I love how you can see, nice little air there as well, how you can see how he just, Otis, he's pumping as if he was on a shortboard. You can see Cash there as well, just going back roundhousing and throwing that tail. It's as if they weren't on a foil.
Nah. And that's the cool thing about foiling. Like, these kind of waves on a shortboard would be like, oh, okay. But when you get onto a foil here, and you can start ripping it like this, and get back out. Even the guys who have been prone foiling the last few days, watching them throw their maneuvers, Otis going down on that 360, that's not going to give him the score he wants there. But it is going to be a good score. Will it improve on his 8.0? I'm not too sure. I think some of those maneuvers were a little bit more critical. But you can see how shallow it is here. You can see all those maneuvers and those aerial maneuvers that used to be critical in their own sense, they become even more critical now. Like Cash going down there.
Hit the ground there.
Exactly. Like, he is there. Sweet. Okay, grab that board. Get out as quick as possible. Paddle out, paddle out, paddle out. Get up and wing again.
Yeah, there you can see Otis as well. Just coming up on 8 minutes. So we got an Otis with an 8.0. And a 7.07. I mean, those are two big scores. But Cash, just with, you can see there.
There's a Spencer Brothers.
Maui crew.
And Austin Tovey and Jeff Bazzola and Otis' dad there. We've got everyone just watching. They're sitting on the beach. A few nerves running as these boys are sitting down on the inside going, okay, let's hope they get a gust and get back up again. But it looks like that wind's filled in a little bit better, and they're getting up, and those waves are getting a little bit more critical. When saying that was I might just hold my words there, but a 9.23 on that one.
Oh,
that's
I mean,
sorry Otis, but 8.50 for Otis. That was incredible. But
look at this heat. I mean, the boys are throwing down. I mean, look at those scores.
Yeah,
that's a final.
That is a final. And this is what we kind of wanted. This is what we wanted to see. And these boys, one, the waves have turned on for what they've got so far, and two, they're riding like they've got nothing to lose, and that's what they have. They have nothing to lose. Literally, it's me against a mate, and if I win, sweet. If he wins, okay. But we'll go back at it tomorrow, and we'll go back out in session again. It's not. It's that's how these boys ride with that sort of style, that sort of playfulness.
And you can see, you see those good vibes in between all of the, the Maui crew in here. You can see Leon getting ready as he will be having his mini final coming up. So coming up next, we will have the final of the women, and then the mini final of the men will be coming in, and then the mini final of the women. So it's going to be going back and forward. But at the moment, both of these guys, 6
minutes.
Insane.
This could fully be done. Otis is going to have to throw something we've never seen before, or something crazy to get that sort of. He's going to start having to get those he's going to need 2 9.5s.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to go all in. I mean, and now it is do or die. He knows it, and he's taking off on what looks like one of the set waves. Nice turning back. This is where he's going to pump it. Goes back to the top. So he had to pump his way down, getting speed. I mean, that's pure surfing style. Tweaking it out.
I do love that sort of those wrapping turns that he does in there. Although it's not as much variety when you do 3 of them in a row, it is so powerful, and there is so much control to wrap 3 of those turns. It almost seems like the way you were doing this with a 300-meter point break, you were able to do 3 of those turns and then still put so much variety in this. Look at how many more hits you get. Like,
staying to the top of the wave as well, because let's not forget that tide is going down, so you got to be careful on that sandbar.
Here he is coming into the inside. Is this going to stand up and give him one more face and hit to do? No.
Back out.
Back out and try not to get down again. So I think that'll be a pretty good wave, but an improvement on that 8.5, I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see what the judges thought of that. But he's going to get out to this outside there, and there's Francesca. She's in the mini final, so she's still got 2 heats before she jumps out, but they got a little bit stuck on that. She was talking about, okay, I might have to jump to a bigger board here. She is in an unfortunate position where she doesn't have a bigger board, but there are a few people around that say, hey, you can borrow our board if you do want to ride that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, so important to come to all of the events with a lot of the gear, but sometimes that isn't possible. Not forget, there's not everybody has a complete quiver of gear, and I think after the great performance that she's had here, she's definitely going to be concentrating also on the wingfoiling. As I said, one of the top big air riders in the world, and great to see her here. And at the moment, this final, I mean, those are the scores that you want to see in a final.
So that last score that dropped was a 7.20 from Otis, which isn't going to prove his overall score, but we are excited to see what these boys can throw. 4.5 minutes. There is still full possibility of getting
another set.
Scores.
I mean, we want another set to come through. I mean, it is close to being a closed deal, because Otis pretty much has to. He is comboed. Otis is comboed, so he would need to get 2 ways. 4 minutes is possible. It is possible. We've seen sets come through. We saw it go back, but time is ticking.
100%. If we get under 2 minutes, he's going to be really pushing it. So this next 2 minutes, he's going to need something, and then he's going to need another set wave to come through, which is hard to come by a double like that. And then both of those, he's going to need clean runs all the way out from the outside into the inside, which he has full potential to do. We've seen how his riding style is, and if he gets one of those set waves that really pushes, I actually think he can do something incredible, especially with those ears over that whitewater foam section.
Beautiful. He's going powerful with those and tweaks it out pure surfing style. Let's say Cash has a little bit more of the variety, but Cash, he's going to be circling with him as well, as he knows that anything can happen. Alright, so here we have all of the guys. They are still this grand final. I mean, Cash. I mean, like we said, Aiden, that does not get much better than that. It really doesn't.
He just gets so playful in the way he rides.
All right, so here both of the athletes, they are pushing their way through, but it is Cash Bazzola. Beautiful turn there from him.
Yeah, Cash Bazzola coming down on that inside there, getting a nice air over the wave. Wow, look at that. Incredible right in there. But is Otis going to be on this wave behind? I haven't seen. Maybe not, but that is the set that you're going to be looking for. This could put the nail in the coffin here.
It could.
If he gets another high 9, then it is going to be... Oh! Look at that. The board doesn't even touch.
It's insane. The control Cash has on those slides is ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe I might have to buy one of those Armstrong foils after he's ridden it. Maybe I can get a signed copy.
He was trying to cover up. He was trying to cover up there. Cash Bazzola, is there anything this kid can't do? Ridiculous what we have just seen there from Cash. And now Otis, beautiful turns. He's got to go all in. All right, nice little air into the pocket. Both of these, they're just bouncing off each other.
They are. It is going to be a little bit tricky. What Cash had was a slightly bigger set wave there, so to be able to capitalize on this, Otis is going to have to do something really insane. We haven't actually seen in any of these heats, we haven't seen backflip re-entry onto a wave.
We haven't. I'm surprised we haven't seen a wing pass, to be honest.
Exactly.
I saw a few of the freestylers getting that.
There we go. Another ballerina.
360.
Oh, no. Unfortunate Otis. And with a minute to go. Comboed out.
Unofficially, I think we can say that it is going to be Cash Bazzola is going to take the competition.
Yeah.
It is definitely, 45 seconds. We are going to say it. It is obvious. We are going to be saying it because Otis is comboed out. Cash 9.73, 9.23. So, Maui boy Cash Bazzola is going to be your number one here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in DAKHLA. Congratulations, Cash.
Wow, congratulations. And as you can see, these scores throughout this entire heat have been consistently high. Like, every wave has been good. There has just been some more waves that have been excellent. But these boys have been performing, and they've put on a show for us. This is the final we've been waiting for. Been waiting for something that just went wow, and these boys, the matchup, that was close, and as you can see, the variety these boys throw in, the maneuvers we haven't seen. So if you're looking to get onto this tour and you're looking to push the limit, then there we go. Time is up. Get out training. Have a look at how these guys are riding their heats, and maybe take something out and go and train on some of these maneuvers these boys are throwing.
And we're going to wait for the athletes to come back to the shore, but it is official. That man on your screen, Cash Bazzola, taking the win. Your king of DAKHLA. Congratulations to him, our winner here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Morocco. And welcome back, everybody. There is the flag. There is the flag. United States of America. Maui, Maui, Maui. Your winner, Kasper Zoller, our champion here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Morocco. There we can see our tour manager, Tom Hartman, making his way to the shore to give that flag so he can fly it high in the air. And what an incredible final we have had. 9.73, 9.23, 18.96 total for Kasper Zoller. 8.0, 8.5, 16.50 for Otis Buckingham. Absolutely ripping. Congratulations there to Otis as well. Maui boys banding it out in the final. And what an amazing final it has been. Some of the best scores we have seen here on tour. And I know that man there is going to be having a smile on his face as he makes his way in. There we can see the family, the dad and all the boys showing the love and the respect. Your numero uno, El Jefe, El Capitan, as Wall Street would like to say. Kasper Zoller there, our number one athlete over here, and here he is. He is going to be a very, very happy individual. There it is, flag in the sky. Maui is number one. Congratulations to that young man. Kasper Zoller, your winner here of the DAKHLA Wingfoil World Cup. Your Armstrong athlete. There we can see Finn and Austin holding that guy up in the sky. And these are the images that we want to see, that raw emotion as our champion comes into shore. Once again, congratulations, Cash. Amazing riding out there. And also Otis, absolutely ripping as well. But there can only be one champion. And today it was the turn of Kasper Zoller. Coming up next, we will have the grand final of the women, as it's going to be Elena Moreno and Otis Buckingham. Excuse me, Elena Moreno and Bowen van der Linden. What an event. And there it is. The smile says it all as we just enjoy our champion here, that young man. Congratulations, Cash. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on at your women's final. Bowen van der Linden versus Elena Moreno here for your GWA Wingfoil World Cup. We just saw Kasper Zoller take the win, crowning himself champion here today. And now let's see who is going to be the winner of the women's discipline. Bowen van der Linden, coming from the Netherlands, multiple-time world champion. Elena Moreno, your current leader, as she took the win in the Cape Verdean events. As we continue on, 20 minutes of action, and after this we will be keeping it going. And there we can see Kasper Zoller down there, getting all the love, getting all the attention. That's what happens when you become a champion. And we will see who's going to be the champion of the two ladies out there today, as we continue on with the grand final of the women. Who is going to be the number one? So there we have Elena Moreno out there on the Cabrini gear. We're going to have Bowen van der Linden on the Armstrong. Will we have a double or nothing, Meg?
That would be incredible. That would be incredible. Bowen's first win in a little while. She would be absolutely ecstatic about that, I can imagine. And Elena's not going to be an easy competitor. She is going to put it all down on there. So let's see, 20 minutes. Can Bowen put together a perfect heat and take this win in the finals of the Wingfoil World Tour stop in DAKHLA?
I mean, we've seen Bo has improved her surfing game hugely, but Elena we've shown that she is a stone cold killer out there, as we saw in that big final where she literally just waved on the final buzzer moment. She went to near and went even further, and making herself into the grand finale. As we are ready to rumble, as both of the athletes are looking for the first waves to be coming through, as that green flag is in the sky. 20 minutes of action coming our way. Let's see who's going to be firing off that first bullet.
Here we go. Look, Bowen straight off the bat. She is in there. I was talking to those boys just as they came off the water there, and Otis said it was dredging on that inside. He was like, I just wanted to put my head in there and get barreled. So those boys were going, these faces have steepened up as we got this low tide. So now it's going to come down to some critical riding. And Bowen there putting straight down into it, putting that first ride. We know it gets a little bit flat through this section, but if you can keep holding through, it will stand up at the end here.
Yeah, you can see staying close to that foam ball, just keeping the power. Now this is where it starts to run past that sandbar. You can see as it just starts to get a little steeper. One of the smaller waves, it's not a set wave, but Bo keeping herself busy and nice.
Exactly. First couple of minutes, it's nice to get a good wave, get under control on it, and there we go. Elena's responding on a wave behind. Bowen's trying to keep on this wave. No, she has exited. She had called that a wave. And here we are. Elena coming all the way into the inside. Hers has shrunk as well. Those waves really are tricky to decide if they're going to stay there. So she's pulled off that quite early. Going to get back out there and hope that she gets priority on that next wave, being first out to the back there. How the priority works, if you're only just joining us for the final, the women's, it is the first out onto the face. If you both turn at the same time, then it is the closest to the peak. But there she goes. She saw one just behind that, and she has gone straight back into it. There we go. Releases that wing and comes critically into it. We know that she has that big wave game. She won at Cape Verde, ripping. So we know she can do those big turns, and she is laying into it right now.
Look at the speed. Oh,
wow.
Oh, got caught out. Just went a little bit too high on the line there.
But that was going to give her a good score. There we go, 6.40 dropping for Bowen, so that's a good score to put down to start with.
Very good
score.
But
it is a final, so you are definitely going to have to keep pushing that bar as high as possible to see what scores you can pull in. There we go, that's Bo. No, she's slipping off that one. She decided maybe not to take that one. Maybe this next one, and she's just kind of bring herself upwind a little bit. As you do at that point, depending on this wind direction, you have to sometimes just creep using those waves. And it looks like there's a few more sets, as the boys say. They get better here as they get close to that low tide, as long as it doesn't get too shallow and the size is there.
All right, so less than 16 minutes. All right, Bo jumping in on another wave. And already pumping her way down. She's got a good score, 6.40. Elena, 2 scores, a 3.60 and a 4.9.
Wow,
oh, this one's starting to go up. Nice here.
That it definitely had a lot of consequence if you had messed up that air there. And that's what the judges are going to understand. You can definitely see Elena's wave. If she had got that all the way through, we could have been looking at a high, I think 7.
Yep.
She got off that pretty early. She only got a few turns in there in a 4.90. So I think Elena, if she can start pulling these all the way to the inside. There we go, Bo, with another little air just in that wide water section. Oh, that was close. Getting a little bit shallow on the inside. I just spoke to Bo before, and she has gone up to a 58 litre.
Has she?
Yeah, she's put another 10
Smart
litres on
move.
the board, and she's
Smart
like,
move.
I don't want to get caught out. So luckily, a few of the teammates have these different volume boards. I think Bowen might have even bought another 58. If not, she is borrowing a 58 from one of the guys. And
yeah, you can see both of the athletes at the moment down. But yeah, one of the things we're seeing with Elena here is she really is going into these turns with that extra little bit of speed, which is what is giving her the better scores on average. At the moment, Bo has the top score, but Elena, let's say a much shorter wave, already made it through to that 4.9, like you were saying, missing out on that air. But still, you know, Bo's wave also going to be coming out and solidifying her lead. So Bo in a comfortable position so far, and you know, upping the board, upping the gear, competition savvy.
She knows, she understands, and she went after that last extension on that heat, being down in the water for so long, and even on that before that, she went, actually, it is much safer just to go to this bigger volume board and get up and ride.
Yeah, no,
Elena, I don't think, has changed board size, so she could be down here for a little while.
Yeah,
and that could be consequential.
It is. I mean, we've seen it throughout the whole, throughout the whole day. If you get caught up, I mean, look, Bo there just gets up on the foil nice and easily. So that's an intelligent move. And as you're saying, Elena down still. She's been down for a while, and she's gonna have trouble getting up unless the gust comes there, because like you say, her board is a lot smaller.
Yeah, there we go. Bowen's dropped to 6.73, so that's taking it up to a total of 13.13. So Elena is going to have to put down some good scores to get up to that at the moment. She's not quite comboed, but she would have to have 2 incredible waves, or 1 incredible wave, to make that score up a 4.9. She's sort of looking in that high 8 region to get up there. But I think they both have the potential, but that competition savvy that Bowen has of making sure she picks, and you can see there we are staying at West Point. It's wrapping around the point there. That's where the top of the wave, as you can see, it's just breaking there at the bottom on the left hand side of your screen. That's where the guys slip behind the rocks there, and they come all the way down and through, and these waves are getting good. And you can see the other reason, and a little bit of extra volume in these finals is going to be advantage you, is because when you make those critical turns and those critical maneuvers, you have to be able to be like, I can be stuck on this inside and I'm not worried about that. If you start worrying about that, you're not going to ride as aggressively as you could potentially could, and you're then going to lose out more than if you had that few extra liter volume that, okay, the width of the board barely changes. It might change by 1/4 of an inch or maybe a 1/2 an inch between those volumes, but if you've made that change, at least you're going to be able to get up back on foil quicker and can still rip those turns. But
yeah, I mean, you're not going to get scored if you're floating around on the water. It's better to be up and going and being able to get on some of these waves. Still waiting to see if Elena is up again, but Bo is back in position, so she is hunting. 6.40, 6.73, 2 solid scores, 13-13 there from Bo. So, and
it also shows the judges that you can get up on foil. If you're both on small boards and you both push that gear, it's going to be, the judges are going to be like, oh yeah, they both can't get up on foil. But if you can keep ripping around while the other person sits on the water, then the judges are going to be like, oh,
It's possible.
That is possible. It's just a matter of the right gear choice.
Yeah, here we see Bo dropping in on yet another wave.
I am loving Bo's style at the moment. She is really getting fluid on it. She has put a lot into the wave stuff recently, and I can see that coming out in her style, and I'm going to have to get some pointers off Bo for next time.
Yeah, no, you can see and this wave is looking nicer. All right, we just caught a glimpse there. Lena out the back as well. So Bo, she's going to be riding this one all the way inside, and it's looking like it's hollowing it out nicely. A couple roundhouses here now, and this is where she stays high to try and make it all the way down to the bottom section, Aiden.
Yeah. There she pulls it all the way into the inside, and there we go, hitting into that foam again, riding it like a surfboard, bringing it back up. Sometimes sitting in that foam, when it's got a little bit of energy sitting inside it, can just keep you sitting in that pocket without riding out into the flats, because as soon as you come up on foil again, the foil wants to accelerate. And there we go, she's going for a little bit more of an air, but couldn't quite stomp it. But you can see now that when she stands on that board, she's pretty much floating.
Yeah, she is. And you know, obviously that extra leader, she knows that she can get back up on the board easily and back up on the foil easily, so she can take that extra risk. Elena now, seeing how she went down, she's probably, you know, if there's one thing with Elena, she always goes all in.
Yeah.
She really just put it. We saw, you know, in that last exchange with Nia. Nia suddenly overtook her. Then Elena came back. Nia got it again, and then Elena in the final seconds taking it out and making her way into the final. I mean, Elena is the overall tour leader, and with this result, is probably going to be maintaining that.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what score they just bow on for that wave. But we've got a few scores coming in, and it's looking a little bit lower than her current scores. So I don't think she's going to improve on it, but she's still going to be happy with how that wave went and how she was riding. And there's a few good. She's getting consistently good scores here.
Very consistent. Bo is. I mean, Bo is like this in the surf freestyle. She is one of those athletes that is always a force to be, reckoned with. She's super consistent. You know, she's going to get from the medium to high scores always. And then if she's having a good day, she's untouchable.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And we've seen it here. Bowen has become very competition savvy, being on this tour since the first year's 2020, I think it was, that she came onto this tour. And she is now, this is going into 2024, so 4 years of riding around and having a few spots and getting onto that. So she has understood how this event works, what it takes to be that competition sort of aggression and getting in the right gear, right mindset, all that sort of thing. And as we know, these two people that are up on top here, all of these people in the final are super bubbly, happy people.
Yeah.
You just come and chat to them, and they'll come and chat to you anytime. They've got time for anyone in the world. So if you do see them at the beach, don't be afraid to come up to these guys and just have a little chat. They'll help you get you set up. And this sport is pretty new, and everyone's pretty frothy on it. So
if you smile, you're going to get a smile back.
Exactly.
All right, Elena now dropping in and starting to get some turns in. She knows she has to up her game because Bo is really throwing down. This is a nice wave here from Elena the way down the sandbar.
It is. She's going to have to do something. It's not as big as some of the set waves we've seen so far, so she is going to have to do something creative, maybe hit the whitewood a little bit more, maybe some aerial, or maybe it's going to stand up on the inside. But with how she's riding at the moment, this is going to be a long ride, and even though it might not be the biggest wave, the judges really reward those long rides all the way into the inside. And if she can carry this over, nice, Elena.
Making it work, pumping just as she was going to go off the bat.
Here we go. This is where it gets critical.
It is.
Ooh, and she goes down.
That is definitely against the shore. As we can see, we're coming to those, low tide is just coming up in about an hour and a half. But, going all the way down, I reckon that is definitely going to improve on her score. Her top score is a 4.90.
Yeah.
So we will see if she's going to improve on that, and then it would be turning into her backup score, 13.13 for Bo, 8.50 at the moment for Elena. She's going to increase for sure.
Yeah. She's definitely got this potential here, and
big numbers.
To see, but
big numbers coming in.
Whoa.
Big numbers coming in for Elena. This is going to make definitely a big difference. It's not going to be giving her the first position yet, as if it does come in, she's going to be just shy of Bo, but it definitely puts her back into contention.
Oh, it's actually going to be very close if it comes in like how it's looking at the moment.
Changing up now again. It is going to come down to the wire.
Oh,
it is. The judges are reviewing that. Obviously, being the final, every decimal will count. Bo, 2 decent average scores, 8.4.
There we go.
So slightly ahead.
Now Bo is going to have to step it up. That has put the pressure back on Bo, and Bo probably doesn't realise that yet, but she knows that she is in a final, and you just have to ride the best you can from start to finish.
Yeah.
Bo is going to want to get that 8.4. Wow.
That's a big score.
So that wasn't, as I said, it wasn't the biggest wave we've seen, but she did ride it all the way through, so the judges are really rewarding that. And, yeah. Wow.
No, she really, she's answered back, but she is down all the way to the bottom.
She lost about 3.5 minutes in the last time doing this.
And she was further out.
And she was further out, so it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes her to get up here on this wave. She's going to want to get up early, and she's going to want to get another score to solidify that. If she gets into that 6s, then she's really going to put the pressure on Bo as that backup score.
I mean, Bo needs to improve by, what's she got to improve by 0.17.
So she just needs to get that 6.4 up to another 6. If she got up to another 6.73, but if she got up to a 6.53, she's going to be in this picture again and riding all the way through. But Bo's coming in on another break here. There we go. Down in that bottom right-hand corner of the screen, we can see Bo's looking at it. Yep, she's racing down the line. She goes, this is the one I want. That is a good wave.
That's a good set wave. All right, here we have Bo and Van der Linden.
Yeah, there we go, Bo. Show us what you got. Give it your all.
All right, over and along. Nice open face carving turns.
Wow, it's going to stand up here, so she's going to accelerate down the face, get in front of that section. Nice little air game there, but she's going to want to race in front of the section. Nice. Can she come around this?
Yeah,
I think she
can. I reckon she can. Yes, she does.
It's going to foam ball, so that is a beautiful wave.
This is a good wave. This could be the one, Aiden. This could be the one to put her back into first place. Look at this wave. Now it's starting to open up.
This is where the boys were talking about it dredging on the inside as it just starts to steepen up. Gets really playful. Oh, look at that bow.
Oh, yeah.
Wave.
All the way back.
And she's going to keep accelerating and keep accelerating, and she's going to get onto this next section. Is she going to ride it all the way in, or is she going to call it? She's going to call that finished up on the sandbar. So
I reckon she might have done enough with that one.
I think she did.
I think she has done enough with that one to go back into first place. Elena is back up, so it means she is going to be making her way all the way to the top. But yeah, look at this wave from Bo. Great wave selection.
Exactly. I think I've seen Bo throw some 360 aerials in the warm-up heats, and I think she's going to need to go for something like that to really wow the judges and potentially put in a very high score, but in the meantime we are waiting for that score to drop. Wow, critical on that. So I'm
waiting for the number to come in. I mean,
yeah,
it was a decent wave. I mean, she only needs, like we said, she needs 0.17 of a point increase.
Well, she needs to get a 6.24.
I don't think she's had it.
No, she needs a 6.57.
Yeah, she hasn't got it. So Bo, okay,
here we go. She's on another one, so she is just not giving up here.
This is looking like a better wave. She's already came into it.
There we go. Look at that, more critical at the top, wrapping it up.
The difference you can definitely see with Elena, she goes a little bit further back, going back to the whitewater. This is where we're seeing some of the differences in the scores here. Bo kind of turning a little bit before that critical section, but cruising along to see if maybe she's going to be able to get one of those freestyle maneuvers. She's setting herself up for it here.
Oh, no! Chommed under the inside there. Does she get that? Is that wing all in condition? She has got 2 minutes to go. This is going to be tight, but she has got that bigger volume board, as we said, that she could easily get up there and get that score in that last couple of minutes.
Oh, I tell you what, it is down to the wire again. Bo just slightly looking like she's coming off short there. Is she going to be able to get back out in time? There's some harsh deals.
There is. It is, yeah. It's going to be interesting. A minute 52. All she needs is one good wave. One good wave from top to bottom.
Set wave.
Some really good maneuvers. And you can see Elena is... If you rewatch this and you are watching to see what you can do better, is really that wrapping under that lip.
She's making it that you know, couple of feet further back into the foam ball.
Yeah.
Bo's just, you know, turning around a little bit earlier, and I think that's what the judges are rewarding. That's why, you know, Elena has those higher scores, and Bo still waiting to get out in less than 90 seconds. It's going to be hard.
She's still got time. She only needs one wave. She's not comboed out, so there is potentially, but Elena there looks like a set's coming in on the back there, so if Elena gets a good score, all she needs is another 6, and she will be putting... Bo will be having to put a really high score in to increase on that. But it is still possible.
Yeah, here we have 55 seconds, less than a minute, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Elena, she's looking at something. Yep, so she is going to be dropping in. Elena wanting to solidify and put that final nail in the coffin. Not sure if Bo is out there yet. So hopefully we'll be able to see us. It's always good to see on the final moments another battle.
Yeah, right off that lip there, she's drawing those turns. Look how she just comes back under that pocket. She goes, I'm not afraid to be stuck behind this section if I get those better turns. And the judges are rewarding that because there is so much more risk in those maneuvers. Look at that, like drawing it under that lip. I think this is going to be another good ride from her.
This is the difference. This is why she has those top scores.
Yeah.
And you can see, Bo.
There we go, drops the wing behind her.
Yeah, Bo is actually making her way back in. So Elena here on yet another beautiful wave, and with that,
chomped on the inside, right to finish. That foil was close to that wing.
And with that, it is going to be Elena Moreno is going to be taking the top position here of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in DAKHLA with a 13.30 total. So close in between them, those two. But here we have Elena as she's going to be coming out of the water. Our champion. There she is. Congratulations to her. Great surfing, like you say. I think just that extra bit of in the critical area, judges really rewarding it.
And that's going to be something that girls can take away for the next heats going through into Brazil. How they can do that same sort of thing. How can they suck it back under that lip? I spoke a lot to the boys and they're leading up and asking about how they can improve their sort of style, and it was that same sort of thing. It's you got to get underneath that white water, fade a little bit further underneath that shoulder, and then come back out into the face. And it takes a little bit of a risk, and you are going to get rolled a few times in learning it. But as you progress and sort of get that wave awareness a little bit better, it definitely is going to improve the overall. But these girls will be stoked with their performances. They both put down some great waves out there. Elena there winning both the first and the second stop, so she is going to be the one to beat in Brazil.
She is.
It's going to take a bit.
2 for 2 already, Elena. It's so cool. She has put so much work into this, and here we can see her coming out of the water. Here we can see her coming off as she is going to be crowned champion here in DAKHLA. And what an incredible surfer she has done. We knew she could do it in the big surf in Cape Verde. The question was she able to do it in the small surf over here in DAKHLA? And there it is, your numero uno. Congratulations, Elena Moreno.
You
queen down here in DAKHLA for your GWA Wingfoil World Cup. España, 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 España.
Incredible. Well done. And that was some incredible wave riding. That was not easy wave riding out there. There was definitely some critical sections. There was shallow on the inside to watch out for, and but she put down a great result, and the girls are coming in now, and they are going to be excited. There's always that first sort of warning, like, it's a little bit unfortunate, but afterwards they're all good mates here, and they are both going to just hang out and have a good time. And this evening I think there's going to be some beers shared, and everyone's going to enjoy the evening. We've just got 2 more heats in the wing. We've got this mini final of the women's, Francesca and Nia, which is going to be important in the overall standings too, how Nia stacks up.
Yeah,
in this.
very, very, very important. But there it is, Elena Moreno, our champion. Congratulations. So Cash Pizzola, Elena Moreno, your top 2 here in DAKHLA. But we continue on as we are going to be going into the sequence for the mini final of the men very shortly. And there it is. The smile says it all.
Oh, very excited. It is such a cool feeling to take a win like that.
Bueno, pues voy a aprovechar que me acaban de conectar el audio. ¿Qué es lo primero que vas a hacer ahora?
No sé, que tengo que pararme a pensar porque ha sido como todas las mangas de hoy, muy impredecible, ¿no? Ha habido que ir adaptándose todo el tiempo a lo que iba a suceder.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Aiden, it is mini final time out here on the water of the men. The battle for that third and fourth position. Vinicius Martin and Leon Shell are going to be battling it out. Veteran versus the up-and-coming rookie. Let's see who is it going to be. Martin Mr. Miyagi or a little grasshopper, mate?
And both of these, I would be super excited for them to win. Vinny has been putting a lot of time in, and Leon is a young Grom coming up with a lot of potential. So both of them will give a big confidence booster going into the last event in Brazil. There we go. Leon is a little bit, as we said, I talked about this earlier, board size. Everyone's gone up a little bit, but Leon has still stuck on his 42.
And we saw this in the heat he did before. He was floating around almost the whole heat. So, yeah, obviously, I think when you come to, competitions are so hard because when you come to different locations, in the end, especially if you're competing, you need everything.
You do.
It doesn't matter if we've gone to Lucat or Fuerteventura. That is normally 45 knot winds, and it is barely 15. And the other way around, we went to Silt in August, and where we were there with the kiting, and it was 45 knots when we're normally scratching for a couple hours of wind. You got to bring everything along because you never know what can happen.
That's the wind conditions, and fortunately, there is not too much gear you have to bring to get a lot of variation in your gear. It might be 2 different size foils, a couple of different size wings, 2 boards. Yes, it becomes 2 bags as you're flying with. It's pretty much a standard for all of these guys to fly with 2 board bags as they travel around the world, just to give them enough variety in that. But you can definitely see that it is making a difference. If you have those 2 bigger size boards, So boom, those boys have got some scores on the board. So Leon did come off the bat. He did get an 8.47, but he is down now. He's got a 6.30 as well. Vinny's got a 6.93. So Vinny's going to need to increase that 5.50 up to 5.80 to get this score. But there we go. I'm just watching Leon get back up on foil now. If he can get this gust and push it. No,
he doesn't.
That can sap a lot of energy trying to do those. Just sitting in the water, consistently trying to get up is both a mental game, but also a physical challenge of just pushing it. But Vinny doesn't have to put too high of a score here to really get back in this picture. So
yeah, I mean, like you say, he needs to increase by 2.35. So he would need to be to a 7. Sorry, 7. Yeah, he would need to be to a 7.85 is what he would need if he would want to go into lead or increase both of his scores by half of that, a bit of that, a third of it. There's always, you can get the equations and the evolution out here, but basically he needs to be around the 7s because obviously Otis with that 14, half it on the score, 7-ish is what he's going to need, and let's see what happens. 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Vinny, he could just go straight for, I think, 2 10-point rides.
While we're asking,
if you're going to request anything, just request perfect scores.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Yeah, it is 5 o'clock, so I can request 2 things, 3 things: 2-point rise and a nice cold one. That would be the request. Anybody listening to it on the stream, send us a couple. But what an amazing day we had so far. It has been challenging, to say the least. That wind suddenly shifted, and there was a moment when I thought it was going to go even more offshore and we weren't going to be able to finish. But we now have our 2 champions, and we have 2 mini-finals of the wing to go to see who our full podium is going to be here for the 2024 GWA Wingfoil World Cup, DAKHLA, Morocco.
And I think all of these guys are going to be excited with how far they got in this competition. Getting into the finals, into the mini-finals as well, that's exciting and shows a lot of potential of what they could do in the future going up. And these sort of waves, they are tricky. They're not easy. Not everyone can ride in small conditions, but you can kind of see. You watched Cash ride in small conditions and big conditions in Cape Verde and changed a lot of our minds of how you can ride a wave like that, and releasing the wing and getting into the barrel and lip slides like he's doing. It's pretty insane. But there we go. Vinny is just looking for the set out the back. We still haven't seen Leon get up again. It's amazing how you can sap just 5 minutes, and he's lucky he's got some good scores on the board, so that's not going to be too much of a pressure. But you still are not too sure while you're sitting in the water there, especially if you drift off the point a little bit. You're not sure what the other guy's getting because you can't see him. He's behind you. You're just focusing on your own ability to get back up again, and in that time Vinny may have got a bigger point ride, but Vinny is still looking for something. He is waiting, and this is not going to be the score, so he is going to push off that wave and go, no, I've looked at it. But there we go, onto this wave, I think.
Okay, yeah, he is deciding to engage. Oh, there he is, coming into the screen.
That is a question on priority. Was it first on the point, or is it maybe...
Yeah, it is, because they have the priority flags on the point, so it's the first one to cross the top line, so Vinny would have priority. Wow. Oh, nice, low crouching.
Vinny has come from a big surf background, so he does have that competition mindset from many years of it, and working on his surf style over the last little bit, it is pushing it up, and whoa, there we go, this face is lining up. Come on, Vinny, show us something impressive.
Old school.
Wait. There we go.
360 sun blare. Look at that through the yellow. Vinny. This is a potential very good score. Can he get this all the way down to the bottom? We can see Otis there as well. Vinny, good score. Leon, excuse me, I keep getting these two mixed up. Leon here in another great wave. You're getting excited over here, AD. You're going to slap me in a minute.
There we go. Oh, nice aerial, but going down. That's not going to be the score. I don't think that's going to improve on a 6.3 that he's got. But I think Vinny's wave there, he was putting it down pretty hard, a 360 on the wave. We don't see a lot of those, and I think that's going to give him a pretty good score. That face stood up pretty nicely all the way through, and he rode that as far as he could. Look at this. Let's watch a replay of that. Some nice turning.
And here.
Oh, the sun blare 360. Only from our perspective was it sun blare, but scores coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the difference you can see here with Leon crouching again, similar to what we see with Elena, going a little bit more into that critical section. But another great wave there from Vinny. increasing his score a bit, so he's now at 13.16, a little bit closer.
But it's still going to require an improvement on one of the scores or both of the scores. Leon's down as well. This could cost him a few minutes. It cost him about 5 minutes in the last time he went down, and if it cost him another 5 minutes, then he could potentially miss out on a good set wave coming in. So Vinny's got the open platform here, and he's going to pick what he can get. He is 6.23. That wasn't quite what he needed, but
he needs a 7 point. What's he needing? He's needing a 7.85.
Yeah,
7.85. So he needs to land a big score.
Yeah, he needs to do something creative. I think with those threes, he needs to be a little bit more critical with them. He's throwing them out on the shoulder or out on the face. Like, if he really wants to get that score and amp it up a next level, he needs to be a little bit closer to the pocket. And same with that air game. You kind of saw how Otis and Cash were riding, and they were jumping over that pocket and landing in the next pocket that was just over the other side of that breaking wave. And if Vinny throws a couple of those, he is straight back in there. But
I think it's almost, I'm not going to say it's doing damage, but when he does those out on the flat, it just potentializes the ones when they see it done there from Leon. Because what they can say is that, like, look, that is the difference. Leon is hitting in the pocket, Vinny isn't. So you could almost say he would be underscored there because he has the other athlete performing them right in the pocket. So he's, I'd say turning wise, definitely they're very similar. Nice and crouched. Vinny, as you've been mentioning, has that SUP background. You can see kind of like Benoit Carpentier, that open, carvy, powerful style. Leon a little bit more radical, a little bit more scatty of the new generation kind of shortboard style. But closer is just a little bit more than a point. So 1.62 in between these two guys. Just under 7 minutes, plenty of time.
Oh, there we go. Leon's back up again. So he only lost 2 minutes in that one, which didn't cost him too much, but a lot of them, you can see, a lot of these riders are regular in this last sort of section here. So they are definitely going to be getting up on the wave a little bit, or he is not going to want to fall on that one, because that could have cost him another few dear minutes that you don't have to spare there. But, look at this. This wave is standing up nicely. It is a little bit shorter. He is a little bit closer into the point here. But nice. See that like little fade back under the lip?
Yeah.
That's what the judges are looking for. If I've got anything for Vinny here for his like looking forward or in his next sort of things, that was a little bit of a miscontrol there, but he managed to come out of that. That sun glare is getting there in this late evening. We do have amazing glow in the sunset here as that sun sets on the horizon behind their athletes, and
he was lucky to get past that.
Yeah.
He was. You could see and decided against it and gone, okay, I'm going to go back to the drawing board and go back out. I mean, starting off 6.3, 8.47, doing a similar thing like we saw from Cash, putting in the work early and then can kind of, sit on the back footer and continue on. Vinny out the back, under 6 minutes to go. He knows, Vinny knows he's a, competition savvy athlete. He's been here before. He knows he needs a set wave and to perform on that set wave. So he's going to be waiting out the back to see that energy come towards him, and he is really going to have to perform on it if he wants to have a possibility.
And if there's a wave that Leon really wants, he's going to try cutting off and getting that wave if he has the priority, because that's going to be the important part, and that's where the competition mindset comes in, is actually going that, okay, he's riding this wave, but I think if I actually push this through here and I get on this and cut that off, I could catch this wave, and he could have to look for another set wave, because they are few and far between. There he is. Leon is picking a little bit of the smaller waves on the inside here. I don't know if that's really going to benefit him, as he needs those higher scores. Oh, that is some sun glare there.
It is literally right in front of the camera for that one moment. And here we can see as they come through. Yeah, he is going in the middle of the competition area, really picking up on that bottom section. Again, he's comfortable, but he isn't safe.
No, it's definitely a risky maneuver being down in that section.
Because, if he goes down, you said the first time he was down for 3 minutes, which is, pretty much almost what we got left here. Vinny up the top, just circling, hunting, praying, doing a wind dance, a wave dance, doing it all to see if that final set will come his way. It does look like there's a little bit of energy there, if I can see properly.
I don't know, I feel like I sort of sing a lot of songs to myself on a wave, and I think Cash does as well, and I wonder what these boys, if they have a little routine out there, they sort of get into the flow state. Came from a lot of, when you skied, you used to listen to music and get into that flow state. I wonder if these boys have have any mental meditation or how they think and process other than they're on the wave. I hear Cash, he loves a little good rhythm in his head and starts singing out loud. If you get close enough, you even hear it.
Beautiful open face turns here from Vinny. This is the wave he was waiting for, but he needs to up it. He needs to start to get maybe even the air game if he can. He's going further back and smooth.
That is good. That's what he's going to want, but there we go.
Leon in the back as well.
Leon in the back as well is ripping. They're both on a set wave. This was a good wave for both of them. Oh, Vinny 3, and that was clean. That was clean and back up again. Is Leon going to return this? He could go again. He's going to need a good air section over this. Come on. Let's see it. Nice little tweak.
Oh, loses the wing though.
Goes down onto the inside there. But Leon is out the back there. He is not giving up either, but he has got caught on the inside as well with 2.5 minutes to go. Vinny does have the bigger board, so Vinny could get up quickly. But what score is going to drop here? This could be the changing moment. It could be the decider with 2 minutes 40 to go.
Yeah, really nice surfing going back again. Not quite going back to the foam ball though.
Nah.
We do have to kind of dissect and put these apart. Nice 360 right back up on the floor, but he was out on the shoulder. Let's not forget he is looking for that 7.5-ish. Nice air there, and then just unfortunately got down. So yeah, again, he's getting caught in between those medium to high 5s to medium to high 6s because just those tiny details. We saw it with Bo in that previous heat.
Yeah, he's really going to have to work on those hacks back into the wave, just getting, I think, even a little bit more air and landing on that whitewater and then coming out of it. As you could see Otis and Cash in that last heat in that final we just watched, about how they wrapped it back under, got under the lip, came off it, landed on the whitewater, and rode back out of it again. That was that sort of flow and style. If he starts wrapping in some of those into his turns, I think he could turn these 6s into 7s and 8s pretty comfortably.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree with you there, Aiden, and he's progressed so far in the last year.
Yeah.
You see he's really upping his surfing game. I mean, hey, mini final.
Yeah.
Like one hell of a competition here for Vinny, and so happy for him.
And Leon has increased his score again.
Yeah, he has. He's got a 6.73, so now 2.05 separating them. So it is getting harder and harder.
An 8.23. So this is going to have to be like a perfect wave for Vinny. He hasn't had any scores in that range yet, and they're both down on the water with a minute to go. Vinny does have the bigger board, so he is probably going to get up on this. Yeah, there we go.
Is he up? Is he up? He is pushing. He's pushing. Yeah, he's up.
Yeah, he's up. Whereas Leon is going to have to sit here for this last 57. Look at it. It looks pretty light on that inside there.
It looks crystal on the inside there.
But if Vinny gets out to the back here, gets one more set wave, could we have a buzzer beater here? Because that's all we've got time for. Vinny is going to have to score a 8.23 or better. I think it's going to have to be an 8.28 to get ahead. But if he gets one set wave here, this could be the score he needs and take that to the next level.
I mean, we've seen scores like that throughout the day, and that sun is blaring right into our eyes. And here, 20 seconds to go, as we are going to be closing out this mini final. All right, Leon is down.
So that is him. Leon is going to he's not going to be able to get up now. It's going to be Vinny in this last 10 seconds. Can he capitalize? 3, 2, 1. Is he on a wave? Yes, he is on a wave.
And it is looking like a nice set wave as well. Watch out. Okay. Vinicius Martin for his final ride. Is he going to be able to get third place on the podium, or is he going to be in fourth place?
Vinny, you're going to have to ride like you've got nothing to lose to beat Leon here.
All right. So this is looking like it's open.
Oh, nice. That was a beautiful turn.
Those are the moves that he needs to do if he wants to be taking the win here.
100%. He still needs to come back. Yes, under the whitewater. There we go. The judges are going to reward this. Oh, beautiful, Vinny.
Oh, this wave. Look, here we go. Making it a little darker while we go through the sun glare. Then we'll be upping it down. This one, will this open up until the end? You can see already a couple good turns.
There we go. Come on, Vinny. Can you do this? Let's see what you've got. Oh, he was tucking it. He was going. He is surfing. Oh, he has pulled out of that. Will that be enough? I don't think so.
No, it is. That is going to be. It's going to be. Yeah, he's not going to be in the 8-point range. He was looking for the tuck up. He was looking the shampoo.
That would have been funny. That would have been, hey boys, like here I am up to play. And Vinny, you have put a smile on my face to finish this heat. And I can't wait to see. Those scores are going to drop, and we're going to see how close this mini-final was. But no,
that is. We can see it is not going to be enough. So it is going to be Leon is going to be third position here in DAKHLA, and Vinny is going to be coming out in fourth position. But congratulations to the Brazilian athlete, incredible riding, and congratulations to Leon hanging out from the UK, the youngster getting up on the podium. What an event on the men's side. But before we finish, we are now going to go over to the mini final of the women. So stay tuned. Let's see the highlights of that mini final. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on, as we are here for your mini final of the women. As we are going to be seeing out there Francesca Maiani and Nia Suarez for the final heat of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in DAKHLA, Morocco.
This is going to be a good one. Francesca has been ripping, and Nia, as we know, can put down some incredible scores, especially in a pitchier face. She can add in some freestyle stuff that she really got dialed in all the other disciplines. Oh, a little bit light there. This is the same thing. She is on that smaller board. Is this going to cost her in this heat?
Alright, so let's have a little look-see as those timers, there we are. 16 minutes. There's still no waves for neither of these athletes. And Francesca, as we start to see some scores coming in. Okay, updating. Thank you. 5.63 for Nia. And waiting for a score there. So 4.10 for Francesca. Final heat of the day. I can see our videographer, Julian Lille, making sure he gets the gold through the lens. Oh, and I can see some how you doing and como estás happening down out here in the front. Francesca just trying to make her way out in a 5.0. It's light. Alright, so Nia chopping in on the wave here. Backside all the way around.
Oh, look at that, right? There we go. That lip is coming up, and she is staying critical, getting into the pocket. It's not the biggest of set waves, but it looks like it might. Is it going to double up, or is that just the magnification of the camera there?
I think, or to be honest, I actually think that second sandbar is starting to come out of the water. Let's not forget, we are about...
Whoa, that was a good turn.
40 minutes, not 40 minutes. We're about 40 minutes from low tide, and so it is getting shallow out there.
Yeah. Here we go, Francesca. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Push,
and
push,
she
push. Is up.
That is the thing with regular riders. They have to do it coming in. So if they go too far in, it's too shallow. You have to get out a little bit to then turn around and come in on your good side before you can go back out again. And there's the jet ski. That's our safety out there, which is helpful in case anything goes wrong. And as today, when that wind has got a little bit lighter, they have rescued a few people and brought them out. And yeah, it is good to have them out on the water.
Yeah, no, and also I think also sometimes when it's light, it's you can use one of the bumps, one of the rollers to try and get up a little over. And look at that beautiful shot. As we can see, the sun is starting to come down. We can see Daniela Moreno and Cash Pizzolo just walking up the beach. Our champion, our numero uno,
on a beautiful day out here.
13.5 minutes to go. Nia Suarez, dropping another bomb, 6.40.
Wow, that was a good wave. She was really playing in critical sections, tucking right underneath the lip, drawing it down, coming back underneath, as we were talking about, sucking it back, and really bringing it underneath that white foam sort of section.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's really good to see there from Nia, because one of the top surf freestylers, she's been a multiple-time world champion. Yeah, actually... Adrian, I'm going to say, looking out the front, it looks like the swell has shifted a little bit. It's opening up a little bit further out into the bay.
This bank at the bottom here is getting pretty hollow and solid. It's not something you want to be caught in, but it is something you could definitely throw some critical waves in. Just going to have a quick look. Oh yeah, some good sets coming through.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday. One of our Paulina went out for a little late night kite sesh, and it was really opening up across the bay. So tide getting right as we are just coming on 12 minutes in. So far it was a 12.03. Suarez in the lead. Second position, Francesca Maiani. She has a 4.10. So anybody's game. But Francesca back up. She's going to want to be making her way, and it almost looks like we got a little bit of haze in the air there. Some of the Kalima coming through. It's beautiful. Everybody's seeing, getting down, and this beautiful location here in West Point, where magic happens. But right now, I'm waiting for those set waves to come through. Francesca powering her way back up. Here we can see Nia. Also all the way out the top, Nia. So we have the battle here in this mini final for 3rd and 4th place in the overall of this event. Here for your GWA Wingfoil World Tour.
And Joe, you're making me laugh as we get to the end of this day, and it's a beautiful day, and we've been sitting in this booth for a while today, so at the end of the day, we do have some laughs as we watch all the different antics that happen around the beach and in the waves. And there is a lot of locals down here just getting amongst the waves, and they are playing on the inside while we're watching, and just coming down. And as that low tide fetches out, you've got a nice little beach to play on, sit on, and relax and enjoy. And That's what this West Point provides. Come down with your partner.
Yeah.
Come down to West Point. You can go session. They can go sit by the beach or sit on the sand and watch. And beautiful spot here.
It's a beautiful restaurant, the Pescador, right on the corner. So while you're surfing, someone can have some nice food, a couple of cold ones, and then enjoy the beautiful rooms you have there on the front line where you can see the ocean from your room. And here, both of the athletes already back up in position. All right, Swadia's dropping in. Oh, starting off with an air.
Whoa. There it is. Oh, there we go. Come on now, what can you put down? I think you have an excellent score ready.
Yeah, we saw it before.
We are just waiting to see.
Oh, this one's opening up nicely.
Yeah, it's really standing up. Unfortunately, Francesca hasn't got on quite the same set, so even if she does ride it through, she's going to have to throw something very technical to up the level that Nia is riding at. She's going to have to wrap it under that face a little bit more too. Just sort of come back underneath where the wave is breaking. She's gone a little bit. Oh, Nia comes down with a 360 there.
Trying.
She was going big. That was going to be exciting to see.
Oh, we can see Francesca just holding it together there on that one. Not going back to the foam ball, so judges are going to be marking the difference here. Let's see, but she has made it past where Nia has. So Francesca has an opportunity here. She's looking for an air. She does get a little one. She continues.
And she still, that was a little just slight little foil slide.
Oh, critical.
Beautiful. Oh, she hits the sandbar on the inside. It is getting a little shallow there, and she is going to be running after her board there to pick that up, but these girls are pushing it. 9 minutes to go. She is going to want to get out there quickly because you can usually lose a lot of time, but I hope the judges reward that because that was critical riding under there.
That was I'm going with this one all the way to long, but like I said, coming from the big air kiting, she's used to 45 knots, and you can see just getting completely tightrope there. And as we continue, like you say, I hope, extra kudos for that critical section, and it looks like 2 good scores for both of these athletes.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with those. And but 8 minutes 40 on the clock. She's going to want to get back up quickly, get out there, and get some good results.
Yeah, mini final already. So top 4 athletes we have. It was Elena Moreno in first position, Bowen van der Linden in second, and now we're the decider in between third and fourth place, in between Nia Swadias and Francesca Maiani.
6.27. She's going to be excited with that one.
Very much so.
You can also see how close it is between when you are riding in that section and when you are hitting that sandbar. You fade a little bit too much and you can get caught under there.
Alright, Nia on another one coming down here, just getting the info in as we're going to be doing that beach podium down right in front of the competition area. 6.27.
Yeah.
So, Francesca right back in the money.
Yeah, she
right back in the money.
She is right there, and that is some sun glares right there. And wow.
This is like where is
Wally? She might have thrown a big backflip in the middle there, and we have no idea. But
720 on the way for sure.
Come on, let's get inspired, Joe.
Yeah, no, I mean, the level of these athletes is incredible. The girls are absolutely pushing. We just saw Francesca there. It was no half measures. She knew she was going to completely go into the sand, but she was like, I'm going to get one more turn in it. You've got to risk it. And here you can see as that golden hour starts to hit DAKHLA, as that wingfoiler coming out.
And we were talking about before how precise it is between getting into that critical section and that little fade too far and you hit the sandbar.
Yeah.
And now I hope that she hasn't got too much fear from that last sort of a bit where she did hit that sandbar, and she can still go, I can come back into the section, because if she keeps doing that on this next one, I think she has a lot of potential. And all it's going to take is a 6 point, no, she's going to need a bit more than, another 6 point ride, another high 6s, and she will be up there.
Yeah, she needs 2.59 more, so that is going to be a 6.69 is what she would need to be able to go into first position so far, because that last wave from Nia isn't going to improve on her score. Nia back in position, and we have Francesca just making her way back out as well. So very, very close at the moment. So we've got 640, 655, 410, 627. So if Francesca can get another 6, we'll be definitely back in the game. As she needs a high 6 to be able to go through into 5 in first position. Hey, 5 minutes on the clock, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but Francesca's going to need to be up on foil for anything to happen. And that is the important aspect here. And not quite too sure. We'll have a little look if she's got back up on foil. Nia's out there on that set. It is getting very bright out there, but I think I can see Francesca coming back into the lineup again. So she is back up on foil. So 4.5 minutes. There is still plenty of time to catch a few good waves.
And Nia here on another set wave as well. Not one of the bigger ones, but she's making it work. She saw her go for that 360 before and didn't quite get it. So obviously, if she increases on at that 6.40, it's going to make it even harder for Francesca. Nice, all the way down. Nia. Here we go. This is when she disappears, where we just have to guess what she's doing. And she does come out the other side. So Swadiath all the way down the line, under the lip there on that one.
Yeah. She has got bogged down a couple of times, if I'm going to be critical on this. She didn't keep her speed throughout this entire wave, but she is riding nicely, and she's looking up as if that section's going to do something. Hopefully, if she does throw a maneuver, it is in the critical section, but no, she is calling that a wave. Will that improve on her score? I am not too sure. We'll have to wait and see what the judges think. I think she would have had to do a bit more than that, but the judges could have seen something out there that we didn't quite see, and especially looking from the live stream on this camera here, you can sometimes...
That's a better set wave. Better set wave out the back. It's going to be close, as I can see some numbers coming here for Nia. But Francesca, I mean, this is it. She has to go all in. Oh, there you go. Now, we saw this with Elena. If you're getting that risk, can she get past this section? She does. This is a great first start of the wave here for Francesca.
Wrap it right around. Wow, nice. There we go. Keep coming back to that. Keep coming back to it. Keep coming back to it. Nice. There we go. It's going to stand up, so she doesn't want to get too far behind it.
Oh, she's right in the power section. Can she hold it together? She's going to disappear on us. But she is going in line. This is a big wave for Francesca. And she is just making this one work.
Going down there and board, not too far away. She can still swim to that, but 2 minutes 40 on the clock. It might be her last wave. We're going to have to wait and see what those scores come in on that one.
Yeah, we can see here as well. Swadiath. She is not going to be improving on that last wave, but she is in position. It looks like there's actually some ripples going through. You can see some lines starting to form. She is right there. Will Francesca have enough time? I don't know if she will, because she is right down in front of the streaming booth, and we were probably about a good 200 to 300 meters away from the point.
Yeah.
So it is going to have to be Speedy, Gonzalez, and Bolt like lightning if she wants to make it happen. And we can see a 5.65, so not enough. Not enough, so Francesca's going to need another wave if she wants to get that third place.
She is going to still need one of those high sixes to really push Nia out here, but a minute 45 it's still possible if, as we said, you can get back up on foil. That is the big thing in these games, and we've watched it. Francesca, I can see you down here. She is still looking for a bit of a gust to get back up, but maybe she might get one here. I'm just looking, giving you a little bit of insight. Oh, and she's up on foil with a minute 30 to go.
She could make this happen.
She could make this happen. We know she has that really nice riding style. If she gets a good face that plays all the way in, she might be able to put down a good score. She's going to have to ride one right to the beach, but with a minute 13 to go,
Oh, she's there.
you can almost cost everything now. You're not going to get a second wave. So any set wave you go here, you're going to have to ride it all the way to the beach. Nia's turning on that first one. If I was Francesca, I would be creeping out to that second one there, and I think I'd be turning on that and seeing if I can capitalize on the second of that set. Nia's looking at it. She's going, yes, yes, yes. I think it would have been slightly...
Oof, there's bigger ones behind.
I think so,
I would have
too.
been protecting that priority.
Yeah, but she's seeing a section here. This might just stand up. We might just be lucky here. But Francesca, is she going to get onto the second wave? If she does, this could be a good one. Nia got right under that critical section there. She's riding up to the lip, coming back down, laying it down. She is a goofy rider as well.
There's a backside all the way along here for Nia. And we're waiting to see if Francesca is going to make it out in time as Nia just floats through the sun blare there. And now is going to be coming out the other side. Is Francesca going to have enough time? I am not sure. We will see if she is on the wave or not. But Nia, there you go. That's nice.
Yeah, she's coming to
makes
the
her
last
way
few
across.
seconds.
Oh,
going down. So I don't think Nia might not improve on that score on that one, but is Francesca on a wave? I am not too sure.
Did she lose her back wing? She has. She's lost her stabilizer.
Oh, has she?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Didn't look like she had one on there.
Maybe that's a new thing. I haven't actually checked on her gear setup. Maybe she wasn't riding with a stabilizer. You know, it could be a future thing, but she might have lost it there. You're probably right, Joe.
I think she might have lost it there, so we're waiting to see if Francesca has got on, but it looks like not. But we will wait for confirmation of those scores as they come out of the water.
Wave. I don't know if she got this from the top and she's still on that same one.
I mean, I think she's surfing it. I think maybe she will. So we're gonna commentate on this one. So Francesca flying down, a nice set wave here for her. Onto the lip there, nice all the way back. Is this gonna count? We're not sure. Oh, she's on the sunglass, so this probably is gonna count because that is all the way down. So Francesca here.
Oh no, that just finished there. So I don't think that's going to be a high 6 to get it out there. So I think Nia's going to take third place, and fourth will be Francesca for her first event here. That is an incredible performance. 11 females at this event, which is very cool to see. If you think you can come along to this tour, absolutely come check it out. We can't wait to see more people sign up and enter this competition.
All right, so yeah, it is official. It's going to be Nia Suarez, and in fourth position is going to be with an incredible Francesca Maiani for her first event. So congratulations to Nia Suarez taking the third position. So we are going to go to a short commercial break and enjoy the action down there on the beach. Wow, there it is, everybody. The end of the day, and what a day it has been. Incredible riding from all of the athletes. Absolutely ripping. Cash Pizzola, and there we can see also Elena Moreno coming out on top, Aiden.
It was a great day of competition. We got through all the heats. We did have a little light patch there in the middle, which they conditioned and got a little bit of postponement, came back in again, and then they were firing. And that was pretty exciting to watch, all the way from the start, to see what these guys could do in those small conditions, and girls, what they were just ripping through down the line. And you could see it came down to a lot of small attributes, the criticalness, the really wrapping under that face, which was what was giving them those higher scores. But we had some big upsets today. We had some young guys coming through, so this was an exciting day of competition.
No, it was, and thank you very much, Aidan, for joining me here in the booth and watching the action out there. It's been really interesting to see, and obviously starting off this evening in Cape Verde, where we had the big barrel and waves, then coming down here to DAKHLA, a little smaller, really seeing where the athletes can take the sport, and sky is the limit. So we will be deciding to see who are going to be our world champions in the next event over there in Ibarakera. I'm Josie Ashley here with Aidan and Nicholas. Thank you very much for tuning into the stream, and we will see you next time. Welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event.
We're gonna experience an insane wingfoil competition.
This one is gonna stay in my mind forever.
It's gonna be sick.
What are we going to be seeing next?
I'm Boeen van der Linden and you're watching the GWA Wingfoil Wave World Cup in DAKHLA, powered by Armstrong.